missed seeing any previous thoughts, and as soon as you realized that you missed seeing some thoughts, you would immediately be able to bring your concentration back to seeing the thoughts. This is what is meant by the stanza Uppanan Papakanan Akusalanan Dhammanan Prahanaya. Only a person who knows the Dhamma and who likes to follow the path will apply an effort to realize the truth, nobody else. A person who knows the Dhamma would not like to be tricked by this illusion. Anyone who has realized the truth, or anyone who has attained the first stage in the supramundane plane, Sotapanna, will never fall into bad world or hells. He is known as Niyata Sambodhi Parayana. Bodhi means Buddha. Try to see through this illusion on the screen and realize the truth that there is nothing. Try to see the illusion on the screen and try to eradicate. It means to completely destroy Lobha, Dvesha and Moha. After that, you begin to feel the nature of the Buddha, Buddha Svabhava, and experience the serenity and calmness. Therun Sarana, everybody.
Therun Saranai Swami, thank you for reading the book for us. We all worship at Narayan Mahanse's feet. And Therun Saranai, all Dhamma friends who have joined today. Because we are a little bit behind the schedule, I invite Dr. Pokila to start the discussion. Therun Saranai, Dr. Pokila.
Therun Saranai. If you have any specific questions, we are open to them actually, because it's really important. Even if one understands this Dhamma, so you can bring up any questions. Until such time, I'll keep talking. So when we say akusal, actually it is this self-vibration basically. So whatever the vibration we have, we kind of make sure that it doesn't happen. And now at the same time, there's a very beautiful underneath that beautiful thing. What is that? That thing is, there's no chance of arising of self-vibration as well. So this is the beauty of Dhamma. So it's so because if there's no power in here, when the power is not there, there's no way that the suffering can go on. So this is if we talk about it in details, it's a bit complicated, but I think a more simple way to say that would be that if you believe that this is existing, the world is existing, definitely the suffering would be existing. That means the self, this burning or this power will be existing. So whatever the level of that existence, it doesn't necessarily matter. So this power or the burning, it is easier to call it burning because it's easy to understand, and that that will be reduced. But we can't understand one side and not understand the other side. We need to understand the both sides properly, because no way that the vibration to occur without a power, and there's no way the power would exist without a vibration. So it's very important to understand. And then when we keep understanding this Dhamma, what happens is whatever the vibration that has risen here will die down, and it will go on like that, and there will be never a chance for any vibration to occur. That's the last bit, and that's also important thing. Anyway, Joel, do you have any questions from the book? I don't know whether you finished the book actually. I don't know. So maybe.
Yes, doctor, I finished it.
Yeah, so you don't have any more questions from that?
No, doctor, like I can feel that I don't certainly get vibrated now. And today when I was going out also, I didn't feel that I was walking. I was just walking. And when there was sunlight, when I say it was very warm here, so I was just thinking more than warm, I just saw it as light that is showing to us that we are able to walk without saying it's warm and it's sweating and all those things. So many things have changed in my life. So thank you.
Yeah, and you can go to that website and find anything interesting, and you can dwell on that. And also, if you come across any burning at any time, we can discuss that too. It doesn't matter. It's all good. And at any time you can voice your any thought. And Sudharma and Suranka are also here. Anything to bring up, Sudharma or Surangika? I heard there's a massive sermon today morning. I haven't finished it fully, but I'm going to. But it was a long one that Aran Hanse did, and I think it's one of the best I have heard recently. But he has told all these things before. It's just that in time he has to repeat these things because it's so good to repeat though. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, yes, it was a very beautiful sermon, and I have to listen to even 10-15 times to get it, and I already listened twice, and I got a lot of new things in those two listenings. Also, we have to go on listening. I mean, you may not be having such issues since you are aware of the thing. And Dr. Kokila, today I can share a very simple experience. Actually, how the mind consciousness act as the deceiver using perceptions and create stories. So, few minutes ago, maybe 15 minutes ago, I had to go out to get some photocopies. So as I entered the main road, another trishaw turned into our lane. At that moment, I got the idea, okay, the gas tank is outside, gates are open. So there was a story like now this part didn't come, but underneath somebody is telling this trishaw guy might take it even. So at that very moment, I realized that it is a thought and
that the work of the mind consciousness. I had my peace. I didn't turn back. I went to the communication center and got it done. But still, if it was a time that I was unaware of all these consciousnesses and the perceptions and all, I would have turned back and come and close the gates. But what I wanted to tell is this mind consciousness create a story that must have been an innocent guy. But however, such a story was created.
Yeah, but
Can you
Sudharma,
please, yeah,
we'll talk about that because it's a very beautiful actual life thing. I really like talking about these actual life occurrences because it's much better than this, talking about vibrations, because this is what it happening. But as a person who has listened to Dhamma for at least 2-3 years, isn't it, Sudharma? You have listened to Dhamma for
yes, doctor, 3.5 years.
3.5 years.
Continuously, yeah.
I have to add this because this is the very important thing. Perceptions are perceptions. Don't take this wrong. Perceptions are perceptions. We don't really don't misunderstand that we are going to not have perceptions. Okay, I have repeatedly tell this to like multiple times. RN say tells it anyway. So the perceptions are a normal thing in day-to-day life. Okay, when you see, what can I say? Okay, for an example, you see. Okay, examples are coming from my experience.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. Tervasanna Aryan Mahansa. And we are very grateful for all the guidance that you are providing us. May all our friends who are listening to these Dhamma sessions be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the background work be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is another contribution to the Buddothpado PeoTV channel, English Zoom series, which we conduct 24/7 pattern, and we have this discussion session from 3 to 5 p.m. every day, Sri Lankan time, to discuss whatever the questions you are having. During the sermons, one of us will be talking on some topic, but most of the facts will be if you take the essence, it is the same. We are trying to convey the knowledge and the understanding that we achieved with the help of our noble friend R.N. Mahanse. So, truth is common to every person. It is very clear, whatever your background is. So, if you are interested in finding out what is the truth, and if you happen to hear these sermons, I can assure you that you have found out the correct pathway. So there are many Dhamma facts which are repeated because the Buddhism is not a huge syllabus actually, even though Lord Buddha has done about 84,000 Dhamma preachings. More or less the essence is the same, and Lord Buddha had to do it in such a big number to suit different people and different environment, depending on the person's age, maybe person's level of understanding, etc. So in similar way, actually our noble friend R.N. Mahanse also does explanations of this Dhamma in various levels, sometimes in very simple way for for a mother from the village setup. Sometimes he talks to small children. Sometimes these preachings are for the young adults, young crowd, and then middle-aged and also very elderly mothers. So all kinds of people are addressed, and the addressing is done in different manner, different level. If it is for the venerables who have a fairly good knowledge in Pali, then R.N. Mahanse says that you should have an idea about the Pali Sutra. Sutra are the original teachings of Lord Buddha, which happened long ago. So the addressing of the clergy or the monks has to be, venerables has to be done from that angle. And there may be people who are good in science knowledge, and they should be addressed from that angle, explaining the things according to the science. But we know that the scientists are well behind actually compared to the facts which have been understood by Lord Buddha. Really speaking, the scientists will never be able to come to the end with all these experiments, because they are trying to find the truth through the materialistic world, through the material. But Lord Buddha told one of the the in some places it's described as a god, some places he's described as a person who had very high spiritual powers. He's called Rohitasa. So Lord Buddha said Rohitasa wanted to find the end of the space, or end of the world. That is how it has been worded in the books. So end of the world or the end of the space. He had the capacity, he had the ability of walking with very long steps. So he wanted to walk and find out the end of the world or the space. But Lord Buddha said that by walking you will never be able to come to the end of the space or end of the world. The world is created within you. So without finding out, studying your own mind, you can't find the end of the world. And without finding the end of the world, you can't come to an end of this suffering also. So, what did he say? What did Lord Buddha told Rohitas? He simply said that by trying to find the end of the material world, is not going to be successful. So, in other words, what Lord Buddha said was that Salayatana loko or Chittena niyati loko. That is what that was the message that Lord Buddha was trying to give him. That you will never be able to find the end of the world with the materialistic terms. So, what our scientists are trying to do is to find the end of the galaxy, whatever the name, where the space is extending, how big the space is. So, those are the things that the scientists are trying to find, and they are using more and more advanced telescopes to find out what is the far end of this space. But what they have to understand is that whatever the advanced telescopes that they are using, whatever the picture which is created there should tally with the capacity of the human eye. Then only you can say that we can see something. So we exactly know we don't know exactly what has been found out by these advanced telescopes. But whatever the truth is that whatever the capacity of this human eye will filter something and then create a light then and there, and we assume that this is what is there in the outside world. We do not say that there's nothing in the outside world, but what the exact truth is that we don't know exactly what is there. We know only the visibility or the light created within the capacity of this eye. Actually, the word eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin are used to explain the function according to Buddhism. It's not the muscular part. It's not the muscular eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. It's a function of seeing, hearing, sensing the taste, smell, and the sensing of the skin. So, in other words, the physical component is necessary here, or the organ which is composed of the flesh and blood and that material part, physical part is necessary. But the word chakku or the sota are used to indicate the function of seeing and function of hearing, respectively. The terms ghana and jivha are used to indicate the function of feeling the smell and function of feeling the taste, respectively. And pottab, the word pottab is used to, or the kaya is used to indicate the function of feeling the sensation to the skin, which has four components mainly: feeling the temperature, feeling the solidity, feeling the liquidity, and feeling the airiness. So those four comes under the body sensor. So these are the capacities of the sensor functions. We know very well that different animals experience different ways of sensations, and accordingly something is felt. It's because of the fast vibration at
those levels, something is created. What is created is accepted as real, and that accepted thing is felt really existing. And when it is felt really existing, on the other side, the self is there. So this is the basic story of the how the world is created. So this is what Lord Buddha was trying to explain to Rohitasa, that world is created in your mind, and there is nothing permanently lasting thing called world in the mind either. That is also then and there created as an instant happening. So this is the basis of the Buddhist philosophy or Buddhist teaching. That is what Lord Buddha was trying to explain. Because we know those days there were so many spiritual leaders who were trying to explain various aspects of as truth, and many people followed them. And when Lord Buddha was trying to teach this, it was a kind of a miracle, like a complete different thing for the people. And it was very difficult to convince them also. And Lord Buddha had to do lots of arguments time to time with many people and explain, because they had many followers, sometimes hundreds and thousands of followers were there, and Lord Buddha wanted to get them to the correct track. Some of the spiritual leaders, of course, agreed with Lord Buddha, and along with their followers came and joined the Buddha pathway. But some, of course, did not agree. So Lord Buddha had to be very tactful when he was working with them, and even making the kings or the rulers understand this Dhamma had to be done very carefully. And Lord Buddha never approved showing the miraculous abilities to the common people, because some of the hermits who were doing long term concentration meditation also had these abilities, showing some form of miraculous things like walking on the water and going in the sky. So these are all described in the Buddhist history. But Lord Buddha never approved the arhants to show their miraculous abilities to people. What Lord Buddha felt was that they should come and see Dhamma themselves, and then try to understand the, the real truth within it, and then change. Not something that they should go blindly and try to understand. That is what is done in most of the religions, actually. You have to understand the fact that Buddhism is not something which is blindly followed. Buddhism is something that Lord Buddha always said that come and see. The ehipassiko word is something mentioned very often. So people are expected to come and see it, and then try to understand the contents after the initial direction and initial advices. But rest is up to the individual himself. We know that you do not need a very high intelligence level or a high knowledge about the theory component, because we know Lord Buddha's time there were children who came to the Sotapanna state very early. The Vishaka was one of the ladies, very famous ladies mentioned in the Buddhist history, who became who came to the Sotapanna state at the age of 7 years. And there are many other histories. There are housemaids. Uh, there are people who were garbage cleaners. Actually, some of them were cleaning the toilets. So such people also could understand this Dhamma, which is actually amazing. So you and me should not be accepted from this. Definitely, we can understand what this Dhamma is, and we know that Aryan Mahanse makes it very simple all the time. He uses many metaphors to suit the present generation and the present things from our setup. So, which makes it easy for us to understand. So, in Buddhism, we know that the three wisdoms have been explained in Sinhalese and in Pali. It is mentioned as Trividya. Three means the three word is in English, and Pali and Sinhalese means three, number three. So there are three wisdoms which are explained. These facts I am sure you have heard earlier also, but because of the importance, I thought that it is worthwhile mentioning it again. So, what is this Trividya? The In other words, they are kind of wisdoms, three jnanas that you must have when you are following this Dhamma path. It's essential because the basis of Buddhist teaching is understanding about the chitta or the mind. We know that mind means a fast flowing series of thoughts. Just one thought occurs within a very, very short period, a fraction of a second. Thought has formed and thought is over. But collectively, a series of such thoughts is felt as one single thought. So, the mind means this type of thoughts, very fast flowing. The beautiful example, metaphor given by R.N. Mahasi is that the river. Now, river means flowing water. Water is flowing. And if you take a handful, you just have some water. So just for the water, you will not call the river. You will call the river when it is flowing fast. Just some air, you will not call the wind. You call it wind when the air is flowing very fast. So like that, similarly now, waterfall. You will call it a waterfall when it is falling from a height very fast. But when you touch it, it's just some wetness or just a handful of water. When it is static, you will not call it the waterfall. So similarly, you will label it as mind when the thoughts are flowing fast. So in Buddhism, lots of most of the things, most of the concentration occurs to understand how this mind is behaving and how the thoughts are formed. Often we hear the example given that mind is like a monkey. It leaves one branch and clings onto another branch. So jumping from one branch to the other is a usual way of behaving of a monkey. So the mind is also like that. The thoughts are jumping from one to the other. In other words, the thoughts do not stay static. Thoughts are fast flowing from one stimulus to the other. So, because of the fastness of these thoughts, there are many things which is appearing as real. So that is the basic important fact in this, because understanding the thought and the thoughts and the mind is quite difficult. Lord Buddha has given the metaphor that Vijnana, or the mind, is a magician. The magician will bring up so many things. You will see all his performances and the tricks with the wide open mouth sometimes, and all kinds of shoes and vows. You will be watching the magic. But truly, you know that it is simply a magic, there is nothing real. But they look really true, isn't it? But what happens when you know how these tricks are done? When you are a skilled magician yourself, and you are in the audience watching the magic show, one of your colleagues is performing as a magician. Each and every act, you have the idea, he's doing it this way. This is how he's doing that trick. Like that, for each and every trick, you know exactly how it is done. So you can still watch the magic show, but you are not excited like the rest of the people in the audience, because you very clearly know how it is happening, how it is being done. So understanding Dhamma is something like that. Understanding Dhamma means you learn all the tricks of this vijnana, or the consciousness. And when you know the tricks, when you know how this vijnana is creating duality, separating out outside from inside. So when you understand how this magician is doing this duality, you can still watch the magic show, but you are not excited. You are not kind of craving to see that, and also you will not have any kind of aversion also towards that. So without any kind of burn, without any kind of excitation, you can still watch the magic show in the audience. So this is what happens when you know these Dhamma facts. When you clearly understand these Dhamma facts, this is the advantage that you are having. You can still enjoy the magic show, knowing how the tricks are being done. So basically, that is what the Arhat state, how they are living, because they have to live until the physical body comes to an end. It said that one of the metaphors I remember, that they live as if they are waiting for the monthly wage at the end of the month. It's something equal to the fact that they are waiting, they are spending time until the end of this physical body. So, so knowing the knowledge about how these thoughts are formed equals to knowing the magic tricks. So you can still watch the magic, as I said, but you have no fire or current occurring within the system. So for that, I said the three vidya, or the three wisdoms, are very important and essential. This Trividya has been explained by Lord Buddha in many sutras. actually some of them are interpreted incorrectly. So that is a disadvantage for a person who is listening. Now you know this, what's called Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnane. Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnane means the wisdom of seeing the previous thoughts or previous perceptions. Actually, this was interpreted in a very incorrect way in some of the books and also by some of the venerables, because they interpreted it as seeing the previous lives. In Sinhala it says Perasit Kandapiliveta Danna Nuwana, or the wisdom or the jnana of seeing the previous thoughts or previous perceptions. As I said, the interpretation was that seeing the previous births, which is not possible for any person nowadays, because we know that seeing the previous births is not something that can be done by an ordinary person. It can be done only by an arhat who has this special skill, or it has to be done by Lord Buddha himself. So that point itself makes it actually not unreliable, I would say, because Lord Buddha never talked about trying to study or trying to find out about the previous births, which is not a possibility for a person, normal person like you and me. So then, this is how it is interpreted in many of the translations also, and this is what most of the venerables also explain in their sermons, that the wisdom of seeing the previous births. So from that point itself, people like you and me feel discouraged, and then we sort of kind of put a stop to the self research, isn't it? Because simply we can't find out about our previous births. Is that what really Lord Buddha wanted to explain? No, it's not actually. So that is why R.N. Vahanse has studied so many books written, and he has done lots of discussions with various famous venerables, and then he came to the conclusion, with all his wisdom which was blooming from that time onwards, he felt and he very clearly understood that what Lord Buddha was trying to mention, trying to explain, was nothing to do about the future births or the previous past births. It's about the own thought formation. Because we know Lord Buddha has said that jati or the birth means the birth of a thought, individual thought. The individual thought which has become a thing, or the individual thought which has become a reality. So if the thought is felt as real, in other words, a thought has been given a value, or the thought can have a current or a power. So when the thought has a power like that, invariably that is where you can explain the jati. Jati means a birth, and invariably the jati is followed by the marana or the death. So this is a series of birth and death, birth and death, birth and death of the thoughts. Then can you still talk about the births that happened in the past? No, Lord Buddha did not indicate something like that. Lord Buddha always explained something which is very flexible, which is very understandable to the normal person. So then it is clear now that what Lord Buddha meant was actually not the previous births, but the previous thoughts, how the thoughts are formed. So Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana, or the wisdom of seeing the previous thoughts or previous perceptions, or also you can say previous births, means that studying how these thoughts are formed. So we have some idea how the thoughts are formed, isn't it? We know that thought formation is something that starts after a particular age, probably beyond after like 1 year, 1.5 years. That is the stage where the thoughts start formation. And at the beginning, when the thoughts are formed, the child may not feel as if it is really there. But the potential to develop such a feeling is there, which has the origin at the level of the zygote. So the vibration which was telepathized to the zygote has all these abilities, including the ability to feel, or the potential to feel that it is existing, and also the potential to feel that there is a self. So that is what is being built up. So we know that the thought formation means combination of these sensor functions. Very commonly it is the eye and the ear, but others also will combine depending on the situation there. situation there. So this formation of the thoughts is not something that can be prevented, and it's not something that can be altered. Actually, there is no person in this process. So it's a spontaneous process where the thoughts are formed. So thought formation is a continuous process from the time that the child is old enough for that function. We know the small children do not have the thoughts, but by the time like 2 years, 2.5 years, gradually thought formation occurs. Very often it is the eye and the ear combination, but sometimes depending on that stimulus, the other sensor functions also will combine to form the thought. This is again, I have to remind a very fast process, and individual level, at the level of the sense faculties. Because of the fast speed, a light is created, sound is created, maybe taste, smell, and the skin sensations, individual ones are created due to the speed. Actually, there was nothing. From nothingness, something is created. So the speed is the factor there. We know that the metaphors given is anything that you can think of, anything which is moving very fast will show as if something solid is there. So the fast the speed, the real looking is more and more strong. So this is what happens at all the levels, the eye, ear, then if it is relevant, nose, tongue, and the skin level. So at all these levels, because of the speed, something which was not there is created. So now, what about this Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana? Knowing how these thoughts are formed. So you have to find out how these thoughts are formed. When you know you know that it can be applied to any thought. The thought formation is something that will happen spontaneously. And even the arhat's mind, they have the thoughts, because you need thoughts to survive. So therefore, you can't talk about not having thoughts. Sometimes we hear some others who are joining our Zoom discussions, they say that one thing they say is that I want to get rid of this troublesome thought. Now, the answer that we have to give is that one thing, you can't stop the thoughts. Only thing you can do is understanding how the thoughts are formed. So, when you understand the mechanism of this thought formation, the current or the value, that real feeling that you had about the thought becomes less and less. So, that is the only way that you can do something about this process of thoughts, knowing how it is formed. So that is what you are trying to do in the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, which means that the wisdom of seeing how the thoughts are formed, which can very easily be done in this lifespan itself. Because if it is something to do about the previous births, then you have to put a full stop at that level, because you can't go beyond that. So the basis of the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, or the wisdom of seeing the previous thoughts or previous perceptions, we know that initially it is the five sense faculty function is the basis. And we know that now even at that level, it is because of the speed something is felt, something is created. And combination of these five will give rise to a different type of a function, which we call a vibration, which is named as thought. Now we know that each vibration has a small current. So when the vibration occurs very fast, the current is collected and or combined together, and the result is that a different type of a current, which we label as thought. And the thought, does it stop at that level? Because having thoughts is not a kind of a sin, because even Lord Buddha had thoughts, because you have to have the thoughts to do your day-to-day activities. So not having thought is completely a wrong concept. You never can survive without any thoughts. But having said that, the what is lost is that fire which is there underneath each and every thought. So that fire or that current is the one which becomes zero in this when you are studying how these thoughts are formed. So we know that it is a natural process. We know that the mostly it is the eye and the ear, and there must be the vibration of that particular sense of faculty for you to experience that. Whatever the vibrations, the trillions and trillions of vibrations which are there outside, will be synchronized to the vibration of the eye at that moment. And that is the concept we call seeing. But the eye is unable to identify what it is. This is immediately, with no time gap, followed by the identification or naming of the picture that was created. So that is how the thoughts of the rose flower, bus, car, house, son, daughter, spouse, myself, umbrella, all sorts of thoughts are coming. So, and the thought, when you do not realize that it is a happening right at this moment, and it is just a creation in the mind due to the speed, that feeling that you had, as if it is real, which means itta sanyava in Pali, perception of existence. And then along with that, the perception of self is the one which is created. So this is a normal series actually. Because of the speed, the sensor functions create something, and combination of those automatically, spontaneously as a part of the system, forms a different type of a vibration which we call the thought. And we know that each and every vibration has some form of current, and when it comes to the level of the thought, it's stronger. That thought, that current, is the one which helps the body to perform in the way that you and me are experiencing. It gives the necessary current to the muscles and the joints for them to move around, work, and that is how you feel that you are alive. So basically, that alive feeling is that current which is created as a result of the collective function of the five senses. So that now you know how the thoughts are formed in the past. Now, take an example, something that you can think of, something simple. Maybe you can take a different topic. We'll take it as pillow. Now, the baby had no idea what the pillow is. When he's a bit older, the mother will sometimes say, "Do you want the pillow? Do you like this pillow? This pillow is a bit too high for you. We will take a smaller pillow." And sometimes the baby is put to the sleep by gently sort of rocking. Kept, the head is kept on a pillow. Now that sound is registered in the baby's mind, and he know that picture is also what the picture is, the shape of the pillow and the sound combined together. And also the baby can feel the softness of the pillow also. This data is being introduced again and again and again, because we know pillow is something that is useful for you and me for the almost the whole life, because some people use one pillow, some people uses two pillows. So like that, you might have so many data about the pillow in your life. So now for you and me, the concept of the pillow or the perception of the pillow is something which is created instantly when the sound is coming up. Now I'm just telling you the word pillow. It is just a vibration of the ear. But see, the whatever the data you had about the pillow uh, coming up and constructing this thought called really existing pillow. Now you have a pillow which is existing, and also you are experiencing that pillow. You like to keep that pillow for you. It's very soft and you like it. All sorts of points, all sorts of perceptions will come to complete the picture of the pillow right now. So this is the knowing this mechanism, knowing how this is happening, is your wisdom of previous thoughts or wisdom of your previous perceptions. Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana. It's very clear that there is nothing permanently called thought. It's something instantly constructed there. And not only that, construction occurs having the fast vibration as the basis. So if this fastness did not happen, there won't be any vibrations like the way that we are experiencing now. So people actually who do not like to, sometimes some people get quite confused when this type of explanations are done. But as Lord Buddha was hesitant about disclosing this Dhamma to the world, because he felt that this Dhamma may be too difficult for people to catch up. But it happened in such a way that there was no issue at all in understanding. So then only Lord Buddha started preaching this Dhamma to the world. So now we know how the thoughts are formed. Now we know that the thought formation is just simply a process, and it is not there in the baby's level who is supposed to have the radiant mind, but the thought formation occurs subsequently, little by little, and it's sort of the rapidity of having thoughts becomes very, very high at the level of the preschool, kindergarten, or when they start going to the school. So many new thoughts are introduced. So even the same thought, like for example, the pencil box. So the children, when they are repeatedly exposed to the same stimulus, they have some idea that that not actually they have some idea, they get kind of convincing support to say that this is really existing. So there is a real pencil box to the child who is attending the preschool level, and in other words, the real pencil box means real, the myself is also there. So learning this process, initially it needed mainly two sensor functions, but by now, if one sensor function is there, rest of the picture is completed instantly. So that is how this mind is behaving. This is not generally acceptable to most of the animals. Some animals do have some form of mind level, but definitely they are unable to understand this truth. So you and me are so fortunate that we have been born as human beings so that we can understand actually what is this process. So understanding how the past thoughts are formed, we know now there's nothing solid lasting called a thought. Thoughts are changing always, and thought means actually it's a sound. It's a quiet sound, because when you see something, now right now I see a shape in front of me and the thought is wall. So the thought there didn't make a sound, but it is a sound. On the other hand, it is a sound. So like that you can interpret so many things which are coming as stimuli. You get a complete picture which is a creation of the mind as a sequence of the initial stimulus. So this is how the thoughts are formed, and we know that the thought is instantly rising and then instantly disappearing, coming to an end. So this is your Pubbenimasanusati Jnane, or the wisdom of seeing the previous births. So, in other words, a birth or the jati means simply a thought which has a value, or a thought which has a fire. That fire may be at different levels. So this fire is the one that we are trying to understand. In other words, a fire means it is the self. It is the self. So thoroughly studying the Pubbinivasanussati Jnane, or the wisdom of seeing the past thoughts, help you to understand the present thought, how the thought occurred at this moment. And we know that the word jati is used in the dependent origination in towards the latter part of it. The word jati is being used. So jati means the birth of the thought, or the thought which has been given a value, thought which has become real, is what is meant by jati. So also, it is said that if a person reaches the Sohan status, he can reach the Arhat state in 7 births. So, this again is something which is interpreted incorrectly. The interpretation says that 7 times you have to be born and then die. So, these are some of the things that actually discourage the people who are listening to these sermons. Oh my God, 7 times to be born again and die. What will happen in those 7 minds, 7 births? Lord Buddha never explained such a thing. He never talked about being born again. All his teachings were directed to not to be born again. It means that actually uh, uh, one aspect you can say that to be born physically again, that is one aspect. So Lord Buddha never advised or never mentioned a dhamma which where you are wishing for 6 or 7 more other births. What he tried to explain was that stopping the birth means stopping this empowering of the thoughts. Stopping the empowering or the fortifying of these thoughts means the jati will stop at that point. But the thoughts will form. Thoughts are occurring non-stop as long as this sensors are functioning. So the sensors will continue to function, but there is no value. Then you can't use the term jati or the birth at that point. So Pubbinivasanussati Jnane, or the wisdom of seeing the past thoughts, means how these thoughts are formed. What is this process? Understanding this is called that wisdom of seeing the past thoughts or the past perceptions, and that is the first step in these 3 steps or the 3 wisdoms, where you can have a very clear understanding about the formation of the thoughts. And next we go to the what is called the Chutupapata Jnane. What is meant by Chutupapata Jnane is that understanding about the present thought. Now we first studied how the previous thoughts are formed, and secondly, now we come to the present thought, the thought or the stimulus that experience right now at this moment. Now we know when you study one thought precisely, you know that all the thoughts are formed in that same manner. The Aryan Mahase's beautiful metaphor. He has given 2 metaphors. One is if you cut open a mangosteen fruit once, now you know the colors and how it looks inside. So when you know that the appearance is like this, you know do not need to cut all the fruits open to see the inside. You know the pattern is the same. Exact in the same way, he gave another metaphor, studying the line pattern of the mango leaf. If you can study the line pattern of one mango leaf, you exactly know that all the mango leaves have the same pattern. So you don't need to study all like 4,000, 5,000 mango leaves for this to understand this pattern. If you study one very clearly, that gives a clue. So, in the same way, if you understand how the thoughts are formed, how this process, how it is happening, then you know that every thought is formed in that way. So, automatically you come to the level of the Chutupapata Jnana, or the wisdom of understanding the present thought. Yes, we were talking about the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, and then now we are talking about the Chutupapata Jnana. As I briefly mentioned earlier, the Chutupapata Jnana, or the wisdom of understanding or wisdom of seeing the present thought, is the next wisdom out of the three, which are very important in to a person who is going on this Dhamma path. It's in Pali and Sinhalese, it is called Trividya. So we said that you need the wisdom about the past thoughts to understand how the present thought is formed. And I mentioned the two metaphors also that was given by our noble friend Aryan Hanse. So when you deeply study this pattern of how the thoughts are formed, it becomes very obvious that each and every thought is simply a creation at this moment, just now and here. So each thought is a kind of a repetition of a previous thought. That is the other important thing. For a system to have a thought, it should have happened earlier. But the thought pattern is changing. The thought about the banana that the small child got at the level of the preschool or the kindergarten level is different from the thought that you get you and me get about the banana now. So that means the more and more perceptions are added to the basic thought, and now the present thought is much stronger, much powerful. We this empowering mechanism, we use the word abhisankarane, or we use the word volitional formation. But the meaning is that it becomes stronger and stronger, and it becomes more powerful. The current becomes more stronger. So, in other words, the thought that occurred right at the beginning as a child is different from the thought that you and me get right now. So that means with time, various perceptions are added. But what you have to understand is that this is something, whatever the level, whatever the time, that thought is something that constructed right now. The thought is something created right now. The nature of the thought may be different. Thought may be more heavier, has more and more perceptions. Longer the time that you experience that stimulus, we can take this simple example, banana. The perception that the small child had about the banana is much simple when the child is at the preschool age. But for you now, when we are talking about the banana, there are so many other extra perceptions that we have received. The different types of banana, how to identify it. The tastes also will come as a perception. If there is a particular smell, yes, the smell also will come as a perception. And the good varieties and the varieties which are not that important, the expensive varieties, and the color when it is ripened, the various desserts that you prepare with the banana. So many perceptions are there for the thought when I tell the word, when your ear vibrates with the sound called banana. So that means the thoughts are changing, or the perceptions are changing. Perceptions are changing means the thoughts are changing, because sanya, or the perception, is the one which becomes consciousness, or vinyane, or the thought. So if the perceptions are changing, if the perceptions are evolving, the perceptions are evolving means changing. They can be either be more stronger, or the power may go down. It can occur either way. So this changing pattern of the perception changes the nature of the thought also. So whatever the level of the current, you know how it is formed now, because you have studied the mechanism or the method of this thought formation. You have studied very well. You have researched about the thought formation, because now you know about the wisdom of past perceptions, or Pubbe Nivasanusiti Jnane. Now that you know the magic here, you know the trick here. If you know the magic or the trick, whatever the thought which is coming now as a present thought, you know that there's nothing valuable in that. It's not something solid and existing. It's something just created as an aggregation of the five senses right now at this moment. And this moment, the when you understand how it is formed, the magician can't trick you anymore. The thought looks sort of real, but you know that there is no reality. It's just a collection of perceptions. It's something like a dream, isn't it? It's really a dream, a daydream. Every thought is similar to a dream because every component of it is just created due to the speed. So, this part, if you understand very well, now you know that there is no value in whatever the thought. So, the thoughts may be in the form of a person, maybe your child, parent, spouse, maybe your school, workplace, or anything belonging to you, jewelry, maybe expensive shoes, etc., your house, if you have a vehicle. So all these are thoughts. Whatever the thought, it is just a creation at this moment. It is just a creation with the sense functions, and it is simply because of the speed something is created to look like that. Then is there any point of getting attached, having a craving or aversion towards these thoughts? No, you will not have any craving or any aversion to the reflection in the mirror, will you? No. But you know, there's animals who do not understand, and also a child, small child who do not know this reality, and maybe some animals who do not know the reality will try to fight or touch or hit the reflection on the mirror. But you know that even though it looks really life-size mirror reflection, you know that there is nothing. I'm sure you may have noticed large-sized mirrors in the clothing stores where it actually doubles the looks, makes the room space to look doubled. Sometimes you might even try to go to the other side without realizing that you have come up to the mirror itself. So, even such reflections, you know exactly. The moment you see that it is only a mirror, you feel sometimes a bit ashamed because you try to go to the other side without straight looking at the mirror. You may have turned to the side and you were trying to go to that side. So, you feel that, oh my gosh, how foolish am I? I was trying to go to the other side of the mirror. But isn't it something same, the incident or the things that I was explaining to you? The the figures called whoever your family members, the other items, and so all of them are thoughts, all of them are creations in the mind, all of them are creations of the five sense faculties, all of them are created due to the speed, all of them look real but they are not real. They look real because of the speedy vibration. So these facts, as I said, maybe the reflection of the mirror, maybe a rainbow, maybe a mirage, maybe the infinity. So, whatever you clearly know, you do not have to think. You clearly know, it is well understood that there is nothing in those. You wouldn't try to touch the rainbow, will you? But a child will try. You wouldn't try to find water in a mirage, but a child or an animal will try, simply because they do not understand that it is only a reflection. But now we know that every thought is a reflection, every thought is a collection of fast vibrations. It's like the five fire circles coming together to form, which looks like one single fire circle. It looks like as if the five solar panels are creating current and combining to form main current in the house. So the five activities, five vibrations combine together to form one single vibration. So all are actually due to the speed. So speed is something that is very, very significant here. Without the speed, the story is not there. So now you know that there is nothing in this thought also. There's no value in this thought. The fire that used to be created with the present thought is going down gradually because you know how it is formed. You know that there's nothing valuable, nothing worthy to take in that thought. Whatever the thought which is coming up is just a creation of the five senses. Maybe your son. So sun is just a vibration to the eye, vibration to the ear, vibration to the skin. If he has a particular smell, body smell, the scent, body scent, it is a smell to the nose. So each time when you touch him or when you see him, rest of the senses will come together to form the full picture, the full thought of sun. Everything is like this. So you can always study this pattern. Take one stimulus and see how the rest of the uh, stimuli combine together to form, how the rest of the sensor functions combine to form the complete looking thought, real looking thought. So, Chuttupapata Jnana, or the wisdom of the present thought or the present perception, means that the system realizes that there is no value in this present thought. And there onwards, the things are actually moving forward. Things become more comfortable and more understandable. Next is the wisdom where you observe that your defilements are dissolving. The defilements are gradually dissolving. How does it happen? That is the third wisdom that I mentioned. So how does the defilements are fading off? Now you have the defilements, or defilements is actually the defilements means the killis, or all kinds of attachments, cravings, likes, dislikes, hatreds, jealousy, anger, sadness, all sorts of names can be used to explain the defilements. Actually, the word defilements is very, very sort of superficial. It's a kind of an umbrella word. But what you understand here is that basically underneath all this is only a current is there. So this current is the one that we are worried about. The current is the one, in other words, the self, isn't it? The current is the one, the self. So the asavakya jnana, or the wisdom about the defilements being dissolved, the wisdom of dissolving or fading off of the defilements, is the third one. Actually, that is something that you feel. So what do you feel? What you feel is that the burning or the current that was created in relation to the stimuli are going down. So that is your path. That is what is explained as the path by R.N. Mahanse. How do you know that whether you are in the path or not? This is the way to find out. This is the landmark, or this is the measuring yard to indicate that you are in the correct path or you are in the correct direction. So right at the beginning, it may be the gross level defilements that you recognize being fed. So it may be in the form of being angry with the children, or angry with the spouse, or sometimes angry with the relatives, neighbors, workplace, workmates, all kinds of things you can see depending on your environment, depending on your setup. It may be kind of cravings that you had. You may have craved to eat various food items. You may have craved to buy new clothes and new shoes. You may have craved to visit various parts of the country. You may have craved to go various functions, social events, to meet people, singing, dancing, all kinds of things. So different people will have different kind of cravings and attachments, desires, all sorts of things. So it shouldn't be because you are becoming physically weak or because of your age you do not need those things that you desired earlier anymore. It's not something like that. Something that is quite clearly applicable to the present life pattern also. If you feel that you are losing that excitement of the senses, you do not want to maintain that excitement or the uddipanaya to different senses, then you know that your defilements are going down. So as once Swarnamali explained, actually this the high wattage problems, large scale defilements are easy to recognize and easy to get rid also. But the finer ones are the difficult ones. So large scale ones means the self image is very strong. The self weave is the most dominant thing. That as a thought, you feel that you are there and you are related to them, and the way you want, and the things that you don't like, all kinds of things will come up. But later on, the large scale ones actually you tend to sort of get rid, and you really say that you are feeling very calm now, and unlike the previous days, you feel much better with the people. You are getting on with the people without much difficulty. So like that, sometimes some of our mothers are explaining. So the large scale, the heavy ones are easy to get rid, as I said. The finer ones, finer fires are the ones which is difficult to find out. So more and more clearer view that you are having about the darshana, more clear the darshana is. That means more clear how the thoughts are formed. The trick of the magic becomes less and less important. So that is why Aranahasi always says that sharpen your darshana knowledge always. Do not just try to have a knowledge about darshana and keep it aside. Always you have to pick up the larger ones first and then gradually go to the lower levels. And more importantly, one of the pitfalls that can cause problems on this Dhamma path is that sometimes the self who is experiencing the relaxed nature or the light feeling or the sukha is remaining this side, while the understanding is that I am no more having any burning with any issues. I'm so quiet, I'm so calm, I feel very comfortable. So there is a self who is enjoying or who want to maintain this nature, this relaxed nature. So that is one of the things, very important points that you have to identify. If you have a problem, if you have a doubt, particularly if you feel that you like to maintain that light, relaxed nature, if you like to have it, if you like to experience that again and again, that definitely indicates that self is there. Actually, what Lord Buddha said was that there never existed a self. Self is just a creation only. That current is the one that is felt, is named as self. So, Asavakya Jnana is continued gradually, purifying all your defilements little by little. And the system feels that the system is awakened, like system can see the things very clearly. Actually, there's no person who is seeing the things here. It's the jnana or the wisdom which is awakening. So when the wisdom is awakening, the defilements are fading off. Aryan Mahasi gave a beautiful example that it is like two rail lines moving forward. One is the awakening is becoming more and more obvious. It is simply, it indicates that you are awakened from your dream. That is what Aryan Mahasi explained. You are awakened from the dream. On the other hand, the defilements are fading off. So these two are actually moving forward in a parallel way. More you are awakened, your defilements are going down. The awakened, as I mentioned earlier, it's not myself who is awakened. It's not me who is observing this nature of defilements going down. It is the tool which is coming up from the system, which we call jnana. The closest word we can find is a wisdom. So it's a jnana which is blooming, and it is a jnana which is identifying this nature of defilements being fading off. This may be sometimes. The other important thing is that when you hear these facts in the Deshana, sometimes it is taken by thoughts. So that is another pitfall actually. Yes, you feel that, oh yes, I feel very much relaxed. I'm not having any kind of burnings now. I feel very light. I'm enjoying the life now. So that sort of comments are coming up from some mothers, fathers who are listening to these sermons. Again, those can come as thoughts. Those are tricks of the mind sense actually. The mind sensor, the nature of the mind sensor is such that uh, the mind sensor sometimes creates some very weird type of thoughts and weird type of feelings also. You may have heard sometimes some people explain as if they had some abnormal bodily experiences. They just wonder whether they have reached the Sotapanna state with that abnormal jerking type of experiences, or sometimes seeing lots of lights. So many weird things are sometimes explained. What Aryan Mahasi always says that just ignore those unusual experiences. They haven't got anything to do with this path. They are all again kind of weird shows by the mind sensor. So it's not something that is happening abruptly as kind of a fit or a jerk or something like that. If something is there, always put it to the side as one of the uh, funny creations of the mind sensor. So it is something that will happen gradually, and we know that some people can quickly pick this up, these Dharma facts. That is because their knife has been sharpened already into a great extent. Just final couple of rubbing is only needed. Such two people were Bahir, who just needed 4 sentences from Lord Buddha and to be an arhant. That was the Bahir's nature. And then we know that the Sariputta Thero became a venerable before he became a venerable, he needed some 2 sentences to reach the Soan status. So there are people like that whose knife has been sharpened only to the end. Just a couple of strokes are necessary to reach the final state. That group is called Uggatitanna. Then there are some other people, some other systems who need a little bit more push than this Uggatitanna group. Probably the Kolita, who became enrobed as Mugalan Thero, that one of the two chief disciples of Lord Buddha. Mugalan Thero needed 4 sentences, unlike his friend Upatissa. So Kolita was before the name before he became a monk, before he became a venerable. So he needed the full, all 4 sentences of that stanza to reach the Soan status. So Uggatitanna and Vipatitanna, and then next group is a Neyya. Neyya means they need actually lots of help, I would say. A lot of listening to them, sermons and discussions, maybe getting the things clarified by the noble friend. So the third group is a Neyya, and Padaparama means that group. However much explanation is done, they cannot understand the Dhamma clearly. So, like this, there are 4 groups, but remember, no one is going to be permanently in one group. Because a person might think that I do not understand this Dhamma, however much I listen, I must be in the Padaparama group, I never can go up. No, it's not like that. It varies actually. And it may be just confined to that thought only, or that stimulus only. So we know that all of us who are listening to this, our Aryan Mahase's Dhamma, they all are moving to one direction. They all are in the path. Maybe they are at different places, different points, or different levels, but surely you all have turned to the correct direction, and we all are getting the continuous support and continuous persuasion and explanations by our Aryan Mahansi. So you are not lost, and you certainly can come to bring an end to this samsaric journey, because we all have met together for one reason. We all have met together not incidentally, but that there is something hiding behind that. So we can be happy because we are able to get whatever the questions we have explained by Aryan Vahase in one of the Zoom discussions which is happening throughout the day. And for the people who are speaking only English can join the discussion time from 3 to 5 p.m. Every day Sri Lankan time, so that we will be able to help you in some way. If there is anything that is difficult for us to explain, we can always ask our noble friend Aryan Vahase. Dhamma facts that we are listening, that we are hearing, is actually simplified much more than how it is explained in the sutras and in Pali. Basically, there are very basic facts. Whatever is explained in long sentences, the basic fact is simple. If the system understands this, that we are dreaming in the night as well as daytime, that is a basic fact. Because we are not bothered about the night dreams, aren't we? Because when we wake up, we are quite relieved. Oh, that is a dream. No problem at all. That is not just a dream. Sometimes you might say, I was really scared. And when I woke up, I really found that it is a dream. And I was so relieved. But did you compare the dreams that you see in the night and your stimuli during the daytime in the time you are awake? Is it the true awakeness? No, no, no. So the night time also, in the deep sleep, in the sleep, the sleep where you are seeing the dreams, all five senses are working, isn't it? But is it real? No. You very well know that it is. Even though you see the colors, even though you feel the smells, you feel the tastes also sometimes. You feel the skin sensations. You might feel that somebody hit you even. You will feel the smell of some perfumes or some flowers. You will remember still the taste of something that you ate. You will remember the colors of the frock that you were wearing. I was wearing that red color frock, my favorite. And you could hear the sounds. Somebody was calling you. So all these are vibrations, all these are creations in the mind, isn't it? They are all thoughts. So thoughts occur as a result of the fast speed, and the five senses are functioning, but they haven't got anything to do with the physical organs at that time. The eye was not functioning, ear was not functioning, tongue, nose, skin, none of them were functioning, but you felt something real, really existing. And the myself was part of that drama, isn't it? So isn't it the same thing that is happening when you are awake? When you are awake also, you see the colors, you hear the sounds, feel the taste, smell, and the skin sensations. So taking all those, it's very clear that you are seeing a dream in the daytime also. But you do not take it as a dream. You take it as something real, isn't it? So if everything is a result of the five senses, five faculties, then whether it is happening in the so-called sleep or whether when you are so-called awake, what is the difference? Everything is a part of the dream, either daydream or the night dream. So whichever the name you can give, but both are dreams. But one part you take as real, other part you take as a dream. So these are the facts that you have to understand. It's not easy to get convinced because always the mind sensor will give various explanations How can it be? Because when you wake up, that dream is over. But in the real life, it's not so. Something which was happening today will continue to tomorrow. Now, what we do not understand is that what happened today is actually not related to the things that happened in the previous day or tomorrow. They are all new thoughts, new happenings. But because of the tanha or the desire, this is latched or connected to each other. It's hooked to each other. Now, the chair that you see now, you feel that the chair which was there yesterday is the same chair that you see today. Yes, you can say like that, but what you have to understand is that the chair created in the mind yesterday is not the chair that was created in the mind today. It's a new chair. But because of the avidya, you feel that these two are connected to each other. But the mind didn't have a permanent chair in that. Chair was created at that time and then it wasn't there. Right now, today, again, the chair was created when the appropriate causes met together. In other words, when the senses, the relevant senses were functioning, a new chair was created for today. But what is important is that the fire that was created in relation to the chair shouldn't be there. That is the level of the Arhat's mind. So if you see the chair in the same way like yesterday, and if you have no fire related to that, that is actually what matters. So some of these things, it's difficult to get convinced. We know that because we are used to have that common type of thinking pattern, not only in this birth but throughout this samsara journey. We followed a particular type of thinking pattern. So reversing is not going to be very easy. I know that reversing is something that has to be done gradually. Like now the chair became true to you with repeated doses or repeated uh, data, isn't it? Right at the beginning, for the small child, the chair wasn't a thing. Chair wasn't something real. The child didn't feel as if it is something real. But now, with the repeated exposure or repeated stimuli happening about the same thing, now the chair is powered, empowered, and it's stronger now. Now there is a really existing chair for you. So in the same way, when you are reversing this flow, you have to use smaller doses. So what Aryan Maharshi said was, right at the beginning, you will have to take it as an active thought. So whenever you feel the heaviness of the thought, whenever you feel that something as if it is real, in an active thought, you can say this is just a reflection. This is only the mind. And mind also, there's nothing persisting. So this stage we call savitaka, because you are actively thinking and then giving a small dose about this not being real. And when you do it for some time, you will feel that you do not need to do it as an active thought. It will come up as a passive thought, just simply a thought. Oh yes, there's nothing in this. This is just a creation. So a thought will come automatically without uh, having any active sort of push. And with further time, you will have it as a feel. Then you do not have to think about it. You know, you what you have about the reflection of the mirror is a feel. You don't need a thought, isn't it? The what you have about the mirage is a feel. You do not need to think that there is no water in this one. So ultimately, what happens is it becomes something like that. At the beginning, you have to actively think. So particularly when there is an incident, you might feel very heavy about it. You feel that that incident became a thing to you. Then it's worthwhile analyzing it. Use your darshan and knowledge. How did this thought come up? How is it? How did I feel it? What happened here? So it's a kind of a post-mortem that you are doing. You study the event. How did it happen? Spread it out and see what sensors function. And the fact that it was just a simply a thought, and thought was composed of few sensor functions, and that was created right now, and in no time it's gone. So like that you can analyze that thought. That is kind of active thinking. But later on you don't need to go into detail, because this active thinking should not be continued. That is other important thing. Then it becomes habit. So do not actively try to think of it. Kind of passive thinking will come up. And further, as I said, it becomes a feel. So now you will realize that more when the incidents are coming up, you do not have that weight that you had earlier. It becomes lighter, and then the things become just an incident. There is no weight uh, to the incident. In other words, the thought is not having that value that it was given earlier. What I am explaining is more like theory maybe, but these things actually you need to know, but most of it is something that you have to experience. So your own experience is something that might come up in words in a different way. That is why sometimes R.N. Mahansi says that when people are explaining their experiences, he straight away says those are thoughts. And sometimes when people are trying to explain with the words, then R.N. Mahansi is interested to find out, yes, what do you feel? Explain it more. He will try to encourage the person and get it out of them in their own words. So what our advisor always says is that his assessment is not only with the words that is being used. So many ways our advisor feels. Our advisor can feel that the nature of that person's mind. So we have to be very careful. We have to be very conscious about our thought patterns, because many things can be given as a thought. Actually, thoughts will cover your nirvana pathway, because we know that thoughts means it is just a collection of perceptions only. The path to the nirvana is the feel. Feel cannot be explained. Actually, feel, if you try to explain, it is with the thoughts. So even if you feel something comfortable or some relaxed feeling, what Red Masi says is that do not take it seriously, just ignore. And we know that listening to the Deshana alone causes some miracles, some miraculous changes within your system itself. So, which is a beauty actually, because some of the changes of the system sometimes gives a kind of surprise to the self. How did it happen? It wasn't like this earlier. The responses to this particular stimulus was quite different earlier, and kind of amazing feeling. Yes, that is how it happens. That is the beauty of this Dhamma, particularly this practical side of this Dhamma. Lord Buddha's time, Lord Buddha used to have a discussion every day with the venerables in the evening or the night, and to discuss about the individual person's experiences of that day and any queries. So similarly, RN Vahase is always encouraging the listeners to join the Zoom discussions and come out with their questions and queries, which is actually uh, a really very valuable opportunity that we all have. So we must take the maximum use of that chance, and listening to more and more Deshana. Sometimes, when you listen to the same Deshana after some time, you will feel that you are understanding it better. And there may be certain points that you have completely missed in your previous session, but you pick them up in this present session. So that is why it is very important to listen to the particularly the important deshana, important sermons where RN Vahase is giving a summary of the darshana. It's worthwhile listening more than once, maybe 3-4 times even. And if you have a chance to discuss with somebody who is listening to this deshana, it's worthwhile. Or you can join one of the Zoom discussions and explain how you feel it. Particularly if you are a singly speaking person who has experience of listening to Buddothpado Deshana for more than 2 years, it's really worthwhile joining the 7 p.m. Zoom discussion Sri Lankan time, uh, where RN Mahase is quite often joining, and you can explain how you feel about yourself. What are the changes you have observed? So, those are very important, because when it comes to the final levels, you always need the noble friend's help. Once Ananda Thero asked Lord Buddha, isn't this Dhamma path depend on the noble friend 50%? But Lord Buddha said, no, not 50%, it's 100%. So the noble friend's support and the guidance and the help is 100% needed for you if you are going on this Dhamma path. So, initially, our noble friend, the most important noble friend, the noble friend was Lord Buddha. And now we have a noble friend, Avaran Hanse, who is guiding us, who is taking uh, timeless effort all the time, day and night. He's spending so much of his time and effort to guide everybody who have been to this path, Dhamma path. So we are ever grateful to him, and it is unimaginable the way that he's spending time. Sometimes the whole day he's taking part in the programs, and not only that, even he joins 7 o'clock Zoom discussion in the night also, and then again early morning 5 o'clock Zoom again he's joining. So in between in the night he's doing so many other works, so many I would say. So this Buddhothpad Deshana are spreading actually within the country as well as outside the country. It's so beautiful to see that more and more people are turning to this path. because as people who have listened to many other sermons from different venerables, we felt that there is a big difference here. We felt that the nature called Sandittika is really there in these teachings. So I am sure you will feel it in the same way. So I will conclude the session from here. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect, and I worship Aryan Mahanse at his feet. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse, as always we say that we are very grateful to you all the time for all this guidance, and you are giving the strength for us to continue this work like this. And may all our friends who are listening to this Dhamma be blessed by Triple Gem. And may our friends who are helping us with the background work be blessed by Triple Gem. So I will conclude the session here, hoping to meet you again in another session. Teruvan Saranai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa. Therwan Sarnai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading, The Two Dhammahasa Vedana, Volume 2, page number 50. Samadhiya is due to your continuous effort to be mindful by focusing on the blank white screen at the background. You begin to develop an uninterrupted awareness of the blank white screen. This effortless, peaceful focusing of your mind, watching the thoughts, is called samadhi. Once you arrive at the state of samadhi, you always only see the blank white background. In this state of samadhi, you don't pay attention to the colors you see on the screen. You would only focus on the blank white screen, always seeing the blank screen is ultimate wisdom. Samadhi automatically develops the 5 spiritual faculties: sattva, virya, sati, samadhi, prajna to a higher clarity. Prajna is wisdom, the wisdom that makes you realize the pure truth. The wisdom of realizing the pure truth is also known as awakening of the Dhammacakkusaya. It means that one sees the truth. We are not able to realize the truth at once. Therefore, a little samatha meditation, concentration meditation, can help you immensely to keeping your mind at one point. A bit of concentration to keep your mind from running away will help you go on the path and realize the truth. If you had practiced the Anapanasati meditation before, then as soon as you realize that your mind is trying to wander away, you would know how to bring your concentration back to your breathing. In the same way, you have to learn to bring your concentration to see that whatever you see outside is a lie. You know that you are always being tricked by your mind consciousness, and the mind makes you feel that the outside truly exists. Believing in the outside world is called anusotaya. Now you have to learn how to avoid getting tricked by the illusion. You always get tricked. It is very difficult to stay without getting tricked by your thoughts. You have to apply a lot of effort to avoid getting tricked by your mind. Therwan Sarnai, everybody.
Therwan Sarnai. May Triple Gem bless you all. I think some of our Dhamma friends are participating to the Mudita programs today, so they will not be available. That's fine. We'll continue the discussion as we can. So, we worship Aran, say, for his guidance, and this, we can start the discussion. I will continue to talk, and but you can join at the Surankai is here. So, what Shani was talking about is today about this mind consciousness and you know, that how this illusion has tricked us so far, and how it has brought this burning inside. So the burning is actually, we have talked a lot about this in Sinhala discussions, but I'll bring it back again, that the burning itself is me. There's no separate me. I think that is the difficulty in understanding that this burning has brought us to think that there is someone here. That is our kind of understanding, which is fair enough. I mean, if there is some burning here, which is not even relevant to the situation, of course there should be someone to feel the burning. That's how it is. That's how the interpretation comes. It's in kind of not voluntary. It's involuntary because no one has to teach a child or a person that that there is me, even if there's no kind of proper language system. Even if what we take the example is someone growing up in the jungle with the animals. If there is a human, still that sense of self or the self-perception will be there. How that is happening is because of this burning happening here. The burning is not there. Actually, doesn't necessarily matter whether you are seeing or whether you are hearing, whether you are feeling or whether you are thinking. It doesn't really matter. So, but if you really understand this system, the system will continue. The burning will not be there. You have don't forget that the bodily sensations, pain, if there's any pain, you cut your arm or you have fractured your bone or whatever, if there's anything that has happened, the tenderness, the pain, everything will be there, because that is because of the sensory organs. They will be there. But if the misunderstanding of that it is felt to me is not there, and that even sense of self is not there, actually it's something you have to feel. That will actually bring you so much tranquility, even in the middle of any physical damage. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. Whatever the physical damage it is happening, or whatever mental damage it is happening, because we know that anything can happen in this life. This dream continues, but if the burning here is not there, then it's just another occurrence, another stimuli, another spark, whatever the way you call it, just another incident. So that's what we discuss every day. And Shani was talking about, if someone's mind is so flustered, they can try to do some concentration meditation. But this understanding about the sensory organs and understanding that there is actually no self here, it has nothing. Actually, it is the most important thing. not just only concentration meditation is not going to give you happiness, because it will give you some solace, some tranquility for a the time period that you are doing. But this Dhamma is going to give you unparalleled, unlimited in every condition, in every, whether you're standing or every posture. Nothing matters for this tranquility, for this awakening. So that is what is important here, that we are actually trying our best to elaborate on these first few steps in this Dhamma. We don't talk much in detail about the latter parts, because the most important thing is to come into this experience of non-vibration, and that is where the actual path begins. So Joel is also here. Joel can ask the question if there is anything wondering from yesterday.
Yes, doctor. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
From this thought pattern, how can I moreover, these thoughts are disturbing because of social pressure. If you don't have a job, why you don't have a job? If you're not married, why are you not married? These kind of questions from people make me to worry more. It's that's the problem that I have. So how can I face this?
Yeah, why a question would worry you, we can dig into that, because there are so many questions people can ask, whether specifically someone close to you, or even someone not close to you, can bring up a question like that. But why a question can reach you even, because not all the questions reach you. I mean, if you get my meaning about reach you, is like, doesn't fluster you, it doesn't make you wonder or ponder about the question. If the question brings you some value, that is where the problem is. The question has brought you some it has a major value, because as I as we discussed on the first day when you started the discussion about the thought, I actually elaborated on the point that whatever the aspects we have so much stuff in our mind, like so much stuff hidden, even we don't want to touch these areas. So these areas get actually just one word can boil them up. Just one one aspect of even a picture can brought it up, even a voice can brought it up, even a topic can brought it up. So that is what is happening. A topic, that's the question itself is annoying you. The question itself, not just because it is being asked by someone. Question itself is bothering you, even subconsciously it's bothering you anyway. That is what it is, because if you're not even bothered about, why are you wearing that shirt, you'll be like, oh yeah, who cares? You won't remember even that someone has asked that question. But because that this question is very close to you, very dear to you, the question itself is subconsciously working there in your system, that has become a thing to you, and that has the ability to make you feel that burning. So that is what it is. So the question, if you keep understanding how this system works, actually there's no difference in between asking why are you wearing that shirt today, and why are you not doing a job today? It's this kind of some it's kind of a question, isn't it? But if we ask an intimate question itself suggests that it is dear to you, or it is very close to you, or is it just value? There's a kind of a value to you. So the value, how does the value come from? The topic job has a value to you. Topic marriage has a value to you. There's so many aspects to it, because I am not going deep into that, because but in your mind you will understand what I'm trying to say, that there's so much deeper aspects into that. The deeper aspects, if you dig into that those aspects, you can understand why there's a big deal about these topics, the topics itself. So imagine someone is from Sri Lanka, I mean in where when we live abroad, if someone is from Sri Lanka and Sri Lanka is undergoing some calamity, how that topic is so sensitive to that person who is living here, because they have an idea, isn't it? They don't get an idea when some other country which you even don't know is in trouble. You might feel something, but at the like particularly, I don't think it will kind of give you a lot of burning. So when if we keep understanding how this mental formations, how they give actually no, the other way around, how they have become so important to you is when they come again and again and again and again. So as a child, imagine you are like 18-year-old, you didn't have a job, you didn't have to think about a marriage, but slowly these ideas from the culture, because this culture is different, cultures are different too. So imagine you are in a Western type of culture. If you are a Gen Z kind of some generations below, in the near future, I think there would be a trend that no one would get married. Well, no one would wonder about who is doing what, specifically some countries, they don't worry about what you're doing. They don't really marginalize you, identify you by your job. So if you are self-employed, you're just doing that. If you're doing some cleaning, you're a cleaner. Doesn't necessarily matter, but in some cultures it does matter. So likewise, all the environmental factors, all the social factors, this brings you the value. The value is molded. When we talk about mother, we talk about how the value is brought about. Even though if the baby was changed in the initial bit, if the baby was accidentally changed, that baby will be telling mother to someone else accidentally or unknowingly, but still that memory, that thought will carry a heavy burden, because you feel it as real. You just, this mother did this, mother did that, my mother is like this, or my mother didn't look after me, that in the other way around, there's a big story that you can tell the other way around too, like my mother didn't want me, my mother didn't like me, mother hated me, treated me badly, whatever the way that they have the story. This is the story that we have for your 35, 45, 55 years of age. That's this drama, this story, this film. It's ongoing. And that's actually what we talk about. This mind consciousness is actually just a formation of it's just a manifestation. But when it comes again and again and again, the power of that thought becomes so much that you feel the burden too much. So just the word job might piss you off, just make you agitated, angry, irritated, or self-conscious. Actually, that word itself make you to understand that burning is brought about. So you feel kind of understand this now. So that is who you are. Actually, there is no the word. If we say I feel this, it's not actually not that. The I is a misnomer. It's actually a just an idea that we have. But actual what we call I is that feel that you get, the burning that you get. So this Dhamma is all about understanding the everything, not just part of it. So if you keep understanding this Dhamma, you will realize how this propagates, how this story propagates. Story began when you were like 16, you were doing O level, and if you did O level and then you did A level, then you have like a different thing. You just start studying. You do a degree, you do some kind of further studying, and then there's a pattern that society, or we can call it society, but there's actually the family, everything brings about a pattern that this should happen, this should happen, this should happen, this should happen. And yeah, likewise, it's the same to everyone. If you ask everyone in this forum, that's the same thing. Everyone has an agenda, like the given agenda. It's actually a given agenda. It's environmental, it's social, it's it's, but from our point of view, we don't really much talk about that. What we tell is it's actually in the mind sensor, because mind sensor has this whole lot of stories. A king, if you think about it, just a king. I mean, we can't talk about kings that much at this era, but still, if it is a king has a different world. They has to look after lots and lots of wives, and that kind of pattern. Who brought that pattern? There is a pattern, but now that pattern is gone. There's no kings at this time of the time, but there's a different pattern. And if you think about maybe in 100 years, the pattern would be completely different, and no one would be even questioning whether anything is happening to you. And you might be wondering and pondering, why no one is asking me any question, no one is bothered about me. Actually, that might happen too, because everyone is so self-conscious, so self-centered, they might not even ask about anyone else. That can happen too. But what I'm trying to say, this is all a manifestation of the mind. If you can understand that, actually, and also how one thought has come to that so much importance. Like if someone's job is so important to them, and if you started to not like it, or if someone if you take a simple thing like you wanted a different kind of life pattern, but you don't get it, kind of that what you want, the aspiration of that, or the thinking about that, makes it much gives it much more value. And if someone talks about anything like that, when someone is coming to your home and talking about, I went for a holiday and all that, then you might be like, oh, that's so good, I wish I can go. Likewise, there's so much things that we prefer, we like, it's our kind of the dream, because every person's dream is different, the world is different, their aspirations are different, and their views are different. But common to all the humans is the self view. They have the view that it is happening to me. So I'm touching everywhere, bits and pieces everywhere, so you might get confused. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is you have to understand why some topic will make you agitated or anxious, and get angry or even react to that, because another question might not worry you. If someone asks you, can you do this? And you will be like, oh, okay. But if someone asks you, can you find another job? And you will be like, what, even the word that, that brings you so much, synchronization to that, the things that you don't want to explore. So one way is to understand why this is giving you so much power. So you are, if I'm imagining, I don't know whether my thinking pattern is correct in that way. I'm thinking you don't have babies, Joel. Do you have a family at the moment?
No, I'm not married, doctor.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
single.
So in that way, like imagine a mother. The mother's world rolls around you. You will understand from your mother's point of view. Mother's world rolls around the children's lives, and when they get older and the children are moving out, they feel like empty because they are like they didn't have babies when, like, imagine they got the first baby at 20. If it is like kind of any family, like basic, and now the mother is 70. You have had the baby for 50 years now. Your child is big and the child has even children, but this one thought, the daughter or the son, how that makes you, so agitated or happy. It can be either way. It makes you kind of get that burning or feel that makes you. It's a very complicated story then. 70-year-old mother having a 50-year-old son and worrying about that 50-year-old son, or even thinking, how can I die? I want to live with my son. Or other way around, why son is not looking after me? Why son can't call me? Why son can't come and see me? So the world revolves around topics or stimuli or the thoughts. Our thinking process works in such a way. So why you in your story, you have your own waves. They are all waves though. That's the thing. They're all thoughts. So if for some reason you decide, or you felt as not marrying or marrying, whatever, that has given you some power. That word marriage even has given some. It has a power. That thought has a power. That you have to understand. How did that happen? That word didn't have that much power when you were a 20-year-old boy. But now why it is having so much impact on you? In the sense that is you. The impact is you, actually. Don't forget that. Because when we talk, the words can carry you away. But the burning is you. There is no separate you. That is why we feel alive. So that is the problem that you have to understand. Why it has given you such impact. Why you are. Why this. The job. The word, even the job, can make you irritated. So, do you actually have an answer? Why? Do you understand this? All these thinking patterns are just construct, and how this is working. But what has made you to worry too much about these things?
Yes, doctor. Like today only, I downloaded this Buddothpado book from Chrome, and I've started to read this. But in our culture, like when even unknown people, when they meet you, the first question is, "Are you working or are you married? If you're married, why don't you have children?" Again and again, we face the same questions.
Yeah, that's the thing. That is not found here. That's actually so intimate questions that's a cultural thing that is there. But in a way, in a way, some cultures are actually open to that, like you're used to that, you're okay with that. But what made you so protective about that question, though?
Because they ask about it again and again, it started to make a big impact on my life.
Yeah, but
Because
why are you annoyed is the problem, because if someone asks some other question, you might not get annoyed, isn't it? So that's what I'm trying to say, that these topics annoy you anyway. I think they annoy you anyway. I think that has the word, even that word might bring you up some unwanted, burning, so that you don't like to bring it up. That's what it is usually. And so the culture is, yes, the usually, the neighbors know everything about the house, but here neighbor knows nothing. But that is the kind of the pattern. But that doesn't necessarily mean this is correct or that is correct. You know what I mean? Like, can't really say that the pattern here is correct, because there's no kind of there's some good things about these things too, but there's bad things as well. Everywhere that is the same thing. If you're living in a jungle, there are good things and bad things. If you're living in a like a very open society where everything is questioned, all the privacy is not that much important, they keep asking the intimate questions like that. That's kind of one way of culture, isn't it? But there's a different way also. But a lot of people are depressed here too, kind of agitated here too, anxious here too. So how that can happen? Because they feel, actually mostly this side, the European countries or the English speaking countries, they feel isolated. They feel helpless. So these ideas about the why it is hurting you is actually because the same question has brought you so much burning. So the burning is depending on what our views are. That is how it is. So so do you actually worry about actually how can you live without income, Joel? How do you have any other sort of income?
This forum, I cannot tell
That's
certain answers.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm living.
Yeah, if you have an income, that doesn't bother you. That's what I was trying to say, because the income is the main thing. The job is for income. Job is to find food. Like just to get fed and to buy some clothes, and you have some comfortable life, isn't it? If that is there, then it's not a big issue. But burning comes from, as I told again and again, burning comes not from that factor. Even not from the point that they ask the question. Burning comes because it gives you so much value. And basically, if you start hating a job, you might get this idea that the job, either job destroyed you or job, something like that. It doesn't necessarily matter what it is, but it has given you that, sadness, anger, pondering thoughts in the past. Depression is actually pondering thoughts in the past. You know that as a counselor, you know all about that. And this future, of the future. So someone's question is just a sound. Just a sound. Question is a sound. Question, discussion, it's all sound. This now you hear in this Zoom discussion is a sound. But then this, how that sound gave you so much, hatred or anger or anxiety or stress or, you know, some kind of burning. That's why we use the burning, because there's so much words to use if we use multiple words. But burning is the fire you get by hearing just a noise. But how did you get that? How did you get? That's what the science of mind is. You learn the science of the mind here. You learn how a sound has brought so much sadness in someone's life. How did that happen? Because you heard a sound, but your mind understands that as something, and that has so much meaning to you that it brings you kind of agitation. And if that same question is being asked again and again, you would feel like even punching that person, even though that person has never asked it before, because that question was being asked. The question and the person who asked, that the person who asked may be even completely unknown to you, like they just met you and you say, oh, where do you work? And you're like, here it is again. And but that person was just trying to make a conversation with you. And then but the burning here is back because of the telepathization of that the word, or the telepathization of that mind, the thought. This synchronization brings back all the burning you had before. That is why we feel like going back to that burning again and again and again and again. So if you understand this process, next time someone asks that, you'll be like, oh, this is what the burning is. Your actual your understanding was a different angle, because the burning comes, but you identify the burning, not the actual person's problem. The why this person is asking me a question. It doesn't happen to you. You get the burning and you are like, here comes the burning. Yeah, that's how you will be understanding this Dhamma first in the initial bit. What do you think, Surangika? Do you have another aspect to discuss this? Because there's multiple aspects to anything, because there's so much different entry points to a topic.
Therwan Sanai, Mokila, and Therwan Sanai, Joel, and my friends. Yeah, I think I think Dr. Kokila is trying to give you different angles of it, and also without trying to put too much of our just the usual terminology that we typically use in the Zoom discussion. But invariably, I think because we are talking about the truth in this Zoom discussion, there is also a bit of a challenge in not using some of that wording and some of those aspects to really explain what is happening here and the problem with this so-called thought as well, isn't it? Because ultimately what we are trying to say is that why has that thing irked you? Why is it that, hearing it over and over again become so much of a bother? And that is what Dr. Kokula is trying to explain. That is because that word has been given a value to you over time. It is a perception. The perception now in society also, we talked right at the beginning about societal norms and conventions in different cultures. There is these different expectations that, everybody has to have a job. A man has to have a job and then fend for his family. This kind of old, probably some societies are still kind of stuck in time. You can say that, but then some cultures, you don't have to, just as Dr. Kokita said. So depending on what culture, what background one has grown up in, these are basic stuff that, for example, you have to, if you're 25, a woman has to get married. Otherwise, the mother or the father or somebody will say, why aren't you getting married? And there's societal pressure. There is pressure at home, pressure from society, and anywhere. So that asking that person, why are you not getting married, would not be a problem for that young woman if that young woman also did not have a value given to the fact that marriage is a thing. But if marriage has become a thing and that perception has grown stronger and stronger as that person has grown up now, marriage didn't mean, there was no meaning to marriage when that girl, young woman was a little baby. Marriage didn't mean a thing. But when did this marriage become a thing? When did marriage become a word or a reality? Because as that child grew up, he or she in this case, has been told various things. We have given names, labels to various perceptions that have come across, that have manifested through our senses. And we have given objects names. We have given objects names like mother, father. We have given objects like school. There are friends. You have to go to class every day. This is what you do on weekends. You are Jack. And when you grow up, you have to be a good boy. And then you have to do your exams well. All these things have been fed into you. It's almost, this is just basically a program. So when each of these objects have become more and more real to you and you start to believe it, the objects are there, and then this duality, I think we spoke of yesterday or day before, the sense of self comes about because these objects are given meaning, and then these objects mean something to whom? And then this automatically a sense of self gets developed here. It is a misnomer, as Dr. Kokira said. There is no self, but it is that sensation, that feel that arises when somebody names a thing and calls it mother, when somebody names a thing and says, there is a rainbow. You get this feeling. There is a sensation that arises out of that thought process, and it is that feel, the sensation, that through ignorance is being called or labeled the self. So this whole thing gets magnified, compounded from childhood days. Labels, names, conventions, norms, societal practices, cultures, all these things accumulate and accumulate to the point that every word has a loaded meaning to it. Now, in the culture of, I don't know, some African tribe, if you say something, it might not mean a thing. Even the language, even a sound, a particular sound can mean one meaning in one culture and a totally different meaning in another culture. I mean, we have come across this, although nothing comes to mind at the moment. I'm sure you would have come across such words. So how did that happen? How can one word, one sound, mean something different in another culture and something totally different in another culture? Isn't language also perceptions? Now, the perception that was given to the sound in Sri Lanka can be totally different to the perception of that same sound in another country. Or if I say, if we say job to a very remote African tribe, they wouldn't even understand what the word job means or the sound job. So nothing would trigger them. That word would not mean anything to them. But if it is told to a person with that background that you have had, with the stimuli and the objects and the attachment of value to each of those things, with that background, then it has become a thing. But it is not something that is happening to a self. That is the importance of this particular forum that we are trying to bring to the fore, because understanding the fact that this is just stimuli after stimuli that has been programmed, and it is just a system that is occurring, and it is this stimuli that has got the value attached to it unerringly, not out of your doing. There is no one doing anything here. That has now inadvertently, unknowingly and unerringly given a value to it, so that now when you hear about it, because without even acknowledging to yourself that stimuli, the thought, the job has become valuable to you, because you might have grown up in a background where you know that a job will give stability, a job will give income, a job will give you a good lifestyle, so on and so forth. So even if your circumstances at the moment is okay, you are in between jobs and you're taking a break, the mere fact that somebody is reminding you or questioning you brings up through telepathization the value that has been attached to that particular word. But as Dr. Kokila said, it is only a sound. When did the sound become job? When did the sound become stability? When did the sound become that job that person meant means I am incapable of it, or that's what that person meant about it? How did all that happen? That is because of that value attached to it and the telepathization of all the perceptions that are associated around the job have, unbeknownst to, I can't say you, unbeknownst to the system, has become of value, and which is why that heavy feeling, the irritation, the annoyance comes up at that point. So instead of taking it as a self, if one can, as Dr. Kokila said, look at the thought and understand how did this thought become annoying to me? What is behind the thought? What is this word? How come this word is so irritating? Why did I give value to it? Is there anything here that is of substance? Isn't that word just a sound? That is what we are trying to help analyze by understanding the mind and the mind process. Because ultimately, whether it is a societal norm or a convention or an accepted value or anything out there, there is nothing. The fundamental tenets of this Zoom discussion and the teachings of the spiritual teacher is there is no self here. The self angle and that ignorance has to be dissipated. That collapses when one understands the mind and the mind process. It is nobody's doing. That is fundamental, absolutely fundamental, that this is nobody's doing. If one takes ownership of the thought as this is my thought or this thing is said to me, that is where this whole thing really, the pain, the suffering lies there. So if we can understand that the five senses, the sense faculties, are the things that are giving us the perceptions arise through these sense faculties, and without these sense faculties, there is no way that one can even ever experience the outside world, so to speak. Then the stimuli that is coming is realized as just a natural occurrence.
And Surangika, the other thing is, this topic that Joel brought up. Imagine a person who's separated. Just imagine someone has separated. Now, it's a big deal as well. Now, like the if someone has separated, and if in a culture where it is a big deal, then people would be questioning about the separation. Then I have some experiences where patient has the diagnosis of the cancer, but the patient doesn't want to bring up the topic of the cancer. Stuff like that, they get even they get annoyed. It's only few, but they get annoyed with the idea that there is some problem here in the system, the body. That why is because it has so much power that it brings him down. It gives some sadness, some anxiety. There's so much health anxiety here anyway. So this sensitive points, I would say that would be the better way to put it. I think there are so much sensitive points that we don't understand, and even the society or so-called society, anyone can ask a question anyway. But when separation is a normal thing, imagine in the world, everybody is separated. Will anyone question about the separation? oh, everyone is not married. No one will question about the marriage at all. How does this, even one word brings so much power? Because there is something different. So this is the variety of perceptions we have. If there's someone is married, there's someone is unmarried. So of course, if someone is tall, there's someone is shorter. If someone is having high income, of course there is someone who has low income. So there's always, multiple perceptions. Anytime, any society. But the thing is, how one brings you suffering, and the other way around, it changes this generations. If I'm, because like when I was younger, when we talk like that, the peer pressure, the parental pressure is to marry. And I don't know whether I would do that to my kids. I can't imagine myself doing that to anyone. Well, of course, if they want to, they can, but I can't imagine myself doing that to anyone. So just even before listening to Dhamma, so the pattern of thinking keeps changing. But what doesn't change, well, the pattern of thinking, pattern of the world, pattern of the dream keep changing. What doesn't change is this the feeling of self, feeling of existence. That doesn't change. It's always, it's there. That doesn't change. The Lord Buddha, actually, this truth, we talk about this truth. Truth is actually about understanding this feeling of existence. Did you get the point, Joel? Do you get anything about this, the way we talk, or you don't get it?
I got it really, really in a good way. And I mean, this forum is just healing my raw nerves, which have been so raw. So yeah, I'm great. I'm thankful to you all for opening up certain things like this and healing a person. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for asking questions too, because if we talk about Dhamma, we just talk in one kind of language, which Surangika was trying to tell, because we are so used to that, we kind of tend to do that. And I really like to change the way we talk, unless someone like you come who doesn't know anything about Dhamma, but trying to get things, how does this suffering come from? Why am I suffering? Why am I getting annoyed? Why can't I be happy? Even if someone asks me a question, why do I care so much? What is the problem with me? Is it a problem? Why the same thought coming to me? Why can't another thought come to me? Why everything revolves around me? And there's so much value in questions, because the explanation takes time. But yes, an explanation is so personalized too, because the it's so personalized that we haven't seen. I have never seen any of my Dhamma friends. We don't know each other. I know Suranka lives in Australia, but we don't know. I don't know anyone in this. We have like thousands of Buddothpado followers, but we don't know anyone. We just hear their voices, yes, but we kind of get into kind of one form of understanding that what our noble friend is trying to tell us, that this suffering is stemming from the feel of existence, and the idea that we have the wrong idea we have. There is a self who is suffering. I am suffering. This is happening to me. I am listening. I am talking. I am acting. Basically, I'm a doctor. If I say I'm a doctor, I mean, I believe that. Sincerely, I believed that before. And now it's like a joke to me. Like, I mean, joke in the sense I'm still a doctor, yes. But what I'm trying to say is kind of, it's in this dream that, you know, how do I believe that this dream is actually real? It's like a manifestation. And the consciousness, basic consciousness, that is also actually due to the speedy vibration of the sensual organs. That's all what happened. That's all what happened. But we have so much suffering because we didn't know this. But if the suffering is not there, you will be so light, so happy that you can't even explain, and so much tranquility. You will be doing whatever you have to do. You have to feed someone, you will be feeding someone. You have to look after your parents, you'll be looking after your parents. Or whatever. There is some actions, yes, because that's until your breathing happens, your body will have some actions. And until the breathing happens, you will be talking because and mind works, and also you will be thinking. Those are the only few things that we will be doing. Some actions, some talking, and some thinking. And these things will not stop until the breathing stops. And that's it. So much tranquility from understanding this Dhamma. And you will just try to heal others. That's all. That's all, isn't it? Sranka, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, and the other important point is the beauty of understanding the fact that this is a non-self, this whole self-perception is a misnomer, is that, and this is the thing that fundamentally makes everybody in the society suffer. You know, whether they are people in wealthy homes or in a poor man's house. We think, wealthy people are great and they're happy and enjoying all the time, but they're not. The suffering is given a whole different meaning in this pure truth. But what I was trying to say was, when the self-perception is not there, the whole thing about beating yourself up, there is this entire society, the depression, the suffering comes from the fact that you beat yourself up, that either you haven't done something or you should be doing something or you want something. Something is always, that is the thing that you're beating yourself up. Either you're worried about it. If you're happy and you got something, then you're worried that will go away or that will disappear. So even in a relationship, you are worried that the relationship will finish or that person might get fed up of you. I mean, I personally have gone through these things because you see the way these things happen. If it is wealth, then if it is a businessman, the businessman will be worrying that the business will fall under.
Yeah.
So either way, there is suffering. And why is there suffering? Because a thing has become real and there is a person to which that thing is happening. But when through this truth one understands that this is just a process and there was no self here for it to be caused to a person, that this is just a natural phenomena. Now, when a tree is growing in the forest or a tree, a seed becomes a plant and the plant becomes a tree, it takes its nutrients from the earth and it has its all full root system, all that happens. The branches sprout out, it turns into the sun, it takes whatever from the sun, and then, the flowers turn towards the direction of the sun. Do we say that the tree has a soul there, the tree has a self there? No. It's a natural phenomena that things grow, the seasons change, plants grow. So why have these human beings, through this ignorance, taken this misconception and said that all these things are happening. They don't say that I have these sensors are there and the sensors are me. The sensors are there now.
And through sensors, there's hormones too, which really does the same job. Yeah.
No, I mean, if we think that everything is within our control, then, is your blood circulation within your control? Is the breathing happening because it's within your control? How many things within our digestive system is happening? How many things in the respiratory system is happening without your own volition? So does that mean that there was a self there controlling? No, but outside, through the thoughts, there is this whole ignorance thing happening where you think that the thoughts are mine and my body is mine. And that is where the misconception lies. So breaking that down is what this truth is all about. Because once you do that, you stop beating yourself about anything, because you understand there is nothing to beat yourself about. And then if there's nothing to beat yourself about, there is no stimuli, or there is a stimuli still, because the law of the mind, this, what shall I say, the natural occurrence of the thought process still occurs as long as, like Dr. Kokila said, as long as there is breath in this body, in the human body, the thought process cannot be stopped. It's a natural phenomena. As long as the sense faculties work, the sense faculties generate sensations and they turn into perceptions. And that gives rise to thoughts, and mind consciousness is born. That cannot be stopped. That occurrence is a natural phenomena that has to be absolutely driven into one's penetrative thinking. It is a natural phenomena. No one is doing it. And if that is well entrenched, well embedded, you can give up the notion that there is a self here. That is what we are trying to shine the light of truth here, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah. The way that the way we misunderstand the whole human body is actually it is so much. It's a beautiful illusion, I would say. Kind of how we change. Like when it comes to the teenagers, how the teenagers feel. The teenagers, how they feel is completely different to how maybe a 20-year-old will feel, because they start to feel the pressures, as Joel was starting to say. I mean, 20-year-old might feel the pressures. The teenagers, they don't have much pressure. I mean, their mother might say, can you study? But, they don't have the pressures of, living or trying to, I mean, very rarely sometimes, very rarely a person may do a job and feed the younger siblings because the parents are not there, something like that. But usually teenagers' world is completely different than if you take the 20s, the hormone starts to, the teenagers, the hormone starts to work, but the 20s, they manifest so much features in the body that is amenable to reproduction. So the reproduction is just part of this system. So what we think about these things is completely, different. So that's where the society comes, the culture comes, the environmental aspect comes, like the genetical aspect comes. Everything comes together. But the actual notion of self is doesn't change from animal to even worm will have that sensation. So it's so beautiful to understand this humanity, as well as you can understand the trees as well. You can understand how even a sea creature, how they change, they keep changing. So it's so beautiful. I think it's a beautiful research, isn't it, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Like, I have another question. I think I have a short period of time, but I just want to ask, when Madam Surangika also spoke about this self kind of thing, are we discussing about our ego?
Yeah, actually, yeah. So You brought it up. So you brought it up, and I haven't actually brought it up because it may be too much. Because you brought it up, I would say actually the topic marriage touches the ego. That is the problem. That is the self. That is what it is, isn't it? That is what it is. So but we don't talk in that aspect because because you are new, you just have to keep understanding how this ego happens, isn't it? So the ego happens due to a reason. Ego happens due to a misunderstanding that there is a self. And what we are trying to say is how this ego has evolved into so much powerful thing that suffering is related to ego. But ego in English literature is slightly different to our the way we talk, because the English literature, the ego word is used when a person is so much full of pride too. But
Yeah,
that's
like
not
conceited. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's complicated when we take the English literature meaning. But when we talk about the ego, actually it is about this self, so-called the alive field here, the actual the self kind of vibration. So
Yes,
it is
self-view.
slightly different what we call ego and what English literature calls ego. So don't misunderstand the words we use may be slightly different to what you call ego. Because if I tell my children the word ego, they might tell, no, I don't have an ego. Like they will be like, no, no. So when they say no, what they mean by I don't have an ego means they're talking about that pride, kind of that aspect. But in our aspect, when we talk about ego, that is kind of a deeper meaning, because every being, even if it's a kind of every being has a ego, but in humans it can manifest like really big because of this mind. Because the mind makes it so big that it is kind of like a bomb, I would say. It is because of that our mind, like kind of this human mind, because the mind makes everything bigger. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, Joel?
Yes, yes, yes. I'm listening to it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the ego is actually, when we say ego, we can take it as a layperson meaning as well. Yes, it affects our ego. But in our kind of deeper meanings, this ego is me. There's no separate my ego. That's the thing. There's no my suffering. There's no my ego. There's no my problem, my depression. There's nothing like that. It's this burning is me. So that is what we are trying to understand, how this has arisen, how this self vibration is continuing to give us problems. The ego has so many meanings, as you said. Every weird topic, some topics doesn't touch your ego at all, but some topics touch your ego so deeply. If someone, a beautiful girl, just imagine a beautiful girl, she's like the most beautiful actress in the world. I'm just taking an example. Someone tells her that you think you are beautiful. No, we know the goddess type of beautiful person than you. That sentence might not affect a normal person. Like, yeah, of course, Of course there are, but that actual, if that person's self vibration is too much on that beauty of that person will be so annoyed by that topic. She might run away from that topic, or she might actually not talk to that person ever. So that is how it is. So this we never know where our defilements lie. Like defilements is like where our this egoistic factors are lying, isn't it? Anything else? I think are we running out of time? I'm
Yeah, I
not
think
sure.
we are running out of time.
But we have 5 minutes. Yeah, we have 5
Or do
minutes.
we?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's, I think that self-view and the self-identity itself is what we are talking about in this Zoom, rather than that ego, as Dr. Kokila said, from a Western standpoint. So definitely has a meaning, and it is applicable, as she said, to all living beings, not even only humans, but it is magnified in humans, Joel, because we have such a big mind, and that mind itself is, it's very ironic, because it is, according to the truth, the way it is, that the mind itself is required, this egoistic mind. And when I say egoistic mind here, I mean the self-view, the magnified self-view and the self-identity is only in human beings, because of the mind being such a big thing. But that mind itself is required to do the penetrative insight in order to transcend the mind itself. It is you use the mind as a tool to transcend the mind, because there is no way that other animals, I mean, you see them suffering, right? You see them becoming a spoil of another animal, and all that happens to animals. But you can also see that they're helpless, isn't it, in the way the animal kingdom works. When we see these on Discovery so much, the deer gets hunted by the leopard or by the lion, but can they do anything about it? No. Every deer, the fate of a deer is that. But can they get out of that vicious cycle? They can't. And they have a very small mind. That mind is completely incapable of taking them out of this self-view or the suffering and this whole cycle that happens along with the cycle of suffering. But it is man with that big mind of his, which is also bringing us all this suffering. If we continue to have the self-view, it is that same mind that is used to penetrate and see the truth. So that's the beauty of it. But I'm sure if you downloaded the book and you start reading the first couple of pages, you'll start getting an idea of what how this whole thing is unraveling. Particularly, there'll be a good explanation about the sense faculties. And I'm sure you'll have plenty of questions again for this forum as well, Joel.
Yeah, it's so beautiful actually, that because I kind of avoid that word because it can hurt people, because that was actually told by my children too, because they kind of, the way they react, I understand that complete meaning to them, the word ego is different. So kind of I try to be careful, because the listener might misunderstand for pride, or the whatever the meaning that they have, so that actually, Joel, the explaining this Dhamma in English is not easy, because if I say awareness is being taken already, that word is being taken, but we are aware that I'm on I'm sitting down, I'm in a room, and the temperature is so high. I'm aware, but that's not the awareness that we talk about in Dhamma. We talk about, that's why actually we discussed, and Aranwanse has put a different word called super awareness, because the super awareness, what we try to say is that you kind of have the awareness that there is no self. So because we can't say that to that normal awareness word, so we kind of put another part to it and try to say it in a different form because the identification is different. Because super awareness, you're not actually just aware about things, you're aware that there is no self. So that's the new normal way that there's no burning inside. When there's no burning inside, the sense of faculties just work, and you communicate as you did before. You do your whatever the expectations that everyone has, or whatever expectation that there's a pattern of living. That pattern of living will continue. If you are teaching, you will teach. If you are you just continue to do so, and that is not the big deal. Actually, finally the suffering is not there. You will feel so much tranquility, and then you will start you will infuse it to others too, like, because it's in vain that if you keep it to yourself, because it's nothing. It won't happen because there's no self. It won't happen. So the understanding of this truth has nothing to do with a religion, though. So, and that's a big beautiful thing. It has nothing to do with any religion. Any being is suffering. Any being, even having all the, imagine a billionaire. If we say, billionaires should be happy, you can have whatever you want to do. No one will question also, because the first question Joel asked was about social questions. But then imagine this with the social media and stuff, how much social pressure they develop to themselves. It's weird. This world is so weird. So they have, even if they don't look at that side, just imagine no one is looking at the Instagram or the Facebook or the whatever the whatever they have. This I don't even know what they have out there now. So these things, even if you don't have an account, or you don't look at them, people still worry, like the even after being a billionaire, if the suffering gone, if you don't feel any suffering, and what point you will suffer is when you have to die, because you have to leave everything you have.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everyone, Sanai Aranamasa. Everyone, Sanai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 48. You can call this a kind of meditation. When you receive a thought, you should look at the mind without the image. It is similar to looking at the theater screen without looking at the images on it. This scene is like nirvana. It is like seeing the truth. Realizing the truth is known as the awakening of the Dhammacakkusaya. Awakening of the Yathabhuta Jnana means you see the true nature of all things. You understand and realize how all things come together to form this illusion. Once you realize the truth, you will no longer be tricked by this illusion, by this feel. The moment you realize the pure truth, you awaken the wisdom of Aloko Udapadi, Vidya Udapadi, Chakun Udapadi, and Prajna Udapadi. Now you know how to see the illusion. You have to put a great effort to realize the illusion outside. You need to apply the 5 spiritual faculties Sattva, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, and Prajna to realize the illusion outside. Sattva means you are willing to understand what the truth is. You know how to look at the screen and see through the images and be aware of the blank white screen. You are aware that what you see outside is only a feel and that is not real. Sadhanusari is a person who sees the truth in this illusion. You have to develop an effort or virya to see the truth in this illusion. You have to see the truth in every thought you receive. Satya is when you practice being mindful to see the blank white screen at the background. Later, this Satya develops to a Samadhi. Thank you, everybody.
Sarana Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us and starting our session. We all pay our homage at Aryan Mahanse's feet, Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. And we warmly welcome to this English Zoom discussion from 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time until 4 p.m. And we also thank our technical team, our friends who are behind the screen, always helping us to conduct these Zoom discussions. So as usual, Shani read two pages from the book that we are following, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2 book. So still we are at the beginning. We are still talking about the thoughts and what is meant by the world created by the sense of faculties. So we are still discussing the very basic facts. So little by little, some light is shed, and now we know that the world, what is called the world, or the materialistic world, is something created at the sensor level of different species, so including the human beings. So the capacity of the sensor faculty will create something, and which is an illusion. Actually, what happens is, due to the speedy vibration, something is created at the sensor level, and the functions of the sensor faculties will together form what's called the thought, which is another form of vibration. So everything is a thought basically. So thoughts are whatever you name, it's a thought. House, trees, daughter, son, mother, car, everything, everything is a thought. So why we say that the thought is an illusion? It's simply because due to the speed, something is created by this sense of faculties, but due to the ignorance or avidya in Sinhala, it's assumed that it's what is there, it's really existing, but it's actually a picture created or a reflection created in the mind. It's a collective function of the sense of faculties then and there, which creates some form of picture. So we either get attached, clinging, or we reject or we feel averse to these thoughts which we think is really outside there. So this is the basic teaching of Buddhist philosophy. Actually, Buddhism is not a religion. It's not another religion, but it's a kind of philosophy. So irrespective of the culture, irrespective of the original religion or the geographical situation, any person can study this and see the truth. Lord Buddha used to say, come and see. I mean, he never asked us to blindly believe what he said. He said, each of you can come and see this Dhamma and then understand it to yourself. What is meant by this Dhamma Chakshusha, which was mentioned by Shani, is that opening up of your wisdom. Actually, it is not the physical eye, but it's also, I mean, can be called as a third eye, where it's the wisdom which is used to understand this Buddha teaching. So I warmly welcome all our friends who have joined Dhamma discussion today. We can start the discussion on some topic or something that was read just now from the book. Therwan Saranai, all of you. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Saranai. Yeah, we can start a discussion if someone can actually bring up ideas, that's also fine. I think in the book reading, are we slowly going towards the field, or have we finished that bit? Yeah,
Still, I think we are just sort of halfway like of that. Still more to read on that topic.
Yeah. So either any one of you can bring up an idea.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Saranai.
Friends in prayer, worship to our Mahansa. If our friend Joel doesn't have a question, I'd like to ask, maybe we can ask him to just interrupt and ask any question that he has during our conversation. But until such time, I was just wondering whether you can elaborate more on the mind consciousness and the feel, and the thing that we say, happiness without happiness and sadness without sadness, the distinguishing between the emotions and the feel. how when we try to discern the sensation arising from the sense faculties, we've discussed this, that the mind consciousness is the trickiest of them all. I think, Dr. Sakuntala, you dealt with it a little bit today in the morning Zoom discussion. I think quite a few people asked various questions as well, but just on that aspect about distinguishing the sadness arising from the mind consciousness as an innate feature of the mind consciousness, and the sadness as an innate feature, as opposed to the sense of heaviness that we identify separately as self-vibration. If you can just give a few more examples than the usual example that we always give about the Buddha scolding the Venerable PeoTV's and sending him out of the thing. And the typical other example we give, like, when we meet a friend after a long time, there is an initial sense of happiness. But that is just in the periphery, or almost like a surface-like happiness. It doesn't really, there is that calmness that is deep within that remains unperturbed. If you can just give a few more examples, because I think it would be good to clarify that a bit more, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, that's
Hello,
really
doctor. Hello, doctor.
Yeah, Sanai.
I'm Joel here, doctor.
Yeah.
Connecting my question to Madam Surangika, what she asked about this mind consciousness. Yesterday you said about how to come out of the mind and live happily. I didn't understand that. So can you just give me a clarification on how to do it? Thank you.
Yeah, they both are related questions. So, okay, going, I think Surangika won't mind if I start from Joel's question.
No, of course not. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think here, I don't know whether Joel can remember, I started talking about mind consciousness or the thought. It's a thought. So this, I'll elaborate in such a way, I don't know whether that will clear this, but I'll try. So just imagine this current dream. What I call the dream is just this world. So when you wake up in the morning, can you see that the whole lots of things, like I have to quickly get ready, dress up or cook something, send the kids to school, go to work. Okay, has to put the beans out, stuff like that. So there's so many things. They are just thoughts. So that is the mind consciousness. But the problem is, the mind consciousness has that, because it acts very fast. If you research about this mind consciousness is very, in the sense that anyway, the consciousness, when the word consciousness comes, you feel like as anything is existent because of the other way around. If you feel something existent, we call it consciousness, actually. So the consciousness is where we feel something happening. So in that sense, the mind consciousness is that we feel like mind is existing. That is due to the very speedy occurrence of these stimuli. Stimuli, Joel, when we refer to stimuli, it is each and every thought. Because thoughts happen very fast. We even can't differentiate that we are driving as well as listening to music. Or we are reading a book at the same time. You hear the background, a noise in the garden. So, or anything like that, you're cooking, you're at the same time, you're concentrating on a podcast, something like that. So, but according to science as well as Lord Buddha's Dhamma, each and every stimuli is quite different, and they arise and they subside without our knowledge. But the thing is, this because this happens so fast, we can't even differentiate anything like that, and we feel that this mind is existing. But actually, there's no big deal about this because it has happened anyway. But the big deal is that because we have misunderstood this whole thing that it is actually existing. The misunderstanding or the ignorance is the main problem, that we feel that this is seriously existing, but it's actually not. If you can, that in Sri Lanka we have something like Torang, or in abroad we have like some fireworks, even with the, in they make I can't remember Sri Lanka, the word that, they with those gadgets they make up happy 2026. Just imagine like that in the sky. How do they do that? They do that through the very fast occurrence of lights. Similarly, it's a simile, it's a metaphor. Similarly, that is what happens in our systems too. It's very fast occurrence of the vibrations in the eye that we feel as light. Very fast occurrence of the air. Actually, they are receptors. There's so much receptors in this body. That is why we feel alive. So those when the vibrations happen so fast, that is what we call actually sound. At the same time, when these get activated at the same time, a thought process starts. That's how a child actually starts to think. If you go back to the child life before thoughts start, you can't remember anything. Why? Because that's the time that you felt. You just felt. But then thought starts to happen, and first thought may be mom, then second thought may be dad, or even bayang or something like that, because we use so many different words. Or you may say, in some houses they may say dada, mama, it's quite different from each household, but whatever the words, whatever the perception, the idea is to identify something. So when we feel something, we try to identify. That's our human nature. So coming back to Charles' question, what we really do is we understand what happened. That's all what we do. So we understand that before becoming trapped in this mind, because it's actually a trapping, because you can't feel anything anymore. You just keep thinking, because you get up, you see the bathroom door, it's a bathroom door, even though you're not even conscious about it. You're not even, thinking about it specifically. But if you were supposed to ask someone what happened in the morning, or what happened before the fall or something, they will definitely say, I was going to go to the bathroom door, but something was there on the floor and I just slipped on it. How did that happen? Until such time, they didn't pay much attention that they are going to the toilet and all that. But it is there underlying. So the mindful world, or the mind, or this dream, I usually call it dream because it's much easier to understand. So that the night also you might see a kind of a dream with all the perceptions. Can you see? If you see your, we'll take an example, you see your friend in your dream, you definitely know it is a perception. Perception is kind of gives you idea that it's not real. Even just by saying perception, you know that it's not real, because you saw friend in the dream, but you know it's not real. The problem in the real world is because you feel like living, because this skin is working, eyes are working, ears are working, tongue is working, you know, and there's a thinking process as well on top of that. Now you feel like alive and you feel like you're inside a world. That's the thing. This has to be actually understood first. Understanding only leads you to understand that actually the duality that now directly in front of me is a door now at this moment.
Therwan
And
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, there is an interruption from time to time. Don't know whether it's from my side. Others must be hearing. Is it Surangika? Do you all hear Dr. Kokila properly?
Yes, we can hear clearly, Sudharma. Dr. Kokila, we can hear you clearly.
okay. Yeah, I think Sudharma, you might have to move a little bit to find a better place with the internet. So so when we try to understand the perception, when we try to understand this dream from morning to night, you are kind of in a dream, but we don't know that. That dream is full of stuff, you know, like you do stuff, you talk, you think, when you do stuff, what do you mean by that? So you know, brush your teeth, you get ready, you dress up according to the occasion and go out, come back, do shopping, cook something, eat something, sleep, talk. What else do? You don't do anything else other than that. So, but what actually happens is, these are kind of perceptions we have. For an example, if you are very old, you might actually forget. There's like a disease which can happen that you keep forgetting. The perception. If you tell, could you please get up? They don't know what is get up means. They just stare at you because they don't know what is get up. Can you imagine that? If you have seen, you will not ponder. It's actually a thing which can happen. So what happens to that? There is a problem in the perception. So that they can't identify the perception. So I'm telling all these things to understand the perception. So the perception of things, people, the story, the day-to-day life, the whole thing, the world is in our mind. So this mind consciousness, every word we say, every word that comes to our mind, every simple thing that we do, because we can't do something we don't know. If you say something like ching ching ching, I won't do anything because I don't know what it is. But then if someone knows actually if it's like a proper word, I just made it. But if it's actually a proper word, someone would act. Someone would talk. Someone would think about it. But if I don't have a perception about that, I won't. So our world is our world. So kind of my world is bit of, you know, English. At times it's Sinhala. But the language is just the way of expressing the mind consciousness. So that's the normal humanity. But the most important thing is Joel's question: how do you actually liberate from mind? It's not like a mechanism you jump out of something. It's actually understanding that this mind is not real, and the value given to this mind consciousness goes down, and one day you can feel this in single stimulus, whatever the thought, you might be able to feel it, like you are actually not in this kind of, you will be directly in the field, and even that, so that's beyond Joel's question. Even that, you can feel if you actually know that even the feel is a mirage, because feel is also there because of the speed of this sensory organs, then you might be able to understand the feel of non-existence, or the absence of duality, because we always have a duality, but the absence of duality. There's no big deal about this experience, but the main important factor of this experience is that you understand this continuity feeling we have, that someone is existing, is broken there, because you understand that actually if the stimulus is understood, that the power of the stimulus is not there, the feel of existence is also not there, and that is so blissful state. So that is the important message here. But the question again comes where, how? That's a big question. How? Well, that's the whole Satara Satipatthana, that's the whole Pratipada, that's the whole Satyajnana, that's the whole truth. That's knowing this properly, knowing how this system works, knowing how humanity works, or even how an animal works, or how any, investigating on every aspect of living being, because every living being feels the feel of existence. Can be single cellular organism. Like we call them bacteria, but the bacteria doesn't know that it's a bacteria. But the single cell organism. But even that single cell organism have a vibration, so that there is some activity, so that also feels the feel of existence. But the beauty of the humans are the single cell or multiple cell organisms, or even animals. That we know animal world. Even animals, they don't have a expert mind system, so they can't really understand the mind as well, because the humans have a mind, yes, but they can actually understand the mind too. That's the beauty of that. So the understanding the system of mind, system of sensory, other 5 sensory organs, system of feeling existent, system of feeling alive. How does we get into the notion that we are existing, we are alive? That is how it is. And there are if you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if you ask me how am I going to liberate from mind, there are so many factors into that. So many. I don't know whether I can finish it, but there's so many. One is having a very deep keenness, or keenness, or if there's any other better word for that, like a really keen to know the truth, keenness to know the truth. I would put that as one, because only few people will feel any interest in this, because people are interested in seeing movies, people are interested in seeing a scenery, people are interested in having maybe touching your partner, or anything, any bits and pieces. So these are the like experiencing the sensory organs basically, but very few people would be keen to understand what happens here. There are so many, actually. If you research about the world, there are so many who are trying to understand it. So many neuroscientists, so many, the physics, or even um, neuropsychiatrists, because there's so many attachments. And in spirituality, people who are interested in spirituality, they all research about this. What is this consciousness? How do we feel alive? What is the difference of being like feeling alive here and the animal feeling alive? Why there's so many different patterns? Why one person is different to other person? Why twins are different? What is happening after birth? What is happening after death? How is this power different? How can we kill someone at one point and cry with sadness in the other moment? How is our power changing so rapidly? How can we like be jealous of someone at one particular moment and also at one point say that I really love you? So how can we do this? How can we change so rapidly? There's so many questions out there. Nobody wants the answer. They just go on and on and on. And suddenly when closer to death, they think about, oh, where am I going now? I should go somewhere. Yeah, they're planning where to go, basically. So that's how it is. That's how normal our day-to-day life. That's fine. I mean, I'm not telling anything against that. But what I'm trying to say is only few people are keen to find the truth. So that would be one, I would say. And actual effort to find the truth, because you can get a small curiosity. Okay, what is happening here? Oh, next time, I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. Just I don't know, who cares? You give up. So that you have to have an effort to actually research about this, and ability to research, because you have to have a good kind of deep, inquisitive, concentration ability to research on something. If you're so flustered, you can't research on something. And the other thing would be actually have a proper mind system, mind which is not affected by any psychedelics or any drugs, I would say, substances, or which is not always corrupted with other stuff. Because when you have so much, if you're fighting to survive, or doing a job the whole day and trying to earn money and survive, that is the only thing you will be concentrating on, because you don't have much time. So the time kind of, I would say, some physical and mental, some peace would be very much good for this. And ability to appreciate the different personalities, or kind of different entities, where there would be people out there who would feel better than you, kind of who would feel wider than you, that I would say, not better than you, because it's all our experiences are through our 5 sensory organs and the mind. But we have different abilities. They are different. They are very unique sometimes, and we have to appreciate that. And if someone is telling a kind of a practical thing, you can listen to and see. That's where we start to change. If there's something that you hear and you feel that it is kind of true, and you feel that, because if you have a good quality mind, without any crazy ideas like needing to earn money, like you have to do something, or you are overwhelmed with some emotions. In that moment you can't do this. But if you actually have a small time for yourself, and then some calmness. That's enough. That's enough. You just have to have some peaceful moment to understand these things without any craving for any sensory kind of organ or a thought. So if you get all these things, you might not get all these things at one point, but you might get here and there, because you might take a leave and then, go for a walk. There's no big deal about that to anyone. No one would question, why are you going for a walk? I'm going for a walk because I feel like I have to have exercise. So no one would question that. And you would, as I said yesterday, you might start feeling also kind of, the feel is not there much with us, but the feel is beneath us. Actually, it is covered with so much thoughts that we are not even bothered about the feel. So these things are all without right view. As I told yesterday, all these factors are without right view. But only one thing that Lord Buddha said was the noble friend. The noble friend who understood Lord Buddha, that's the Lord Buddha at one point. He understood that there is no self by experience. It's an experience. It's not something we only talk about. So it's an experience that there is no self here. There's no, this additional power is actually brought about by misunderstanding the so-called world, so-called dream, so-called stimuli. Basically, so-called our sensory organs. We completely misunderstand them and think there's an owner. I'm entertaining these things. So, but if we keep cutting these things, like, even if you talk about your eyes, you're talking my eyes. So where's mine? This is the research. This research goes very deep and interesting, but only few people will find it interesting because it's a kind of a boring thing for some. So there are other factors too, being truthful. Someone like Joel, he had been very truthful about him feeling, thoughts, recurrent thoughts has made him down. So he's so truthful about it. He's not hiding it. He's coming to a forum and saying openly, okay, I'm having these really bad thoughts coming back again and again. What the hell? Can I get rid of this suffering? So he's asking a question. He's being truthful to himself. He's not like, putting it under a carpet and trying to, cover up and keep smiling until the day you die and, you die with suffering. No, he's actually open to it. He's trying to find an answer. Why they are suffering? What's the big deal about this? Why it is not going away? Why can't I stay away from these bad thoughts? Why can't I have only good thoughts? So he keeps researching. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Being truthful to yourself and trying to dig deep into the thinking system and feeling system. Again, the answer is complicated actually. The answer is, he asks how to liberate from mind. Again, I've been telling only the few initial factors here, but how is through understanding this truth about this system of feeling alive. How do you feel alive? How do you feel existing? How this consciousness occurs? How this eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, touch the tongue and the nose. Touch is a vast area. You feel cold. You feel temperature. You feel the pressure. You feel the depth. You feel the kind of light touch. You feel the deep touch. You feel the the liquidity. There's so many factors in the the feel, and also the pain receptors. They make you feel alive. Of course they do. Why? It's so painful. It's so painful. I got a cut and it's so painful. Yeah. So who got the pain? I got the pain. Who else can get the pain? I cut my finger and it's so painful. I'm in pain. So can you understand this? Who got the pain? I got the pain. Who got the pain? Who is I? Then you keep digging into that. Actually, who got the pain? And we keep understanding. There's a belief that there is an I who is feeling the pain, but there is a pain. So that's the body consciousness. That's the point we are telling. So because there is the sensory organs, we feel alive. We keep understanding that. And on top of this thing, this, the bundle of baby, that's a feeling baby. That's a feeling baby. The baby feels everything. Baby feels the light. If you put a torch onto the baby's eyes, he blink like a disaster happened. If you shout, the baby will be like shaken very quickly, because the ear doesn't know what to do. And yeah, there's things that the baby is like a bundle of a feel, but this bundle of fields get together and form another new vibration, that is the mind. This mind is a big deal now for us. If you're like 40 years old or 35 years of age, you have a story for about 30, you can't remember about less than 1 year, we will just drop that. Or you may not even remember 2 years, who knows, but whatever, those maybe 34 years. Then if you are 35, maybe you might have some idea that world that we keep thinking that this happened to me this age, I sat for exams, I got through, okay, I got married also, I have 2 kids now, okay, now I'm on, I work there, okay, so who is I? You get confused if you actually do this research. You really will get confused. So this I is actually a belief. It's a belief. That's a belief that ruined the whole thing, but it's a belief. But you can't, just because I'm saying this or just because Lord Buddha is telling this, no one will believe that either. Joel can't believe this just because I'm telling this now, today in a forum. Oh, she kept telling that there's no self. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I should think about it. Yeah, you can think about it too. Or better than thinking about it, do a research. Touch something and see. Did you touch it? Do this research yourself. Smell something and see. What did the smell do to you? Is there a duality? Yes, there is a duality. How did that duality come? It's actually a thought. But actually there is a kind of a duality. That's why the thought has been arising. So we keep understanding, we keep investigating this, and we understand this thought process is actually a construct where we got trapped. Just because you understand this, you are not going to go resign from your job and tell the kids you die because I'm not going to feed you anymore. That's not the thing. You just keep doing what you're doing. It's fine. But in deep down that none of these things are actually true. Why? It's a manifestation. What's the manifestation of your puppy dog? Well, that puppy dog has a different manifestation, but it's the same. The dog can be in your room. So it's the same room, isn't it? So you sitting on the floor, the dog is sitting on the floor, same place, kind of really near. But do you think the dog's manifestation is similar to your manifestation? No. Oh, just imagine there's a cockroach also. What about the cockroach's manifestation? What is his world? It's the same room though. And there could be a fly also. What's his manifestation? What are his perceptions? But it's the same room. So it's really interesting. Just really interesting. Scientifically, that's why I actually got dragged into R.N. Vance's sermons, because I was kind of researching about what this really means, so that I mean, I don't think everyone would be dragged to this field just because of that. So it's up to everyone to do this research. But when you keep doing the research, one day you might actually feel that in whatever the one single thought, it can be a crow, sound of a crow. And you might directly feel the vibration without actually being in the mind. And you know that it's actually the speed occurrence of the ear faculty that happen. And you might actually encounter or feel the non-vibration, kind of absence of the duality. But the sound is still there. Nothing has happened to anything. But just that you felt this discontinuation of your ever failing me, then you might understand this. That is the beginning of your path, actually. But this may be too much for Joel. But anyway, answer is complicated. Answer should be told slowly. But if you ask me in one sentence, can you tell me in one sentence? It's all about understanding how this, mirage, or how this illusion, or how this dream is happening. Does this make sense, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Actually, it made sense. Like now I can understand that all these thoughts are kind of illusions, and we must not cling on to those things, and we must not get stuck onto those things, but see it from outside of ourselves.
Actually, Joel, the you know what you said, we should not cling on to something. Actually speaking, end of the day, if you actually feel this truth, you will understand that what we call we is the mirage. Because there was nothing to cling. We thought there is something to cling. That is the issue here, that we feel this, this as existing. So because the world is existing, we feel as existing. But if you don't feel the world as existing, your power here is also going to get zero. But that doesn't mean you are dying. That's the thing. This is so much blissful states. But you will be continuing your work without any burning inside your mind. But as you said, first we feel, when we hear this Dhamma, we feel that, then if we understand that, we will not cling to anything. But what actually happens is, we keep understanding that we was a misunderstanding. Whatever we say money for the clinging part, the money is a thought. Just imagine the thought. If we take thought, the money, if the money is a mirage, what are you going to cling to? So where are you now? So it's a kind of the two sides of a coin, Because if you feel some value to the money, that is you. There's no separate you. So if you feel the cross sound, that is you. There's no separate you feeling the cross sound. That is a misunderstanding. Did you get the point? It's a bit too hard maybe for you, but if you get it just for like, fraction of a second, you might get it. You might get it. And it's just understanding this, any sensory organ sparking, if that has a value, that is you. There's a spark. Actually, life is spark, 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 spark. That is the life. But where here now we think, I should not like any spark. That is the wrong view actually. There's no me here to like any spark. Actually, that value of the spark is the me. That's why the spark, we feel alive. We feel like this power to hit someone, power to kill someone, lie, do bad stuff, or do even good stuff. It doesn't mean anything good or bad is also, two ends of your mind. It's just the mind. But if we actually fully understand Dhamma, you understand any of these words we talk, even now, the words I talk, are actually inside this dream. If you feel this, you'll be feeling so light at this moment, Joel, because you understand, oh my, why did I suffer so much? Actually, when I listened to Aran once say very long time ago, like 5 years ago maybe, I randomly came across his, no one told me about that, just randomly came across his sermons because I was researching in the YouTube. So he was telling that you have never touched your anything. Actually, you feel like you're touching something, but actually what you think it is you think it is something, like just imagine you are touching your car. It's a thought that you get that I'm touching the car, but what happens actually, there is a touch sensation. There is a touch sensation, but because also of the speedy occurrence of the touch sensory receptors. That's all that is there. But we feel, I touch my car, I wash my car, it's so beautiful, they have so much big story. That is how it is. Did you get the point that we clinging to something, that story gets dissolved anyway?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah. That would be grateful if you can actually get a sense of this. Do you have any more questions, Joel?
I would like others to ask some questions, please. I'm trying to understand what you said.
Yeah, okay. You would ask later? Yeah, okay. So coming back to Srangika's question, again, she's asking a difficult question too, because now I have to explain her how I feel the car, or how I would feel the taste of sweet or taste of salt. So there is a dilemma here, because this liberation from mind is also something that you have to feel. And actually you feel it, and you feel that, and actually feeling the non-vibration or absence of this vibration. Actually, there's no new vibration called non-vibration. The absence of vibration is also a feel. So, Sarangika, you put me in a very great difficulty in telling these answers. You wanted me to actually give a simile or an example. Well, it's very difficult because the particular moment we say the mind is not there, so it's directly in the field. So directly in the field, if you have correctly practiced this Dhamma, it will come to you that it is the speedy occurrence of the whatever the sensory organ at that particular moment. And that's where you would actually, the duality might vanish. So, what do you think, Suranka? I don't think I did any good thing to your question, did I?
It's difficult, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, I can give only tips. So the tips for you would be actually just feel it. So to feel it, as I told to Joel, you have to fully understand this Dhamma. Yes, I think that part is happening anyway. You have been listening to this Dhamma for a long time. And then you should give that system, so-called Surangika. I mean, there is a system, yes, but we call it Surangika. That system a chance. How? As I said, have, restful times to the mind as well as the body. And, have some deep thinking about this Dhamma. But if you have done deep thinking too much, maybe just give a break. Because I know a lot of our Dhamma listeners do a lot of thinking about these factors. Because thinking is not going to give you the liberation from the mind, because thinking is the thinking. Thinking is the mind. Actually, I should mention this. There's no any actual organ called mind, Joel. There's no actual specific place or any. It's not a. It's like we call some drops of water. We call it rain, like that. Rain is like fast occurrence of water in one direction. We call it rain. And water in one direction, fast flowing, we call it river. Likewise, this mind is actually fast occurrence of thoughts only. That's why we feel all the time and everything is inside that. When we are trapped inside the mind, that is where all the time and all these misunderstandings are. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, you come back to mind anyway. It's just understanding this is so paramount that to come to this thing. And when you understand this anyway, the power is going to go down dramatically. Power of the thoughts, because you keep understanding there's no me. Then what's the big deal? Then you keep understanding this importance of this stimulus is the only power that we feel. That is why we suffer, because there is some, we feel any thought, there is so much value we give. How much value we give, we get suffering, that's all. But that doesn't mean, so we have to be careful here, that doesn't mean that we are going to just, forget about everything, because at the end you understand that stimulus was the only thing that was there. So if the stimulus was the son, or stimulus was the daughter, you understand that stimulus was the only thing that was there, not me. But we felt as there is me because of there was that additional power. Without the additional power, it is so easy to become the person in front of you. You can feel, as an example, if RM is here, Aranwanse can easily become joy and feel, the vibration of Joel and try to help Joel to become the non-vibration. That's how it is. That's how it works. Because there is no power at all in here, it is so easy to become the stimulus, or become the thought that you have, or become the main good thing is the word is the stimulus, because otherwise it gives you, because stimulus covers this value of the thought, covers the actual the dream, the perception, and or the perception of the, if we take the example as a chair, the value of the chair, and as well as the perception of the chair, and also the feel that you have the chair is existing. That's actually Aranwanse's most famous example, the chair. Do you feel chair is there? Then you are there. So, Surangika, I know I didn't help you. So, anything anything I can help you with? Because I can give you anything we can do is to give you so much about this truth and also some clues. So take it easy, because you know the truth now. So you have to take it easy, otherwise your thinking process will get worse. Because if there is a power in the thinking process, it's very difficult to go to the field. So recurrent thoughts, that's the Joel first time question was how to prevent recurrent thoughts. We are not even trying to prevent thoughts down here. Actually, we are trying to understand thoughts and actually pierce the thoughts. That's a good word, I would say. Pierce the thought, not physically, but through your wisdom. So when you pierce the thought with its wisdom, you will be directly in the field. And you feel is not the magic, but the actually feeling the non-vibration is the importance, or the absence of duality, absence of the vibration. Then you know the difference of the the other question of you. How do you differentiate between the feel and the non-vibration, or feel and the what your wordings were like, how to understand the these mental formations with the power and without the power, isn't it?
Yeah, I think just the the basic kind of sense of happiness when you see a friend seems to be this could be. It feels as if that is easily distinguishable, and if, for example, if your favorite cat dies, or if you see somebody, something that is a typical sad event, you just feel a little sad, but that kind of thing seems to be easily discernible. But when it comes to, slightly other types of emotions like irritation, and then, things like that. I think
irritation is there because of the vibration.
Yeah, so that type of thing, sometimes you feel as if you don't know whether it's like bordering on, I think it's bordering on whether it is just an emotion in terms of dukkak type of thing. But then one of the things Aryan Maharshi always tells us is that you have to be totally and brutally honest with yourself. And it is that question that needs to be, really cleared. And if one is really clearing that aspect, to be truly honest, then that is where that clearance and that clarification is required, Dr. Kokila. So I also thought, I'm just saying it like I also thought now here, that irritation is, as you said, there is a vibration. However, however low it is, there is still a self vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Until
So like
being
that,
an
there could be,
arahant, there
yeah.
would be a vibration, and slowly the vibration will go down, and there would be a stage where you don't feel the vibration, and there would be a stage where so I can't even remember now the Nancy says, you know it better than me because I can't keep track with these words, Pali words, but you know that you initially feel it. That is the vibration. That is the most important part. You have to know the vibration, yes. But then you will feel that the non-vibration, and at the end, actually, you will become the non-vibration so that you don't actually feel it differently. But what I'm trying to say is, what the confusion here is, if you don't know the non-vibration, because there is no confusion if you actually has felt the non-vibration, and now you feel the vibration, you know that you haven't become you are not an around, that's all. What do you think?
Yes, the what shall I say, the challenge is the distinguishing the mind conscious features of the mind.
Stop the distinguishing. It will happen one day. Because you are trying to do that. Definitely, if you are trying to distinguish something, you have to do it through the mind, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not as if it's it's an overt attempt either, Dr. Kokila, because that
No, there is a subconscious thing though.
Yeah, I think now it has, now that earlier the overt attempt has gone, because you have said it so many times not to do it. And even through the last few weeks, discourses of R.N. Mahansa also, particularly his talks about the perception, the very, very deep analysis of that, all that really helps to clarify deeper, in order to understand just one thing, that there is absolutely nothing, the shunyata, with the nothingness that gets exemplified by everything that he says. So now it feels as if, as you, I think, quite rightly said, it's like a subconsciously trying to, there's a subconscious awareness kind of thing, isn't it? That is probably
just let it go.
Where the question arose.
Yeah, let it go. The question, drop the question and keep feeling. What's the big deal about that? If you're feeling something, it is a vibration. And I think that's being honest.
Yeah, that was the part also, that was the thing where the just dropping it
Okay,
was
now
being
I
honest.
know the problem now, but because at the other side, the third thing is understanding that whatever you feel is an outcome of your sensory organ, the speed. That should be there, 100%. 100%. That step, if you actually haven't done that step properly, you haven't felt the non-vibration at least once, then there is a problem anyway. We have a challenge, 100%. We have a challenge. So the challenge is, one thing is not to do anything. It's a challenge because we always want to do something. Let it go. We don't know how to let it go because we want to actually drag on to something. We don't like to let it go because then we don't feel alive. So we are scared that we might not feel alive if we let go. That's the basic thing, that why we are fighting to keep alive. because we don't know that it is okay. Kind of, it is okay to die, because it's kind of a feel that you can feel before even dying. I think it will complicate the picture, but
yes, I think it might, perhaps because we have new listeners here.
yeah, because we are using these metaphors. Actually, they are metaphors, because nothing is happening here. We are still alive. We are just doing all the tasks that we are supposed to do. So don't worry. But it's a metaphor that we use, like why, if we are craving for the feel of alive, because we feel that we have to maintain this. So yeah, that's just let feelings occur, but just remember, actually no, I can't say even remember, just know that it is the fast occurrence. It's the speed. The feeling something is the speed. That's all.
Yeah.
That will give you the non-vibration. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing, good point, Dr. Kokila. Everything, I mean, obviously, isn't it? After it goes without saying, isn't it? It's so obvious that it's almost like colloquially, you're staring at it, and you don't see it, kind of thing, isn't it? Colloquially speaking, yeah.
Yeah. If you
Thank
feel
you,
what
Dr.
I felt
Kokila.
just now, that's it. Yeah. Oh, good. Anything, Dr. Sakuntala and Sutama, anything to add? I think our time is, we have only 2 minutes more.
It's almost 2 minutes, Dr. Kokila. Yeah, I was listening to that and it's really nice. And of course, this conversation to distinguish between feel and the mind, it's the biggest question all of us have. And I was also trying to understand it, Dr. Kokila. Just there's just 1 minute to, I mean, it's the same question that Miss Durangika asked from you. So yesterday you said when you are in the mind, you don't see the beauty of the present moment. So actually,
that's also a kind of a metaphor. So don't get driven by that, because if there is a person to actually see the beauty, there is a person to see. So don't get carried away by, because he's a newcomer, I can't put kind of all the stuff there. But actually the metaphor I use for him is true for him. That's not applicable to you though. You have listened to Dhamma for a long time. Because actually in the field there is no thought involved.
Dr. Kokila, is this field is something more or less similar to the original sensation of the sensory faculty, like radiant mind experience?
Radiant mind experience is that has this
is it something? Yeah.
The problem is understanding that's the Surangika's question. How did you understand the feel without the chains? That question is underlying her question. Because it is all hidden in that is her question. Because this feel is not the final complete happiness. Feel also has this, this there is some more to understand. That's why you keep understanding that it's just it's just sensory organs. That's all. Speed of the sensory organs. You feel something. Yes, that's it.
But
even if you're feeling happy, that is just a mind sensor. That's fine. That's not a big problem. But you just have to have a big understanding about that. that gives you the way to feel the sensory organ without the power. But there is a problem because we can't actually say that, because even the feel can't be explained. How can you explain the non-feel? Isn't it?
Yes, that's where you say let go and don't be scared to let go and take time and patience, all those advices.
No, even those words are wrong. If I say be patient, that is also wrong. There is a person to be patient. Actually, let go has a deep meaning than that. Because in our vocabulary, let go means, oh, I'm angry with that person, I'm letting go that. Let him be. I don't care. But still, you know that, you still have the underlying grudge, but you have let go. That's not that kind of let go. It's in one stimulus that that the complete letting go of the mind means there's no mind there. It's just
And that goes to your other point, Dr. Kokila, where you said letting go is not an overt act, Sudharma.
No.
It is like piercing the thought. By piercing the thought, you know that the thought is a dud. There is nothing in it. And when you know that, the thought and the stimulus and the value attached to it, everything collapses. And that is what is meant by let go. So not the conventional way we use the word let go and the meaning attached to that. So it's quite deep.
Because I can easily let go my car, or if someone comes, take it. That's not the let go. But that is a one kind of let go also, because I heard in 7 o'clock one some what is the word? Samanmali? Is it Swarnamali was telling, people has to have some, qualities like that. That is well before understanding this Dhamma. So you should be able to let go. If you want the car, you take it. Yeah, that's kind of good letting go as well. But that's actually not what we mean in here. The meanings we talk here is quite deep. It's in direct one stimulus we talk about. Because the non-vibration is also felt in one stimulus initially.
Ultimately, what would happen is the power will die down. It will diminish. No thought power. When we
Definitely. Definitely,
Yeah, that is why ultimately also you come around to the same thing.
When someone is actually awakened from the dream, that's complete kind of a super happiness throughout. Whether you are even in a sad moment, you have the happiness as well as the sadness. That is a beauty. But there is another answer that I can give for Surangika. Because you are sad as well as you are happy. That is.
You have taken 5 minutes already, Dr. Kokila. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Actually, yeah. So thank you so much. We'll thank Joel first, and thank you so much for coming. We are open to you can question us every day. We can answer you every day. That's fine. We are ready for that. Our friends' questions can wait because they have been here with us for a long time. They are always here in this forum. So you are more than welcome to ask any question. Feel free. And we worship our Advanced as every day. He guides us every day. He reminds us our kind of, the path. And thank you, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Dr. Kokila. Thiruvan Saranai.
heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado Aryani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night, the fear is gone. Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Aryani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado Aryani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani.
Teruvan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our time, the most wonderful and the most valuable spiritual master of this era. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy. Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the samsaric journey created in the human mind and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation, this is the starting of self-translated Darshana Samapatya, true Buddhist philosophy, 11th sermon, preached by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse 5 years ago. As I am explaining every day, the most profound teaching is teachings of Lord Buddha, the foundation of true path to realization, true path to Nibbana, realization of the ultimate truth is the true Buddhist philosophy, which is revealed by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago, and Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is now very clearly showing the correct explanations of Lord Buddha in the true Buddhist philosophy, which has covered to this whole world for nearly about 1000 odd years. Because of this hidden true Buddhist philosophy, no human being, not in any way, able to reach the ultimate realization of Nibbana. So, after trying hard 30 years, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse found this true Buddhist philosophy in the Sutra Pitaka, Sutra, Abhidharma and Vinaya Pitaka. After studying all those Dhamma sermons in Sutra Pitaka and Abhidharma Pitaka, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, after going through those three Pitaka, Sutra, Vinaya and Abhidharma, able to understand and reveal the true Buddhist philosophy to the human world for the sake of redeeming from the samsaric journey. So we all, as human beings, we all salute him. We all bow down to Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great work he has done so far by revealing this true Buddhist philosophy and preaching more than 12,000 sermons to show the correct path to reach the ultimate realization, to overcome the samsaric journey created in the human mind. Even that people, even monks didn't know, because they didn't go through this Sutra Pitaka. They just followed a cultural religion. as Buddhism, but Buddhism is not a cultural religion. It's a complete showing the complete way of overcoming the redeeming the wheel of suffering for the human beings. So, starting this 11th sermon of true Buddhist philosophy, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is now explaining the stanza Sabba Papassa Akarana Kusalassa Upasampada Sachitta Pariyodapanam Etam Buddhanusasana. Even though this stanza is every day we used to recite it, but nobody knew the correct meaning of this even. So, Lord Buddha's correct explanation is fully revealed by the Buddothpado Aryan Vanse. See, it is like that. Sabba papassa akarana. Kusalassa upasampata. Saticca pariyodapanam etam buddhanusasana. This is the advice of all Buddhas to the human being. This short advice is given by all the Buddhas from in the history to the mankind. Sabba papassa akaranam means all the thoughts are unwholesome, unskillful, bad. All the thoughts are actions of intentions leads to negative consequences. Yes, because we can just think and understand that all the thoughts are unwholesome because they are all the thoughts are based on raga, dvesha and moha. That is why Lord Buddha said all the thoughts are unwholesome, unskillful, bad. Actions of intentions lead to negative consequences. Intentions occurring inside our mind are based on raga, dvesha, moha, lust, hatred, and ignorance. Yes, all the intentions occurring inside the mind are based on lust, hatred, and ignorance. You can just see your mind and understand this what this explanation is given by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. In this mundane world, lusty world, nature of mind is this. That means in this sensual realm, mundane world people's mind is like this. Intentions are occurring inside the human mind. Those are based on lust, hatred, and ignorance. That is the nature. And based on greed, hatred, and delusion. Yes. Thoughts are creating when the forms and names are combined, as we have explained so far from the first stanza. That means the first chapter of true Buddhist philosophy. We have explained so far how the thoughts are creating according to Aryan Mahanse's, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's revelation about Lord Buddha's teachings. Thoughts are creating when the forms and names are combined. Yes, we live in a world. We live in a world that created inside the mind, and in the human body there are 6 senses. There are millions of perceptions around this human body, and they are reaching through these 6 sensor systems to your mind as forms and names. So when all these perceptions has power, some electrical type of power, and they are reaching as forms and names. Names is the database feeded from the childhood. Forms are what we see, shapes. So all these forms and names, all the perceptions has some kind of power, electricity, like some power. And when they are combining, when the forms and names are combined, thoughts are creating. And that those thoughts have thought power. So based on this combination of name and form and an outside form, an external form has appeared as true. A visual object from outside has arisen through the senses, felt as true. Then a thought, a mind is occurring. Yes, that means how the thought is occurring is explained here. Thoughts are creating when the forms and names are combined. Based on this combination of name and form, an outside form, an external form has appeared as true. Has appeared as true. A visual object from outside has arisen through the senses, felt as true. Then only this thought, the mind is occurring. At the point of occurring, there is an unwholesome thought only, because duality is happening here. When the external, a visual object from outside has arisen through the senses, felt as true, means at the same point the duality is creating, outside and inside. There is a form outside there, visual object is outside there, and a seer is here in the mind. So there is the creation of duality, and duality means a false creation which is not true, and it gives us the pain. At that point of occurring this, there is an unwholesome thought only, because it's unwholesome, because it's depending on the duality. Because a form, an external form has appeared as true. We know there is nothing outside is true, or there is nothing inside is true. This is there's nothing outside or inside is true according to the true Buddhist philosophy, and there is no self here. We are living in an empty world. That means everything is there, but what we see is not there. What we feel is, or what we touch is not there. So everything may be there, but our mind is empty. So the world creating inside also empty. So if we see something, that means we are seeing a shadow. So the shadow cannot be true. So outside is false. And the thoughts, objective thoughts occurring and disappearing at the same moment. Therefore, there is inside, nothing inside. So there is nothing outside and there is nothing inside. In these circumstances, if a thought is occurring with a feeling of a visual object from outside has arisen, felt as true means that is a unwholesome thought only. All the thoughts are unwholesome. This fact is very clear only for a person who redeemed from the sensual world. Yes. The ultimate goal of this true Buddhist philosophy and Lord Buddha's uh, Dhamma, true Dhamma, and the Lord and the Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's teachings shows the ultimate truth. The ultimate truth means there is no such world created inside. All those are just the shadows. So we live in a shadow world. Therefore, all the thoughts are also shadows. Therefore, all the thoughts are unwholesome. So this fact is very clear. Only a person who redeemed from sensual world, like Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Kusalassa upasampada. Kusalassa upasampada means the point where there is no thoughts. That means the point of redeem from the thoughts. Yes, in the mind, there is a point where there are no thoughts. That means there is a point of redeem from thoughts. The point of redeem from the thought means redeem from name and form. Yes. Name and form all are in our past memory store. The data fed from the early childhood. Therefore, each and every human being has a very big past memory store. So the point of redeem from the thought means redeem from name and form. For to understand this, there is a process that proceeds in sequence, a step-by-step process, a systematic procedure to overcome this mind-based world. That is called in Dhamma, Lord Buddha said, Anupubba Sikka, Anupubba Kiriya, and Anupubba Pratipada. Anupubba Sikka means step by step learning. Yes, step by step learning. The first step is true Buddhist philosophy. The first step is true Buddhist philosophy. The first step to overcome this mind-based world, we should follow the step-by-step learning. Then Anupubba Kiriya, gradual practice. So according to Aryan Mahanse, The first step is step-by-step learning. In the first step is we should learn first the true Buddhist philosophy, Darshana Samapatti. Then the second part, Anupuppa Kiriya, gradual practice. Yes, gradual practice of realization of true Buddhist philosophy to achieve wisdom of truth. And the next part is practicing the four contemplations to understand there is no self in this human body. That is called gradual practice. Anupuppa Pratipada, gradual path. There is a gradual path. A progressive step-by-step development. We should follow a progressive step-by-step development to overcome this sansaric journey created inside the human mind because of wrong views. So many years fed wrong views. Wrong views are fed into the mind. Therefore, to overcome this, we should follow a progressive step-by-step development. In Sinhala, it's like this. මේ දහම විවර වන්නේ පරතෝ ഘോഷ ඇති කෙනාටයි ශ්‍රුතවත් ආර්ය ශ්‍රාවකයාටයි. That means this Dhamma will be opening for the seeker who is having Parato Gosha, external instructions, guidance from others. That means guidance from a Kalyana Mitra like Buddothpado Aryan Master. A fully realized spiritual master is the Kalyana Mitra. So, we should learn Dhamma from not from everybody. We should learn Dhamma only from a fully realized spiritual master. So this Dhamma will be opening for the seeker who is having external instructions, guidance from a truly awakened spiritual master. Yes, hearing the Dhamma from a teacher who is fully realized, for a learned noble disciple. Yes, disciple who has properly heard, learned and understood the teachings of noble ones like Buddha and the Aryan Mahatma. So we should have these. We should have these to understand this true Dhamma. That means the Dhamma will be opening for a seeker who is having Parato Ghosha, external instructions, guidance from others, hearing the Dhamma from a teacher who is fully realized, for a learned noble disciple who has properly heard and learned and understood the teachings of the noble ones, like Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, the true Dhamma of Lord Buddha. Certainly, this Dhamma is revealing by a Kalyana Mitra, truly enlightened spiritual master. So, we listen to the true Dhamma, guidance from the Kalyana Mitra, external spiritual master. Yes. Because no point of learning Dhamma only through books, so no point of learning this true ultimate truth from just masters. They are just masters telling this and that and having millions of followers, but actually they do not know how to overcome the samsaric journey because they have not overcome the samsaric journey, the ultimate suffering. So they can't show the path to others because if a person who don't know how to swim cannot be a swimming instructor like that. A person who has come out of this samsaric journey will only know how to go through this suffering of wheel of suffering. So this Dhamma is for the person who is having the Satyajnana. That means someone who has true wisdom or correct understanding of reality. So the seeker who is following this path to ultimate truth, realize the ultimate truth, should have the true wisdom or correct understanding of reality. And someone who knows the true wisdom or correct understanding of reality. A person who has realized the truth. That kind of people, that means knowing of the first pillar, the first layer of this true Dhamma, that is true Buddhist philosophy. Nobody can achieve, nobody can enter into the path of realization without knowing the true Buddhist philosophy. That is very essential and very important. A person who has realized the truth, a person who has realized the truth, for them, someone who has true wisdom and correct understanding of reality, someone who knows the true wisdom and correct understanding of reality, and a person who has realized the truth, someone has realized the true Buddhist philosophy, then there is a task force assigned to set beforehand for that seeker. So, Lord Buddha has said there should be three kind of wisdoms we should achieve. We should arise within us three kinds of wisdoms to reach the ultimate Nibbana, ultimate realization of Nibbana. First one is Satyajnana, wisdom of truth. We have to listen and we have to more carefully realize the truth. That means true Buddhist philosophy. And when we understand it very well, the true wisdom is arising within us. So, second one is Krutyajnana. Krutyajnana means knowledge of what is to be done. The second one should be done by the person who is having the Satyajnana, wisdom of truth. First, we have to have the wisdom of truth and then we will have to practice the four contemplations shown by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse to arise the Krutyajnana, arise the knowledge of what is to be done, understanding of appropriate action, duty, is for the person who has Satyajnana, yes, wisdom of truth. The person who has both of these will have and will meet the Krutajnana, understanding the complete actions, path and fruitions, realization of attachment that comes from path. Yes. When the seeker is having wisdom of truth and the wisdom of Krutajnana, understand the appropriate action will naturally will have the Krutajnana. The third part, Satyajnana, knowledge of truth means one who feels outside world is true. So, who have attached to the objects, shapes outside. So, to overcome this kind of mind is for that we have to use true Buddhist philosophy to arise the wisdom of truth. Until the wisdom of truth arises in one's mind, until such time, one who feels the outside world is true, who have attached to the objects, shapes outside. You see people are suffering, crying, and he has a cycle of rebirth and death. Yes, you can see everywhere, in your village, in your town, in your country, in the other countries, in this whole world. You can see suffering every day through this news. Even you can see the place, see the people are suffering, crying, and they have a cycle of rebirth and death because they have waves and going through desert of existence. They do not know they have wrong views. Because of the wrong views, they are suffering by going through desert of existence. If you want to end this endless desert of existence, to overcome the darkness of ignorance, you will have to find the light of wisdom. Vidya, it should occur. You are there until you are in the ignorance of darkness of illusion. Because until the arising of knowledge of wisdom of truth, there is me, there is you. You are there because the ignorance of darkness of illusion. The person who redeemed from this world, who won this world, will have the eternal healing, the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. That means the true Buddhist philosophy shows how to overcome how to redeem from this mind-based world and how to understand there is no self in this human body. When you redeem from your mind and understanding there is no such person as me in attached to this body, that means you are redeeming from this world. Who won this world will have the eternal healing. Yes, you will have the eternal healing because your mind based world is not giving you any kind of harassments. That means you have, when you fully redeem from the mind based world, you will naturally have the eternal healing, the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. If so, we are living in the suffering. That means this mundane world people have no solution, no answer, no resolution, like caught up in the flood of samsara and being swept away, being carried away by the torrent of cycle of existence. Like a rod fallen into river is carried away. Yes, the mundane world person, people who do not know this true Buddhist philosophy is always in danger. That means they are always having this nature of suffering because all through all these six senses always coming different type of perceptions giving them suffering. So those perceptions divided as names and forms according to the data fed from the childhood, and the names and forms are combining, they are having power, and after combining the thought power, thought is creating and there is thought power, then the thought is transformed into the consciousness. Consciousness is like a turbine, it's generating power, it's generating the more power of these thoughts because consciousness used to make so many thought processes in each and every angle. Therefore, there is no end of suffering. Then the mundane world people are like rods fallen into river and carried away. Like this, alternating between suffering and happiness. Yes, always these mundane world people are alternating between suffering and happiness. Being entangled in pleasure and pain, carried away by the flood of samsara. So it's very hard, it's very difficult to bear. The happiness is not everlasting, and the suffering is also not everlasting, but you are alternating between suffering and happiness, being entangled in pleasure and pain. It gives you a very hard and very troublesome mind because huge heaps of thoughts are giving you high power. So these people are carried away by the flood of samsara. To overcome this samsaric journey, but there are 31 realms of existence according to Lord Buddha's teachings and the revelations of clear revelations of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's preachings. There are 31 realms inside the human mind. That means different thought pattern has a different realm. Upper realms, lower realms, and the middle realm is human realm according to the nature of the mind. So each and every moment as the thoughts are appearing and disappearing, each and every thought there is this 31 realms of existence. So it's changing. At one time, you are in a heavenly realm, heavenly nature. Your mind is in a heavenly nature. And in another few minutes later, your mind is in a human nature. So in another 5-10 minutes later, you are in a lower realm and your mind is in a animal realm. So in another half an hour or so, your mind may be in a ghost realm, like that. Or after some time, you may be again in a your mind may be in a human realm according to the thought appearing at that moment. And in another 1 or 2 days later, you will be in a Brahma realm. Your mind will be in a Brahma realm, like that. According to the changing of these thought patterns, the 31 realms inside the mind is also changing. But this human realm is very much useful to overcome these 31 realms of samsaric journey. That is what Lord Buddha has explained. So Lord Buddha has shown the value of human mind, showing different examples, because this human mind can understand the teachings of Lord Buddha, how the thoughts are creating. This human mind can understand the type of this uh, perception, and this human mind can understand the names and forms fed by the people around, with your family members, parents, and everyone. So this human mind can understand how these thoughts are creating, how the past memory stories there, how the thoughts are appearing from the past memory store. The human mind is able to understand, because human mind can arise is having the ability to arising the wisdom in it, understand very well. So human beings, human mind can evaluate and understand and learn through Buddhist philosophy and realize it first. True Buddhist philosophy, understanding the true Buddhist philosophy means in that you understand what are the perceptions are, and the perceptions have power, and all those perceptions are coming through your six senses system. So uh, as names and forms, they have also power, and the combination of with the combinations of names and forms, thoughts are creating. Thoughts have thought power, more power than the perceptions. Then the thought is transformed into mind consciousness, and there the power is becoming more and more like a turbine, because mind consciousness used to create stories looking at that objective thought in different angles and making so many stories based on lust, hatred, and ignorance. So mind consciousness is full of lust, hatred, and ignorance. So if one seeker can understand this, because the human mind and body can understand this reality. That is why Lord Buddha said, Magul Sakwala to this human realm. Because if somebody should come to the human realm to overcome this sansaric journey, other than human realm, from it's not easy to overcome from the sansaric journey. At least you have to first enter into the path of realization from the human realm, because the true Buddhist philosophy and the true Buddhist teachings are given in the human realm first, because any Lord, any Buddhas who want to realize Buddhahood, they should come into this human realm. Thereafter, they will try to understand this true Buddhist philosophy from on his own, because when a new Buddha has arisen, the old teachings are hidden. No way to uh, no way to understand the previous Buddha's teachings, but some are still there. The Buddha before Gautama Buddha, his teachings are still in some parts of our Buddhist books, because they came through word of mouth. So to understand the true Buddhist philosophy and practicing the four contemplations, and to understand there is no self in this body, for all this one should have some kind of courage. One should have a liking that is called in Dhamma Chanda Chitta Virya Vimansa. Chanda means there should be a likeness to achieve the path to overcome the sansaric journey, and the seeker should have a mind to do so, chitta to do so, and the seeker should have a courage, effort, big effort, virya, and vimansa. He should have the knowledge of vidarshana to contemplate and understand the true nature of this mind-based world and true nature of all these thoughts, and to understand each and everything. They should come to this human realm, and as seekers they should practice. But about 1,000 years there was no true Buddhist philosophy in this human realm, because it was hidden due to the jealousy people and the hatred people, because of the evil ones who has destroyed the true Buddhist philosophy. And because of that, all the Buddhist monks and the Buddhist uh, people also, the four categories, Bhikkhu, Bhikkhuni, Upasika, Upasika, all those are just in astray, because trying to find the truth very hard, running here and there, listening everybody's Dhamma sermons, personally, I also like that. I tried from the year of 40, read so many books, nothing found, just Dhamma, but no clear path to overcome. So, like me, there were so many women, men and women in Sri Lanka and in other parts of the world tried to realize, tried to find the true Dhamma. So, after so many years, after nearly about 50 years, there was no truth in this planet Earth. Now only we can hear the true enlightened master Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true sermons, true realizations. We are very much thankful to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, even us to show the correct path before leaving this body. Otherwise, we don't know what will happen after death, because we now know there is no death because of Aryan Mahanse. Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is showing there is no death because there is no person, there is no self in this human body. So now there is no much of sufferings for the people who are listening to this true Dhamma from Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse are living a peaceful life because they don't have much sufferings because they know the thoughts are all lies. That means thoughts are not true. The mind is not true. The body is just a machine given made by the nature like a tree. There are so many equal things about the human body and the tree. So we are only a part of the nature, not separate part from this nature. So now, as human beings, we are practicing. We should practice Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true Buddhist philosophy, and to realize the wisdom of truth. And then we have to practice the four contemplations to achieve the Krutya Jnana. That means to understand there is no self in this body. There is no self in this body. So, and we will have to listen to these Dhamma sermons given by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Nowadays, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is going around Sri Lanka, village to village, town to town, to meet the innocent Sri Lankan people who are searching a correct path to overcome the suffering of wheel of suffering. Most of the Sri Lankan Buddhists were misled so many years. So Aryan Mahanse is now opening their eyes by going and meeting them in faraway villages and showing them to overcome the suffering of the mind and overcome the sansaric journey, the wheel of rebirth and death. So we should bow down to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the realized spiritual, or the only realized spiritual master, the only fully realized spiritual master of this planet Earth at this moment. So it is our duty to overcome this wheel of suffering. Otherwise, we are not, if we are not listening to this true Buddhist philosophy, and if we are not trying to do the 4 steps of practices, contemplations, that means it's very dangerous, because without knowing this Dhamma, dying, that means leaving the body without knowing this true Dhamma means nobody can assure what will happen to that kind of people. Though they are spending so many money to do merits for alms givings and to build temples, even to build wheels, to build churches, whatever they do, they will not have any kind of reaching a good realm after, upper realm after death, because not the money they spend. They should have the pure mind, not the money. They should have a pure mind. Pure mind will be the only thing one can have to go to a higher realm. So that is also not sufficient for to overcome this sansaric journey. So if somebody is thinking they can just spend thousands of millions of crores of money and to go to the heaven, that is a complete illusion, because there is no God up there to take you there. They can't, the gods and goddesses are there in the divine realms, but they cannot take somebody up there. They have no that kind of power. There's no creator in this world. That is the biggest lie human beings are trusting by closing their eyes. So the truth can't be covered every day. Truth is revealing like a lotus from the mud with the sunlight. So true Dhamma is the lotus now coming up from the mud in the pond. The sunlight is Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true realization and true Dhamma, which shows the fully realization, the fully overcoming path to sansaric journey, the wheel of suffering. So for the moment, for today, I'm going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of this planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends.
Triple Gem, bless you all. We'll start this discussion today. I think our friends are still not hasn't joined yet. Only Champa is here. That's okay. We can talk till friends join if they are joining.
Therwan Saranai, doctor.
Therwan
I
Saranai.
waited till somebody comes because now I want to go
Yeah,
to the
that's okay.
temple. Yes, you can do any kind of sermon. I think Dr. Sakuntala is also not joining today, it seems. There was a
Okay.
message. The sutra, I have put that link into that.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't actually have all the 40 meanings of the words.
Yeah. That is sufficient, I think. Aryan Hanse is always not giving too much of things. But
Yeah.
I think, doctor, because all these sutras are also given in translations are given. Sinhala is very not correct, no? That's what Narayan Mahansa is telling. So going beyond Aryan Mahansa is not easy, I think. It's not good also. Misleading type of things are everywhere. So, doctor, please excuse me. Now I am leaving, doctor.
It's okay.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. Therwan Saranai, Surangika.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokula.
Today there's no much friends. Champa just had to go. She was here. Champa just had to go to temple. So.
Oh, okay. I saw Dr. Sakuntala's text, so there's no Sudharma today.
How you didn't join yesterday?
No, but I did listen to some snips, not the whole thing, of Dr. Sakuntala's question to you about the self-perception.
Yeah,
and the self-view, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a tricky question, though.
Yeah. But I think that latter part where you said wherever anything becomes real, the self-perception is there.
Yes.
Isn't it? That was actually really beautiful, the way you explained, Doctor.
Yeah, but actually today morning, something clicked me about this, all the time you try to highlight that the point that the mind starts, this whole business starts, the self-business starts from the birth of the I or the birth of the mind. Actually, it is the case. It is the case. I was wondering about that and how to put that into into the context, because if you can remember, I think Mahanidana Sutra, Aryan Hanse was talking how the Lord Buddha talks about 4 aspects where you can't give any reasons. Sorry, you can't give. It won't. How do you say it in Sinhala? Nama Rupa Panavanna Baya. Something like that. And
you can't
in that,
impose form and name to.
Yeah, there are four areas, and Lord Buddha and Ananda Thero, I think, the discussion. I can't remember exactly, but in that, the 4th one, it was the one that Aryan Hanse was highlighting. The first 3, they talk about, how we can't talk about when there is no consciousness, we can't talk about nama rupa, that is form and name, name and form. And likewise, there's 4 steps here Lord Buddha is saying. So, and there you can't actually differentiate it always if the consciousness or the vijnana is there, the nama rupa is there, the name and form is there. In that, the last 4th one, he says, Lord Buddha says, when the consciousness is there but not manifesting, in the sense when there's, he used a word,
that non-manifestative thing.
Yeah, non-manifestative thing. Also, you can't
impose the form and name there.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the beautiful thing. And Aranwanse was trying to say, those are the 4 areas that you can't impose a name and form. When the consciousness is not there, also you can't impose a name and form. When there is
so consciousness, where the consciousness is not there, would be where exactly?
I mean, any. I mean, I don't know how it. Yeah, because everyone, Lord Aranhanse said, everyone thought that it is about the birth of the baby, but he said you can't really put it there for the 4th one, because first 3 ones actually you can explain in such a way that you can talk about, because you know that when the consciousness is not there, the baby suddenly, we can call it even miscarriage. So there's no name and form. In that context also, people were using it to explain it in that form. Aranhanse said, like for a long time, always this dependent origination was taken into consideration in such a way that always they thought it is the beginning of the baby, and then this death is the death of the person. That was how it was explained. But he was talking about how you can't explain an arahant in that way in the 4th one. But even the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, he said it can be explained in one single thought as well. And it was beautiful. It was in he has 4 sermons in that, this Mahanidana Sutra. So it's
Was
done
that,
long time ago.
Okay, was this
by
discussed
himself.
yesterday or?
No. It just came up when I was
you just
driving again.
came up. Okay.
And I was listening, and then when I was listening, it came to me like, you know, that when we were discussing, we go back to the beginning, but this self phenomena starts from the start of the mother or the father or the toy or whatever, the mind formation true, but it is the truth. But when you go to the consciousness level, it has to start from 5 sensory organs, as of course, and 5 sensory organs then form the mind sensor.
Yeah, but if I say it this way, doctor, so the self-perception is the the symbol or representative name that is given to the self-vibration, isn't it? And the self-vibration is dhyana from the zygote level, so that means the baby, can we say the baby has the self-perception?
No, we can't say. That's what the thing. That's what the thing I was trying to actually, because you keep telling that, which is true. But I think there's a problem in the way that we try to put it, because I think when we try to explain what happened in the zygote level is not what is happening in the child of 1 year of age who is, or not 1 year, maybe like 9 months, where they start to pick up to understand that this is my mother, like the ownership kind of thing.
Because for the self-perception, the self-view is not required, no?
Yeah, but still,
The
self-perception
comes
is not
because of...
there in the feel aspect in the beginning. You can't talk about
the self-perception at that time, is it? Oh, okay.
No, the zygote doesn't have a self-perception.
No, not at that level, because the senses have not started.
Even the baby, it is only in astral level. There's a tendency. There's a tendency to feel that the feel is here, but the baby doesn't know it is me. Nothing like that. The feel is there. That just imagine a cell. You become the cell and see if there's a vibration of the cell, in intimate vibration in the cell. If you are the vibration, it will be felt as there, isn't it? There in the sense here. That kind of feature. But there's no whatsoever self kind of thing.
If I put it this way, doctor, the worm has a self-perception, right?
No. That's what I'm saying. So it has, but it is
because it is sensing the light. It's sensing the warmth.
Yes.
So
it has no mind. It has no mind. So
yeah,
it
so
has
the baby also
only
doesn't
the
have
sensory
the mind,
level.
but the baby has the feel, because the baby can feel the light consciousness. Feel only, but still can feel the light consciousness. And even in that Taran Mahansa's recent talk about, remember the Chakkuncha Paticca Rupecha, he was explaining to a young person, young boy. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he said that, he
all
said,
the consciousnesses
that is
has
also
it.
consciousnesses, no? So the baby...
All the consciousnesses has it.
Yeah, so if the baby can feel the light, and if the baby can feel the sound, although it can't recognize the sound, that consciousness at that basic level still exists, isn't it, in the baby?
Yeah, but it is in the field side. It is in the field side. It has... So the any worm consciousness, it is in the field side. That is the thing. So any consciousness is in the field side. And in the field side, we can't talk about a duality as such. But just imagine, no, how can I put it this way? Duality is there, Nama Rupa. So always consciousness, that was the beginning of the Mahanidana Sutra also I was trying to say. So any consciousness is there, Nama Rupa is there. I don't know whether you can get this. So this is a thing I'm trying to tell. So
it's Vijnana Paccaya Nama Rupa, no? So
yeah,
if
so the Nama Rupa, the duality is there. Do you get it?
In the Nama Rupa, because
only a subtle difference though. I don't know. It's a subtle difference though. It is similar, but subtle difference is there.
Yeah, subtle in the sense that in a perception form even, that
because consciousness always is a field, but Nama Rupa there is duality.
Because one is thrown to the outside, isn't it? No, I mean through the ignorance.
Basically.
It's like that projection happens, and or like the interpretation is given here to the sensation, but the mind plays a trick and thinks that, or deceives and thinks that the
if you
Rupana is
can,
coming from outside.
That's the thing. So the touch consciousness is, you can talk about it in feel when you become the touch consciousness. Now, this is difficult to say. Just try and become the touch consciousness, then it's a vibration. But if you haven't become the consciousness, then the nama rupa is there, the duality is there, like as if
two things exist, isn't
two
it?
things exist, basically. Two lines, kind of. I mean, I don't know how to say this. So we usually get trapped in the nama rupa side. The perception is in the nama rupa side. Perception, because now you always get this confusion about this field side and the nama rupa side, or the perception side. I don't know whether I'm even telling this properly, but I'm trying to say when you, because if you don't know Vijnana properly, you don't know Nama Rupa properly, in the sense how these things kind of, why it is described differently, remember? Because Rupane is there, Nama completely the field side, then the duality is already there. If you talk about Nama Rupa, there's duality there.
Yeah, there's duality there, because
so the Nama is
part
the
of
whole
it
field
is the
side.
mind part of it.
Yes. Even though it is, no. Even if it is in the light thing, still I'm talking about light consciousness. Even if it is the light consciousness also has this duality as well as the field side. I don't know. The one, because consciousness is one, but as soon as it becomes an Amarupa, it is duality. Do you get it? This has to be experienced. That's the problem. So so even the worm has it. That's what I'm trying to say. So the touch consciousness is something. Touch as a...
So what you're saying is the worm has the duality.
Worm has like, it's a very minor duality, but even in that level, there is a slight subtle duality, because you can't call it a duality in our sense. Like, it's not like looking at a chair. It's not looking at a chair. But it is like...
But it is sensing something and is moving towards it involuntarily.
Yes. Just imagine the whole body is not working. Only the palm is working. None of the other parts are working. No eyes, no sound, no even the touch is gone. Even the sound, the smell, the taste, everything gone. Just the temperature sensor is working. Eyes, something is put on that palm. Just the palm level is working, and still we might take the hand off because it's too cold. That's the innate feature of the sensor. But even in that, just imagine we don't know what it is, but just concentrate on the... Because if it comes as the ice, oh my God, that's the ice. Someone has put ice on me. Then that is the mind. We definitely know that it is the mind. So we can't talk about a consciousness there. I'm trying to talk about the temperature consciousness here. So the temperature consciousness, how do I say this? The consciousness is something the Nama Rupa in that can be something because there is no bhava yet. Remember?
There is no becoming in the consciousness is what you're trying to say, because the feeling of it is completely not doing of the,
This
I mean,
happens so
because it's
fast,
purely
so
the
bhava can
functioning of the
happen.
senses, right?
Yeah, because this happens so fast, ice will come anyway. I mean, we'll try to slow it and see, because if we try to slow it, the consciousness is just that alive feel, in the sense, just as it's an innate feel. It's not the duality feel. There's a duality feel as well as a innate feel.
In the baby.
No, I'm talking about now.
Now.
Any mind, any single thought starts from Prabhashwara. You know that, right?
Mm.
Any thought, even now, it starts from Prabhashwara. So I'm trying to like get your confusion. There's some confusion somewhere in you where I'm trying to pick it up actually in some way. So
But
every thought is starting from, actually speaking, non-vibration. But non-vibration is mass anyway. And if we take the vibration, due to the speed, you feel the consciousness. That is the innate consciousness. That is the actual speed of light, actually speaking. Speed of light or speed of touch or whatever. But as soon as it becomes the duality, only we know that there is a sensory organ. Separation. There's a separation. That's why I'm saying in the consciousness, you have to become that and see how it will feel. In the consciousness level, there is no kind of a duality, but as soon as it is a Nama Rupa, there is a duality. But what Lord Buddha in that sutta said, if there is a consciousness, there is Nama Rupa. Definitely.
Yeah, because it can't progress to a consciousness without the Vedana, Sanya, Chetana, Passa, Manasikara. All that is describing the Nama part of it. That whole interpretation and that entire process happens.
But the consciousness is not similar to Nama Rupa. But it is not different from Nama Rupa.
You can't come to the consciousness without the Nama Rupa. No?
No, it is other way around. You can't come to the Nama Rupa.
Vijnana
Paccaya Nama Rupa, no?
Vijnana Paccaya Nama. But it is like Anyamanya Pratyana.
Anyamanya Pratyaya, yes. But
so that means one is required for the other one. That's where the Buddha gives the buttercore to two sticks, no? Being placed against each other.
Remember,
if one falls, the other falls. So they are interrelated.
Interrelated, but that's what I'm trying to say. If there is a consciousness, immediately the duality starts. There is no perapasunai.
Yeah. Immediately. It's simultaneous occurrence because that process has already happened, the mechanism.
Yeah, but one has to understand what is innate consciousness, because that is the point where the sasa is. That's the thing.
Yeah, so why are you saying innate consciousness, Dr. Hawke? I haven't heard you mentioning that before. What is innate consciousness?
No, I don't know whether that English word is even correct. I don't know whether
Are
that
you
English
meaning
word
the
is.
Shastriya thing?
Yeah. I'm trying to come there, but I don't
That's
know
the
whether
zygote vibration, right?
No, even now this is happening. Zygote is not here now, but it is happening in every thought. That's what I'm trying to come to.
Yes, so the
This
self vibration is here
same
now.
vibration is here. Yes.
Yeah.
That level is only found in the consciousness, not in the Namarupa. When the duality is there, you can't find the actual strength of that consciousness, the power, the innate power that, not innate. What is the English meaning of innate? I mean, I should not use that word even.
Innate is like actually like Atulante.
Internal kind of thing, I'm trying to say.
Yeah, innate is better actually. Yeah.
Yeah, because we are
So what
trying to
you're
find
saying
our
is
sasava.
the Namarupa is the mind. So in the mind, you can never come to the field, is what you're saying, isn't it?
Yes.
And you will never be able to find that
power.
Internal or innate vibration, self-vibration, as long as that split or the duality or the Namarupa is the thing that is being touched or associated or whatever.
Yeah. And just remember that Namarupacha Vijnanapacha Namarupacha Salayatana, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because as soon as the duality is there, Ayatana is there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a manifestation. It's the same thing.
Same thing, but the I is created to enjoy it. Yeah.
Not really. That's what I was trying to say, Champa, that day. Remember, when there is duality, we feel like that. We feel like that I is here and the light is somewhere.
No,
That is how we feel due to the ignorance.
It's the sanya that gets created. The salayatana
Yeah,
there.
I know. But
it's not the flesh eye or anything.
No, but the feel that we have, that even the touch that we feel, no, that that there is a that this skin worked, something like that, as soon as light is manifested, you feel like the eye worked.
Yeah,
it's
you
actually
feel like
the same thing. It is the same thing. It's the same time. It's all
because
happening
everything
at
is
the same time.
instantaneous.
Yeah. So as soon as the duality is there, again, this is the same thing. The ayatana is there.
Yeah.
And the ayatana is there. Salayatana pacha passa, when the sensory organs are there, because there's not only one is working. All these vibrations can coalesce and can act as one vibration.
And that vibration, which is the thought, gives rise to that other
Specific
sensation.
Vedana. Yeah, this Vedana
that
is different.
Vedana,
There was a Vedana in the light consciousness as well.
That's right. Vedana,
So that's why I'm trying to invoke some kind of some stuff so that you will think with so this one is completely more powerful than the previous one.
Yes, because it's coming from the mind-made object, isn't it?
No, because it has power, because it has multiple vibrations now coming together. It has more power anyway.
Yeah, one vibration, which is but a combination of all those put together. Yeah.
Yeah,
so that
it has more power anyway.
Apple is infinitely more attractive than just light and sound coming separately, isn't it?
Yes. But when we go backwards also, Bhava is the putua, Bhava is the chair, Bhava is the apple. when we go backwards also, remember apple and me is a self-view. Don't forget. Bhava, jati. Already that is self-view. Because if the bhava is there, the apple is there, I am here, that's a big one. That's sensual world.
Sorry, what was that? The bhava is the self-view, doctor.
No, don't take these things so seriously. You are very serious. I'm trying to say something to you. Now, when you think about, because I'm trying to say something to you. So when we talk about the bhava and jati, bhava is chair, no?
Yes.
If the chair is there, I am here, jati is there.
Ah, yes.
So that is the view, self-view.
Yes,
I mean,
that's
don't
the
take
thing.
these things so hard, because I'm just trying to get you go backwards deeper.
Yeah, that part I understand, because now Aran Master these days also keeps on harping about that particular point, no, saying, but today, of course, yeah, he starts off saying Aramune Atmaya, and then he actually
He
says
has
not
to,
the object, but actually the burning, if that object has become a thing. So he starts trying to get people to say, to understand that the stimuli is the me. And then I suppose with the understanding of the Dhamma only, the stimuli doesn't become the me, because the stimuli is no longer real, no?
Yeah, now start going backwards, Surankika. Now we came now from the Prabhasara mind. It's always the stimuli arises from Prabhasara level. That is the feel level. I just want you to get this. For some reason, I'm trying to explain it to you. I may be wrong. You may be already knowing it, but it's my problem then. Like
Probably I don't know,
Sariputta.
doctor.
No, but what I'm trying to get you is because you have problems with these two areas, the feel and the perception. Because you know the perception, but the feel and the perception, you have a question, because we have to drop that question, then only it becomes so clear.
But the feel can't be explained, no, doctor, as Aran Master says.
No, but if you don't know, you are not going to look for it.
How can you look for it? Either it has to be felt or it is not felt, isn't it?
No, it's, how can you say it is not, it is through Dhamma that you get to know that. Then you feel that. That is the three levels.
Felt, no?
Active contemplation, passive contemplation, feel, yeah.
Yeah, so we are contemplating till it's felt.
Yeah, basically. So if you're going backwards, because this is pratiloma, anuloma now, dependent origination. So if you're going backwards, so we started where? The touch. We can start with light, we can start with the sound also. But when we come to the product, it is the chair or the apple. So if you start with the apple, when we keep going backwards, if you use the wisdom, you should be able to feel the sasa. Do you get it? This is the same thought I'm saying. One thought, one apple thought. Because apple thought started with the radiant mind. That means feel. Where the nothing, there's no apple or nothing. Radiant mind means the baby mind.
Yeah, radiant mind didn't have an apple, no?
Yeah, but it starts with that. Do you get it? And it ended up with an apple, right?
Yes, what you're saying is now in this current, in this thought, now we start
Yeah, the
we start
fan.
at zero, right? Zero, say
Yes.
radiant mind.
No, it's not zero. It's not actually zero.
No, like
In
0.1.
In us, it's not zero. In an arahant, it is zero.
Yeah, so say the innate consciousness level is there. So say 0.1. We start at that because that part is there at the bottom, right?
No, that is the power of the consciousness. Yes, the vibration. So this whole thing is in that level. That is what we are actually researching about. The power felt in that consciousness. Every consciousness, don't forget.
Yeah,
Vijnana, whenever we use the word vijnana, has that power.
Yeah. So we are trying to feel that consciousness, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, these are words. Don't stand on the words. They are just used to give an idea only. Because if you question these same words, I might say
the
something
word
else.
Becomes prominent. Yeah.
Yeah, and I might say something else completely because this just trying to explain something which came in the morning, like just you came to my mind because I'm trying to figure out where you are stuck. So I was thinking because this is Dhamma points that you are stuck, not actual life things also there. That is actually what the defilements is a different story. Dhamma points are different story. So defilements are, you know all about defilements that I can't do anything much. Can I? No. Even Arahant can't specifically do something about it. Defilements will come on its own. That means the power of the vibration, power of the consciousness will come down on its own. But understanding about this, how this life field was misunderstood should be investigated now. Because the life field is there in the consciousness.
Yeah, that's the part that seems to be now. And once also said to me, contemplate, no, not enough contemplation, he said. So
Because you didn't think about it. You didn't kind of go deeper into that. Maybe you didn't get it at that time. I think what happens is you didn't try to become that. You just thought,
maybe,
just by understanding it's enough.
Maybe I don't know how to become it.
The power should go down. I mean, power should go down. Definitely, power should go down.
Meaning the power of the me, the ego, is it?
No. The mind.
Power of the mind. Yeah, the mind power. Yeah, that's the thing. I think that that is the thing that is still, I mean,
it should subside for a moment.
Yeah,
because
although
Sotapanna is just an initial thing, no, like that. It can happen. Same thing can happen.
Although I am saying to our advance, oh my God, like, it has reduced so much, like considering where it was. And once I must be thinking, what are you talking? There's another mountain to reduce. He can see, but he doesn't know that there might have been 5 mountains on top of each other. That is the way it was felt. Compared to what it is now, and it's like, as you say, you're carrying a 10-kilo bag of rice and walking around, and then when you put it down, how the people say, "Nivan gaya wage."
Yeah.
Something like that, isn't it? So now there is no effort to find the balance.
Yeah, true.
But
but I think these recent discussions and the recent sermons from Haranwansi is helpful. But there was a point that you made correctly that I wanted to appreciate that as well. Because you kept saying, no, Dr. Kokila, the mind, the actual self starts from the I. Lord Buddha said, self start from the I. It is the 100% truth. Why Haranwansi has to tell all the details about the underlying things is because this nivan dakinawa, or this the actual stopping this whole cycle of birth is not just passing the mind. That's why when you try to understand nirvana, even the consciousness level should be fully understood now. So someone's research is stopping somewhere, so he's trying to put everyone into the research back, like throw everyone, research, and trying to throw everyone to the pond so that everyone try to swim.
Yeah.
That's the kind of the reason. Otherwise, just imagine baby didn't know any damn thing, didn't know anything at all until about 1 year of age. But was the baby dead until that? No. So that part also has happened, yes, but actual self starts, this self gross Ajat Bahida starts from the moment that the child is born or the mother is born.
Yeah.
Do you get it? That is the Ajat Bahida thing.
Yeah.
That is
then
the actual.
There is something there and I am here kind
that
of
is
thing.
that is actually beginning of self view also.
Yeah, that self view, it's synonymous
and the
with
body part also, like that if someone is stream enterer, they usually they have fully kind of understood that this
body is not me.
Body is not me, and this is a mind business.
Yes.
Complete mind business. It is nama, the whole nama side of it.
Yeah.
And that is only the rupa part of it, but the nama side also has to be fully realized. That is the mind side, that is the perception side of it. But then it comes to the consciousness as well. The consciousness has to be fully understood as well. There's all the 3 levels.
Yeah, actually, there also I had this question this evening also. I was thinking that, how, although we say at that maybe that's the way I understood it, we keep saying the Bahiring midunahama sotapanna venava type of thing. Now we know that
is a code level Aranwansi is saying, but he himself will tell the deeper thing if you talk about it in a light way. So every village mother, he will tell it very, very superficially. Very superficially, because the superficial explanation is good enough for you to become the mark. That is what I feel.
No, but I have heard several times in all discourses where he says when the outside world is not true, it's sotapanna. When the mind is not true, anagami.
Yes,
actually,
but
that
the
is not
whole
what
thing
happens,
is.
no? Yeah.
No, that is what happens.
But
that
actually,
is what happens. That is the actual final outcome.
But the
But all four
perception,
layers should be all four layers, in the sense the three layers would be the
sensual form and formless has to be transcended in one moment, no, to get for the
yes,
awakening to the moment. So
yes,
actually,
that
in that
then
one
that
moment,
in that only you actually fully realize that self-view is wrong and the outside is never a
yeah,
thing.
exactly. So in that one moment, the form and formless has to be, the mind
Yes,
perception also has to be transcended, and the feel also has to be there, not there, no?
Feel has to be felt, in the sense with power and without power.
Without the power has to be the experience, isn't it, for that fraction?
Yeah, I mean, the fraction, the story I dropped after you said it is worrying. I actually dropped it and started same moment after you said that, because I don't know whether I should even
It's
say
not the
that.
fraction that was depressing. It was the thing where everybody was saying, you have to feel. There's no point in saying all this if you don't feel. But honestly, if I'm actually sorry, no, this is only from the thoughts, doctor, and this is probably the problem, as R.N. Mahasi says, not enough prajna, right? This system called Surangika is a very there's a lot of black and white in it. It has to be straight cut, and there have been people who have told me life is not straight cut. Either it's that or this, that kind of thing, and there's a lot of gray areas. Of course, over the years that has been kind of, I've got it. But so when now, even when R.N. Mahasa says there's no point, it has to be felt. True, and it's not as if one is not contemplating. This system is contemplating as much as the system could.
Surangika, the actual trick is, after this discussion, you should be able to drop everything.
But he said not enough contemplation.
That is because you don't actually, I have felt that, because I have also told you to think about the light consciousness and the sound consciousness now. And even now I'm training you there. I am also trying to get you into the consciousness side, because you're not that much into that. Because you have the full idea about the chair.
Yeah, that part.
You're not worried about the chair anyway. But the thing is,
the thing is, as you say, don't know how to become the thing.
No, it shouldn't be a thing like that. No, the way of thinking is wrong. So after contemplation, now imagine, now what we are doing is trying to contemplate in different ways, and see whether we understand this. After understanding, because I didn't do any specific thing. I actually got the message from R.N. Hanse a long time ago. Like when I listen, not even by discussion. When I listen, I actually got the idea that this has to be felt. And when he has talked about the chair is not a thing, and light is not a thing, sound is not a thing, that is engraved. And then drop the Dhamma. You have to drop the Dhamma, otherwise Dhamma works in the mind.
So when you say
as long as Dhamma is working, that is passive contemplation and the mind is active.
Yeah. Now that part is and I have a question. Again, must be a dumb question, but now when the issue is, now we have been contemplating this outside world not being true for a long time now. No, I mean at least 3-4 years. So because of this, now gradually, over that, painfully, slowly, whatever it is, all these, the interests that have been there for outside things and all have gradually dwindled. over the years, it has happened. Slowly, it has reduced. So, the wanting to do things, the interest, the passions, the hobbies, wanting to go and stare into the sea or the beach and wait hours at the beach, all these things have been done. At different stages, these things have been done. Then the watching of the TV, then kind of telling oneself that it's only one program, then telling oneself it's only the news. All those things have gone away. It's not as if it has been deliberately stopped, because if there is always an self-examination here, whether it is artificially being imposed, like how those days we say, you mustn't do that, you have to take sill and that kind of thing. It's like that, keeping the ball under the water suppressed. So then, because of those experiences, when the thought arises and the inclination arises, uh, I allow it to do whatever it is, because if that is there, that means the contemplation has not been enough now, which is why that uddipana is coming to do something. So then the system is allowed to do it. And then with further contemplation, then you can see over time the desire or the inclination or the thought even doesn't arise to do that thing, either to turn the TV on for the news or turn something for anything. Sometimes still the TV is turned on for the news, but one doesn't get that slight excitation, as if that next thought will have a little bit something, the next thought will have a little bit something. So gradually those things are reducing. Sorry, I can't remember what I was going to say now.
No, actually, I can understand that it is reducing. But the thing is, Dhamma is not about this reduction.
Yes, sorry. Now I
Reduction
remember.
should be self-view, self-perception, self-vibration.
Yeah, sorry, I just remembered what I was trying to say, Doctor. So now as a result, now these external interests have reduced, have kind of gone to quite an extent. To such an extent that when one says relax and have a cup of tea, what do you actually do? And that is the problem there, isn't it? Because we are not used to just waiting.
No,
because
you have to become the
also
child.
it's the
Child
mind, isn't
enjoyed
it, trying to
everything.
do something.
Child enjoyed everything now. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why Anuloma Pratiloma thing is very important. Because towards the feel side, anyway, mind is not active. The feel is, it's like it's in full happiness.
So I think I probably am kind of getting it. So because, maybe the outside world may not be true to a certain extent or a great extent, whatever it is. But because there is still that there is some kind of getting stuck in the mind, and the feel is not emerging, only this.
No, yeah.
That is why.
That is the thing.
The relaxation is not happening, and
that's why Aranwanse must be telling that you're still too heavy.
Yeah.
And there's a very high possibility that it is the Dhamma now. Because you don't know to drop everything like a baby. Baby is not worried about, just imagine a baby running around the garden trying to catch butterflies. Just imagine, can you become like that? Or are you too serious?
Yeah.
Yesterday, Aranwanse was saying to Mayangana Meninwanse, was it Andolnatmaka? I can't even remember now.
Yeah, it was Andolnatmaka.
And just see how he was describing it, how heavy she is.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the more pattern you have, more, because
Art.
child Surangika can't have any pattern as such. No? Some kids have patterns, that's a different story, but like mostly they are pattern free.
So
They are
when you
very
relax,
carefree.
doctor, what do you do
Mm.
generally?
I don't know. That's a weird question.
No, I mean, I don't mean you. I mean, like generally, when when one is on this path and the Dham, I think I heard who was that Kappagoda Amma saying right at the beginning in the Alonatmaka to some person, saying you don't have to contemplate when you're, because that is an automatic contemplation when you're just there.
No, that is passive one is also not needed in this.
Yeah,
The
that's what
moment
I
will
was
never
thinking.
come.
That
Yeah, no,
passive,
no, no.
automatic means passive, isn't it?
Passive,
Yeah.
no, yeah, no. Passive. It is
I think she
whatever.
was trying to say that you don't need to be thinking about it. That's what I think she was trying to say, actually.
Yeah, she must be telling active is not needed. Active also, all
Yeah.
passive is not helpful because the mind is active.
Yeah.
The mind is not active when you are doing activity like hiking or staring at maybe this beach. But the problem is your mind is heavy for some reason. Why do you think, Surangika, your mind is heavy?
I don't know, doctor.
Are you worried about Dhamma? Maybe you're worried about Dhamma.
I think I'm that's more. Every time Aaron wants to say something or you say something, I think I try to drop it, and then I don't listen to as much. And like you said, I don't listen in the morning when I go for the walk, or at least I listen for part of the walk and then I stop it, and the rest of it I go walk in silence. So that type of thing I try to do. Then I did. I'm doing some gardening.
Gardening is good.
Focusing on some like little tasks, so that then it is just a task and nothing else. What else did I do?
Maybe do some beautiful stuff like whatever makes your mind pray, like I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, that is the thing, doctor. There is no pleasure in anything.
සිත හැකිලිලාද කියලා බයක් තියෙනවා.
Yeah, there is no pleasure in anything.
No, pleasure is different. Inner lightness is different. No?
Yeah, that the lightness is the problem, I think. Can't feel the lightness. Maybe that's why Arenvasi said satutak nahi. I don't think he meant the other satuta.
Yeah.
He meant that lightness, as you are saying, maybe. Because that heaviness he can feel. No, as you must be also feeling it, isn't it?
I'm trying to find out what the heaviness is, because now there's so much heaviness reasons, kids, responsibilities. As you said, your mother and father's responsibility could be playing a thing. What else can make it? Maybe work. Anything else?
No, not really. I think the existence is there just for the parents' sake, actually. There is no other need to exist. That's like the last obligation.
So maybe you are actually sad.
I don't
Because
know.
that is in the mind. Sadness is in the mind, no? Consciousness doesn't
Yeah,
have
yeah,
a
that
sadness.
is the, yeah. Mm.
Even the light consciousness doesn't have anything like that.
Mm.
None of the consciousnesses have any idea about tomorrow, whether I'm living for someone or something, or this is
No,
my
I mean, I just
responsibility.
trying to say something because the question was asked, but apart from the fact that that duty has to be performed to them, there is
No,
no.
but is there any sadness?
I don't know whether there's any sadness as such. It's just there's nothing else to live. I mean, if there's a purpose for which one gets up in the morning, is to do all this and maintain a house and have the work and the income coming, so that until such time they need some kind of sustenance and support, that this thing is continued and maintained. That's about it. There's no other purpose apart probably from the Dhamma.
Yeah.
And I
So
think
maybe
R.N.
the
Master said that also, no? That day, I think he said that the Nivana deyak karagena type of thing, which
yeah.
has, I thought I had dropped it, and maybe
I
it has
don't
reduced
think
in the grasp, the tightness of the grasp, but the grasp has not completely loosened, as you say, which is why the relaxation is not happening, obviously, isn't it?
Mm. So if
So,
you're not there, is there anyone to look after parents?
yes, my sister is there, but yeah.
So you don't have to worry about that, no? So you can relax in that aspect. Because in my situation, my youngest is just turned 13, so it's a hell of a time. So maybe them actually, because you know definitely that even if you die, parents will be looked after by sister. So sister is there to help. So then it should be them.
No, I think it might be both. The parents has been a very, very heavy burden from the time I remember, actually. It's
Is it
something that
because they love you more than
no,
sister?
nothing about love business. I really don't care about that type of thing. I have never felt about those things like that. It's something that it's something that has been there from childhood, doctor. That there is the obligation to be performed.
Why?
That I don't know. It has been there right through, as if no
From
matter
what
what.
age did you feel that?
Oh, from a very, very small age. There have been things that I have done trying to compensate for. There has been, I don't know, a feeling of guilt right from the beginning of, whenever if I see them suffering or trying to make ends meet or, working hard and all that, there has been always a sense of guilt. It's almost as if, because the children have been born, they are suffering type of thing. And I think that's why I don't know whether I mentioned that those days also when during my childhood, when I once or twice, I haven't seen babies often, but when I do encounter a baby, I have always felt a very great sadness about why did they come to this world. So completely unorthodox kind of reactions to generally joyous moments. from from a mundane side of things. But yeah, so coming back to parents, I think, yeah, irrespective of who's around, who is around, it has been like that. And I don't know whether you know, my brother died in his 20s. So that made it worse as well. Yeah, so anyway, quite a few events ending up to the current situation. But anyway, not that I'm like thinking about it so much, but that is definitely one of the things.
No, but
that is
when did you
stuck
stop
on it.
feeling?
Yeah, that is a good question, actually. And it wasn't like always like that, actually. That is the strange thing about it. It seems to have
Because
happened
you
at
must
some
have been
point.
numb. You must have been numb from kind of maybe early adulthood, like young adult also maybe.
Mm. No, but the emotional upheavals have been there. If the emotional upheavals are there for the obviously being, taking the world to be real and so on and so forth, all that was there. No? So at that time, there wasn't any numbness. Or unless there
Then
was a
after that,
numbness, or unless there was a numbness even
or
before
maybe
that in
you
a
actually made it
superficial way.
numb so that sadness is not coming.
Mm. That is
After you
also.
felt sad, just imagine you felt sad at one point and you made it a point, no, I'm making this whole thing, you become tough kind of thing.
Yeah, possible.
I think after having kids, I became so different. Whole more like the responsible kind of. I thought it killed me, but no. I mean, fortunately, I'm breathing now. But I thought having responsibility of kids and the work and everything was so heavy for me. So likewise, maybe something actually clicked in your system also, that it was too much, so kind of became tough. In the mind, you can become tough just to survive.
Yeah, it's quite possible because I'm generally known as the tough one in the family.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I mean, it's generally known. It's like everybody knows it. It's taken for granted kind of thing. I mean, whatever that has to be done will be done. Everything is kind of taken care of, but then it's left like that. That's the way that is anyway. So coming back to this, well, I suppose that is why that not only the relaxing, the feel of that that one can't actually come to that feel is an issue, isn't it, doctor?
Yeah,
And for
childhood is
that, the
a very
relaxation
good
is.
reason for that.
Yeah.
Because I can definitely remember when I was a child, I was free as a bird. But how it changed slowly. I became like not a bird, like a kind of pig, so heavy not in the body. What I'm trying to say is a different thing.
Heavy with
So
thoughts
heavy.
and everything, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So comparably,
yeah, I
slowly
can
going backwards.
definitely relate to that because there was a time in childhood that everything was like, you're so free, isn't it? I remember the three siblings. We used to When Aranvasi talks about trees and, liking trees and running away to the jungle, of course, it telepathizes. And then one actually thinks about, we used to have in our grandparents' house, just in front of us in Ratmalana, they had cashew trees. And I used to live on top of a cashew tree on school holidays. Actually, the three of us had 3 cashew trees. And we spent hours and hours on top of the cashew tree till our grandmother has to shout and bring us down. So, there were carefree days like that. And she used to say, "Me lamyanang giya me wadurek." Because I come down smelling like a tree, like, the smell of trees.
Yeah.
But that's the way it was. And even on top of the cashew tree, we are eating cashew and, with all that sticky juice pouring, ripe cashew nuts, cashew.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
actually, now
eating and
you
then almost
actually
getting intoxicated and coming down.
you actually reminded me when I was little. I mean, my sister is not like me, but when I was little, I was the kolla kind of thing. Like I was always up in the guava tree. It was a massive tree. It had like a one line where it is flat and you can even sleep on it. And my home was that. And as soon as I enter that, I can see the sea, the direct sea. And I used to stare at that. And it was so beautiful. And I remember though, when my mind starts to grow, I used to talk to myself. Like I used to have now, if my sister is not there, I used to imagine my sister there and keep talking to my sister, or keep, something like that. I used to act. I remember that slowly. In the beginning, it wasn't there. It was just staring at the sea and stuff. But then later, when I grew up, I remember acting out. I give the question, I give the answer as well. I don't know. I just remember doing that kind of acting out thing. And but I was there for hours and hours, and the food was the guava.
Yeah, can imagine.
Yeah, but it's not smelly like the kaju tree. Kaju tree is not different, no, with all the kahata and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, but when did we lose ourselves? That's the thing. The mind, the damage,
It's actually such a big damage, isn't it, Doctor? When you encounter the Dhamma, only you realize how much with the Rupakilesa Sutra, how much this mind has tainted the field. No?
Yes, and what aspects of mind? Because mind is so free in the beginning, and how targets, or I have felt responsible for my family. Always, I really appreciated my father. I kind of like worshipped him because he looked after my mother when my mother fell sick. He did everything, so I really appreciated him, and I was there for him like all the time. I was kind of like in my head, I wanted to be the savior of him because he saved every one of us. And I wanted to kind of be the one to like be like him, kind of thing, like to look after him and all that. And these are just the way it turned out. And as like you, I've been the one. I mean, forever kind of thing until they leave.
Yeah. Is he still living, Doctor?
No. They both passed away. But this is the thing, the The
But that is also
but
self-imposed, isn't it? I don't know where it's coming from. Is it coming from? I think that, you know, when Aaron Master says that this company
yeah,
that
but
is
there
felt
is a
in this
different thing.
moment.
I felt my father a lot. I usually I don't even
Yeah,
question him.
actually, that is a good point. I think that is the thing that has driven even this desire to do for them right from the beginning. Is that the feeling, isn't it? Their pain was felt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after that, when the mind gets powerful, you kind of get numb. The feel subsides. It's not lost. It is there. It just doesn't come to the surface. Because you can sympathize, but being empathic is different.
That's right. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just discussing because I think it is a good thing if you can drop all these things and
Yeah.
just be
Because
free.
occasionally, like tinges of the feel comes through, but quickly gets kind of masked, I think. Like those days you could feel, yeah, there was more of a feel of what the other one person is going through type of thing. But now it's not. And actually, part of that was, I actually thought that was the outside world not being real. And those days I was okay when we were talking about Anya Samiti also, during the midnight Zoom also, I was saying that when දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැති එක දැනෙනවා, actually the impression was that this lack of feeling was actually that, because it happened. This thing has come about only in the last 1.5
No, but
year
the
or
thing
so.
is, a life feel is something different. The whole thing about this self vibration and the self perception, that is the only thing that is lost now. Everything else is there.
Yeah,
And
but the
actually, you will feel more. The light also, you will feel more. Sound also, you will feel more. Everything you will feel more.
But yeah, somewhere down the line, something has happened.
Yeah, I think just relax. Just relax. In a way, I think maybe just drop all the ideas about the Anyasami, all this stuff anyway. Because I even talk about these things because it is being discussed. Otherwise, I don't really worry about the theory as such.
Doctor, do you think that how now in a typical day's routine? If I take my routine for example, so morning I wake up around 4:30 and I listen to the Andolnatmaka. And then now, because I can't do the 9:30 to 10:30, I fall asleep. For the 1 hour talk, I try to record it in the morning. So sometimes around 6 o'clock, I'll record it. And then the balance Andolnatmaka, I listen when I'm either going for the walk halfway through at least, and then or at the gym. And then coming back home, I'll listen to the balance part of it. If it is still going on, stop it till, and then after that, maybe in the afternoon with work, I might try to listen if I can, only a bit of the morning Zoom. So that's about it for the weekdays, unless, and then in the evening back again something. And if it is not the discussion, if the discussion is there, then the discussion. So all that is that collectively too much in that case, because otherwise
I don't
one
think
can't
so.
keep abreast of Aryan Vahans. I don't listen to everybody's conversations, just Aryan Vahansa's parts. And sometimes if Asanti comes online, I listen to hers. That is purely because two things actually. One is I find Asanti's explanations good, and because of the the way she explains that in the contemplative kind of way, that is very helpful. So I listen to her, and also anyway Aryan Mahansa's we listen, but I am also conscious that too much of it is not a good thing. So that the needing to relax and just be normal and do normal things, day-to-day things is also required, because one part
To
of
be
what Aryan
honest,
Mahans, yeah.
to be honest, I don't try to relax. It just happens sometimes. Other times I'm like a wine doll, like after the morning talk, everything is about sending kids to school, and then after they go to school, I relax a bit and then start cooking for the day, and then go to work and come back and then do this one and then go to sleep. My day is pretty hopeless in that way. But I try to listen to Andolanaatmaka Deshana in the morning, and I actually finish some other while cooking, or some other I finish. And lunchtime, when I have a lunchtime, I try to finish the morning one. Some other while writing notes, I try to some other finish the morning one if Aryan Mansi has talked. So I don't think my one is a very good one, because you at least go for a walk every day and go to gym and stuff. I don't. I mean, I don't have time. But to say that, but whenever I get a chance, the relaxation is so good. I feel it very like really contrast to the other time. And
yes,
this contrast is also coming down now. Like in the sense, the relaxation is coming even when I'm working.
Right. Okay.
So, but it is slow. It is very slow. Very slow. So this, whenever the Dhamma is felt is whenever those times that I have felt the relaxation. Really elevated mind though, not like not the sleepy mind, not the dumb mind, numb mind,
not the idle mind.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's really in a good space and really like elevated kind of thing, not like attached to somewhere. It's just elevated.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean, and I think maybe that's where Swarnamali also said that the mind has to be in a good place, in the sense that I don't know how she said it in Sinhalese, but she said something like that, isn't it? She said, Sita avabodha karagena, Sita like something like that. She said, isn't it? Where you don't stress the mind, isn't it?
Yeah.
The mind is not stressed, and if it is not stressed, it kind of is more malleable, more flexible, and more can be shaped, kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know what
it
is.
Kind of.
It's something like that. Anyway.
Yeah, you should actually do a little bit of research about why your mind is so heavy, because I feel there is a bit more. I don't know. Maybe you have some resentment that is unsolved. You don't have to talk about it if you don't like it. So you can
No,
think
no,
about
that's
it.
what I was at that day trying to tell R.N. Mahansa, not that I was trying to speak about that other mother and all that. I was trying to almost defend that other mother because I understand what that mother was going through. Although I don't know whether R.N. Mahansa got it in that way. He might have, I don't know, he thought that I was trying to give my judgment about that mother. I wasn't. What I was trying to say was it's perfectly normal for anyone to say very genuinely that no, I don't have anything. No, I don't have anything, because till somebody actually touches a nerve by bringing up a past memory or by the way a person speaks, that particular, whatever that, the old memory, sad memory, or whatever it is that was
Yeah,
lying
but then
beneath the embers
the
doesn't
task
come
is
out.
for you to actually get them out.
Yeah, true. But the problem, what I told Aranwase is that slight Nurusana kind of thing that was there for some time. I haven't been able to find the root cause for it. But even that Nurusana thing has been gradually fading as a result of the Dhamma. Also, I don't know whether I think I said that also to him, but that it hasn't been,
Still, it is heavy now.
Yeah, but then because the Dhamma doesn't work overnight, no, so it is gradually eroding that.
Yeah, so R.N. Mahansa wants it the other way around. Basically that, yeah. But think about it and why the resentment is there, because resentments can be there for various stuff. It may be even the other stuff, like the things that sometimes we want and it's not there, or the freedom
Yeah, but
kind of thing
now
when
actually
the
there's no
parents
resentment.
are
There
there.
used to be a resentment, but resentment meaning not particularly at anything. There is no particular resentment about a person or a thing or a situation or anything like that.
Resentment with yourself.
But there was that underlying kind of thing, and that underlying thing was the one thing that I said to R.N. Master is fading away. But you're right, doctor. There might be something somewhere that is the key to it, isn't it? Which is why maybe that is manifesting as a heavy mind as well.
Yeah, because sometimes mind is trying to find a purpose. And it is the mind's task, like kind of if you feel like you have lost the purpose, because these are things that patients come and tell me as well. I think that's why these things are coming up. So don't worry if it is not applicable. So this when you kind of like get that idea, and if it get fixated, it's very difficult to erase also,
Yeah, true.
Because you're not overtly depressed or overtly anxious or nothing, but it is slight resentment with this moment. Actually there's an English word for that related to Dhamma also. I can't remember. Resentment with this moment. Oh, it can be for a reason, or it may be not even. It may be that you can't even find the reason. Like you are like irritated with your moment.
Yeah, that's actually a good way of putting it, doctor. That is actually very insightful. It's a peculiar thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm trying to put things into words. That's the difficult part, because words can't understand in Sinhala
No,
or the
it
English
is
now.
true. It's like there is an unsatisfactoriness without actually knowing what it is that is unsatisfactory, isn't it?
Mhm.
something like that. And so
Yeah, being
the
contented is is a feature of mine. That's what that toffee thing is there.
yes,
That give some toffee to mine thing is there
yeah,
is because of that. You
uh,
can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do that by force, or you can't really do that. But it's such a dear, kind of a
yeah.
thing. Why
You
don't
may,
you go to Sri Lanka for some time?
oh, mm. Well, the parents will be coming shortly anyway, coming back here. And yeah, I have work deadlines and stuff. Can't take that amount of leave to go. I haven't been to Sri Lanka for 6 years.
Talk
Long
about
time.
it. I haven't been for like maybe 8 years. Can't remember.
Oh, yeah. So
No,
okay.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to see what things we can change actually,
Yeah.
because
So the other thing I've been doing is as part of that contemplation thing, the self view, so for the self view, just I was trying to approach it in a different angle, which I think I shared in the English Zoom things. So also about how the baby gets formed, how the fetus, the cells and all that kind of thing. Just trying to kind of understand fully, if it hasn't been understood so far, in case there was a gap somewhere, to show that how all this is just a system. This is just a process. Then I've looked at, how the light is formed, how that illusion can get created through various tricks of the eye, and the eye gets tricked with various types of illusions, with images being combined at speed, then how the sound gets formed, how the vocal cords and the breath and the vibrations are all interlinked. And Arenwas also has been saying, how he was saying, I don't know, recently also, he said how the inhalation and the breath is used to speak, for the vocal cords to move and things like that. So just to kind of, almost without being explicit, but still trying to almost get it to click that this is actually a system, and all this is, just happening kind of thing. It's not that it is not known, but no point in saying I know, no, because now it has to be felt, no. So I was trying to kind of approach it in different ways in terms of contemplation. Some of the Abhinya talks, also one or two I listened, which was actually really good. There was one on Ditti Visuddhiya and Chitta Visuddhiya, which was really good. But for some reason, one of those I think I had not listened to before. So things like that. So trying to do something a little bit differently. But yesterday or day before, R.N. Mahansa said the again and again, I think he says that, but he emphasized it about this Darshana Jnana is the thing that has to be completely comprehended, isn't it? The more one
Yeah,
comprehends that, the more one gets it.
but
Meaning, I
but
suppose the, yeah,
Surangika, when the Dhamma starts to work, the relaxation uh, should come in such a way that you can sense the kind of the light, the sound, even the animal or the whatever, So that is kind of like a child, because children also are very sensitive to these little things. Children can stare at something. They may not stare for a long time, but they can stare at something. It's so much intent for a minute or second, whatever, So they feel a lot. So that is what Aranhanse is trying to push everyone towards. So if that is happening, that's fine. If it is happening slowly also, it is fine. But your heaviness should drop. So if that is to drop, I think all the caveats, like the dark holes where you feel so like a robot, like I think you feel like a robot now. I mean, baby is a feeler, not a robot. Robot doesn't feel anything now. But the actual baby is a feeler. So
Yeah, baby is a
just
feeler too. I mean, sometimes I actually, I mean, there are one or two neighbors also that have elderly gent and all that. Anytime he wants something, I keep telling him, call me if you want anything. I'm trying to do something which is completely out of my comfort zone, because that's the other problem, isn't it? I keep telling Adama also, if you don't go to work, actually, like physically go to work, the things that are encountered whilst going to work at the workplace, all those things are also experiences, no? To see where, to test the defilements and so on and so forth. So if one is stuck every day inside a room working from home, it's only those rare occurrences when I actually do go to Sydney for work. So that happens so rarely that there's not much of interaction with people. And from that is the thing that actually
that
can...
is actually, I am full of interactions.
Yeah, that's what you're kind of the complete extreme, isn't it? Always
extreme.
yeah.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's a different one. And maybe you are addicted to that robot life.
I mean, I don't know this addiction, but that is the circumstance now, that it has become like that.
No, but you don't want to, you may not even want to change that. Now, when Aranhanse said, Meherin Wahanse, did you go from house to house? Did you try to feel them? Like,
yeah.
So it's just see what different level that Aranhanse is feeling, isn't it? Because you can't have a high sit, like it is like situation to situation, moment to moment, you have to feel differently. One house to another house, one house can chase you away, one house can ask you to sit down and have some water or tea or something.
Yeah.
So to be ready with that kind of thing, your robot-like life has, I think, shadowed you too much. Sorry, I'm trying to actually help you. That's why I'm trying to get these things out, because it's only two of us today, so which is in a good way anyway. Sometimes for you.
Yeah, doctor.
Because it's very difficult to have a conversation sometimes. So you need to do a little bit of research and see whether your robotic behavior has become a, sometimes everything numbs people, responsibilities can numb you. The kind of, you said you are the tough guy kind of thing. So that those things all can numb you. And the attitude you have, like I'm here for parents and that's it kind of thing. Everything is taking that beautiful human mind down.
No, it's not as if it's like, what shall I say? What is the word to say?
Like
that?
a cage, I would say.
No,
not
I mean it's not a defeatist attitude. You know how people can have a defeatist attitude about, okay, that's all I'm living for type of thing. But
no, but you have a robot kind of thing is not like that. It's kind
yeah,
of a stereotypic kind of thing, isn't it?
stereotype might be a bit better, but that, I mean, in terms of, I mean, obviously, because there's no immediate family or anybody like that, there's, in that sense, I mean, of course, I can do other things at some point in time, but in terms of, you know, yeah, there is nothing, there is no, what shall I say, objective for excitation.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that kind of excitation. Lightness is not that kind of excitation.
Yeah, no, that's also true, but I think it's just the Dhamma and the fact that, that just having to be available type of thing, I think are the two things. Maybe.
Some behaviors are usually, some behaviors start to manage the stress, anxiety or excitement, some behaviors. And they become a pattern. Do you get it?
Yes, yes.
So that's what you should dig and see, because some like comfort zone.
Yeah.
That is to manage the kind of a, you don't want stress. You don't want stress. And you don't want even excitation. You don't want anything. You just
actually
kind
it's
of
like
in that.
Harshi's example. Sorry, I don't want to mention names, but the example where one doesn't want to do things. And
Yes.
I think Swarnamali was mentioning about some hormone serotonin or something. The lack of wanting to move, to do anything, right? That kind of thing also can come about, like it's almost like a, what is that? Tina Midda, no? Type of thing, a hindrance in a way.
Yeah, making a cage by yourself, thinking that it is the best for you, it can be from the childhood. That's the thing.
Yeah. And that is also quite complicated, isn't it? Because whilst a lot of things were moving parts and a lot of things were happening, lots of disruption, lots of having to, perform obligations and do a lot of things, and then step into things when things have gone wrong and that type of thing. Whilst all that is happening and all there is a participation and involvement and all that blah blahs, even within those, even amongst those, one can still have a cage, isn't it?
Yeah. Because you don't like to get hurt, you can build your own one.
Yeah, whilst being in this little thing, all the other things are still being done, isn't it?
Yeah, because you want to be the tough guy anyway. Not you want to. You have that perception.
No, even more than not wanting to be that, but maybe putting everything else in check. Because all these other things have to be done, kind of thing. And because that might have gone on for some time, even that could have now
You can't become the child again.
Now you can't go back to being the
Now,
normal
if
person.
I ask you to jump up the kaju tree, you will be like scratching your head.
Yeah, something like that, isn't it? Yeah.
You have completely lost that child.
Yeah. I mean, not completely. The trees always tempt me still. Yeah, there are like 2 parks close by. I go to the park where there are no human beings. And I go like far away as much as possible from them. And yeah, I mean, so that kind of thing is there still. The pull towards nature, pull towards just being away from. Yeah, I think that actually RN is so right, isn't it? It's just I don't know. I mean, not that I feel anything, but that is clearly the problem. But the
No. It's 100% sure. The mind, all the tactics are to get the mind to shut up, kind of like mind to have no power. Temporarily, at least, because the habit is with the mind cage. Mind cage is not like we have like sometimes our parents would say, act like this, act like this, act like this, like not nowadays we don't really tell anything to our kids, but in those days we have like a pattern, like we are told, kind of thing. And these are all the cages, kind of should act like this, should not tell like this, should be like this, should do this, should not do this, should dress like this, everything. They're very strong perceptions now.
Yeah, true. I have had all those strong perceptions, I think, a lot. So that I suppose misconceptions also can, because RN1 recently also said all misconceptions have to be eradicated for the self-view to go, right? All mithya drushti has to be eliminated to come to samma vritti. Actually, his talk, was it yesterday? Yes, it was very good, wasn't it?
Yesterday.
Where was he yesterday? Mahiyangane.
Yeah. Today, where is he?
Today he was at
to the today
Vegala.
one. Oh.
It was funny because he had got late, I think. And apparently there, I was also laughing on this side. He was saying that maybe the GPS might have taken them to another Vegala. You must be knowing about the area, doctor, but he said...
No, I don't.
He said there are 3 Vegalas. And they had gone round and round and round. And then only finally came to the correct wagon. And he said, "Kaudu danne Vegala thunak tiyanawa kiyala." It was so funny.
Oh my God.
He has some sense of humor sometimes.
And Sri Lanka, anyway, if you put GPS, you can end up in the middle of a jungle also.
Yeah, that's right. It's so funny, I know. And I remember a long time ago, it's just typical Sri Lanka also, isn't it, doctor? Because I remember a long time ago when at that time I was married, and my that time husband and I were going to Laksabana. It was getting very late in the evening, and we kept going, not arriving anywhere. And you stop and ask a person on the road and says, පොඩ්ඩ දුරයි තව චුට්ට දුර යන්න තියෙන්නේ, like that, like, and even shows with the arm pointing, and then you're going for miles and miles and miles, you still haven't come to the point. And then you stop and ask another person, and they also say, "Tha pudda dura yanna tiyenne." So, that again, a typical feature of Sri Lanka, isn't it? So it has been
Yeah.
a joke amongst the two of us for such a long time after that. And we just say it's like going to Laksapan, isn't it? And start laughing, cracking up and laughing. Because
Yeah.
the typical, it's the Singhali, it's the Sri Lankan nature, isn't it?
Yeah. True.
So the Vagala thing was also very funny. But
Finally, he came.
Yes, finally he had come. I think he got late. It might have started around our time, 4 o'clock odd, so that would have been a bit late for. They must have been waiting from morning, and I think Asanti had given a talk till then or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Vesak Day, Doctor, there is a program also, isn't it? Tomorrow, I think it's Martha Day. And Vesak, I think he's at Kurunegala, isn't it? I think
Yeah.
it must be somewhere that side. He's turning around and going that way, I think, towards Kurunegala side. But
It
he
is a
was
good
saying
thing
about
because
wanting to go from house to house and all that. That's actually really, it will be really nice when he does that also.
Yeah. I think we are coming to the end of this. We both were talking a lot, but I think we should try and drop all your hesitations, the worry about the next moment, and just relax.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for all the advice and.
Yeah, think about it and.
Yeah.
Thank you, Aaron Hansa, for your noble guidance, and we appreciate how much effort you take to go to every mother and every father and everyone and try and invoke Lord Buddha's Dhamma, the real Buddha Dhamma Sangha ship into everyone's heart. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sramika. Thank you, may all of you attending part. Thank you.
Everyone, Sana.
Hi, Dharma friends. You're listening to the Buddothpado 24-hour English Zoom channel. You can listen to this through the English PeoTV, Buddothpado YouTube channel, as well as joining us in this English Zoom discussion through the link. So what is being imparted through this channel is the pure Dhamma truth and the Dhamma philosophy as unveiled by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago. And it's that same truth that is shared and realized by our noble spiritual teacher, Buddothpado and Vahansa. And as practitioners, this is what is being shared with the world for the benefit of our English-speaking listeners. So as practitioners, the level of the explanations are to the extent that it has been self-experienced or self-realized. And so we will stick to the fundamentals of the Buddhist philosophy, but if you are interested in the full volumes and the books that have been translated from the Sinhalese language to English of the Noble Teacher's sermons, they are available in several websites. One such website is the Buddothpado-dhamma.com,
website, if you scroll down, there will be a section called the English translations, and that has a very simple translation of some talks, and you can find quite a few volumes of it, about 12, 13, maybe 12 or 15 volumes of it available on that website. So this Dhamma philosophy that the Buddha unveiled, and which our noble teacher has shared with the world for the last 5 to 6 years, is not the mainstream teaching. The mainstream teaching has had some certain misinterpretations stemming from the translations that have been made to the Sinhalese and English language from Pali, from the Pali scriptures. And as a result, some of the influences due to the translation from Pali being done to Sinhalese by a Hindu priest long time ago, more than 500 years ago, sorry, not the Sinhalese language, but from the original, to Pali, that had been subjected to the influences of Hinduism, because it was a Hindu priest, Hindu priest that had actually done the translation. So there are certain limitations in the mainstream, even in the translations of the scriptures, whether it is in English, which is published and used worldwide, or even if it is in the Sinhalese language, the same issue is there. So the difference and the uniqueness of the English in the Buddothpado and Mahansa, the noble spiritual teachers, practices, teachings which are now being imparted and shared through this English Zoom channel. There are heaps and heaps of Sinhalese talks. Actually, more than 12,000 talks have been delivered for the last 6 years, and there are numerous YouTube channels in the Sinhalese language that are out there. But this channel is also a brainchild of our noble teacher, because he, with the greatest compassion that he has, he wants to impart this to English-speaking audiences who are not conversant with the Sinhalese language. And that is why this attempt is being made by various practitioners to explain these Dhamma philosophy and the fundamental principles of the Dhamma philosophy to the world. Basically, this is the truth, the truth as the Buddha realized, and it is something with that noble intention that is being shared with you today. So the uniqueness of the teacher Buddothpada's teachings is that it brings to this teachings and the Dhamma the practical side of things. Practical side of things has not been really talked of so much before. You might think that surely there are, meditation practices that are being followed worldwide. Isn't that the practical application of the Dhamma? But the meditation practices that are being followed are mainly concentration meditation. And by that very term, you can realize that there is something that is used as a focal point. Concentration, right? Something to concentrate about. Now, that means that there is something that is being taken and used to almost like to contemplate. But the Buddha's, the truth that was unveiled is what you call animitta, sunyata apranita kind of Dhamma. Animitta means no focal point. It's meaning why, and there's a deeper meaning to that. What it means is when you say no focal point, what it means is there is nothing to focus on, because if one focuses on something, that thing has to be true, isn't it? You're taking something to be there, you are believing in something, and then only you are focusing on that. Right? And then, so the other aspect of it is, if there is something that is being focused on, one thing is there is a belief that that thing is there, and then on the other side there is a person actually, implicitly, there is an implicit acceptance, there is a person here focusing on something. So on both sides of the spectrum, both sides, it is not correct. So it's, when you say having a focus, that means nimitta. Nimitta means focus. Nimitta is focus in Sinhalese. Animitta, I think it's in Pali as well, the same meaning has come to the Sinhalese language. Animitta is no focus. So when you say no focus, how do you actually bring that into practical application? So if it's not concentration meditation, and if that is actually wrong, that has been followed all these years. Everywhere, either it's the breathing exercise or something like that is being practiced. Or one would take something like a kasina bhavana, which means that something is used, a light is used, a candle is used. Sometimes even the Buddha's, certain things are used to focus on something, to bring that the chitta ekagrata, which means to kind of collect one's mind, the scattered mind, to bring it to a point and make it calm. But if there is a scattered mind, and if the thoughts are going helter-skelter, not allowing one to be able to even contemplate Dhamma points, to a certain extent doing that kind of basic concentration meditation like anapanasati or breathing exercises, breathing, not exercises, breathing, focusing, concentrating on the breathing, inhaling, exhalation, is good. But that is that is good for that only, to bring the thoughts to kind of calm the mind a little bit, so that when the mind is calm only, one is able to even contemplate Dhamma points. But beyond that, the limitation stops there. The rest of it, in order to realize this Dhamma, is all Vidarshana Bhavana. Vidarshana Bhavana is something, if you are aware of Buddhism a little bit, you have heard of this term, isn't it? You have heard of this term, and then you think sometimes these practices and monasteries, they say that this is what you're doing Vidarshana. But actually sometimes it is not true Vidarshana. And that is where the noble teacher has given the correct meaning, and a whole new and a different meaning to what is meant by Vidarshana Bhavana. Vidarshana Bhavana is the contemplation, as the Buddha said, of this, how this mind is made up of. How this illusory mind has created a world which is not really existent. And when one says that, consider for a moment how one actually perceives the world. You may think that you are living in a world that is very real around you, isn't it? That you were born to a world, that you have grown up in a world, you have had parents, you have had siblings, you grew up in a particular community, neighborhood, went to this school, you had such and such friends. You did these exams, you went to this university, got a job, had children, got married and had children, whatever. And then retired, grandchildren, all that. So when you think of yourself, you think back about all your life, right from childhood, right from the day you were born, and you think that this whole thing is me, isn't it? That's all. What you are now is all that. And that is your past, that is your life, isn't it? It has been stamped and labeled as if that is your life. But the Buddha said that the world that we see around us, that we is only something that is manifesting in the senses. Meaning that there is no capacity or capability for not only the human being but for all living beings to perceive or experience a world outside other than what is actually getting internally manifested in their respective sense faculties. Now, pause for a moment there to actually contemplate what was said there. Now, as a human being, you know we have 5 senses. The eye sensor, the ear sensor, the eyes, the ears. Let's take the sensor out. Eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, and the body faculty, the body or sensory organ. So the eyes, you think that we perceive light, that we see the light from outside by using the eyes. You think that we hear sound that is outside by using our ears. Same thing with the nose. Smell is inhaled from outside, and then because of that you inhale or you detect the smell. Then for the tongue, whatever food or drink that is being consumed, again from something outside, coming in contact, being eaten or drunk, and that is what you say is being tasted. And then the body senses. So when you feel heat and cold, if your hand knocks against a chair, the solidity. If one touches a pillow, the softness. That solidity, heat and cold, the temperature, are the sensations that the body sensor feels. And that is that experience. So, when you think about how you experience the world around you, every day for the last so many years, if you think about your life, if that is the way, can you think of any other way that you have experienced this world other than through these senses? Isn't it what was seen that was taken as being seen? It is the seeing, the hearing, the tasting, the touching and the smelling, the collective experience from those that you have called living, isn't it? And you think that all the senses are here, the world is outside, and you are seeing, hearing, smelling, touching, tasting. What is outside? But the Buddha said that this world is created only through the senses. It's a creation. And the senses don't create the world. I mean, the senses create the world, meaning the senses, the sensations, basic sensations are manifesting in the sense faculties. But do we actually experience the light as the light, the sound as the sound? There seems to be another twist there, isn't it? What we see is not, we don't see daylight. True, sometimes we'll generally say, now there's daylight and now there's darkness. But we go beyond that as well, isn't it? All the things that are associated as this world, as discerned from the eyes, you'll say, it's the night, the sky. Even daylight, you call it daylight. You call it day. You don't say light, you'll call it day. And then night, you'll call it night. Night you generally call for the darkness. And then what about everything else? The sky, the moon, the rainbow, the colors, the mother, the father. the rivers, the trees, the forest, the road, the vehicles, all these things that you think you have seen have been given another name, isn't it? Now the eye doesn't see a car, does it? The basic sensory faculties only see there is a manifestation of a certain sensation in the faculties. Now, as long as there is breathing in the body, there is a vibration that is occurring in different faculties. And so the eye faculty, ear faculty, the vibration that is occurring in the faculty is actually, as the Buddha said, that gives a manifestation of light. It is not something that is coming outside, contrary to common belief. The eye faculty, everything is vibrating. If everything is subjected to vibration, the eye faculty vibration telepathizes with billions of other vibrations of similar frequencies. If you have heard of telepathization, that is what happens. That similar frequency then generates, because it telepathizes, in the eye faculty there is a spark or a light. We call it a spark. In the modern day terminology, we call it a spark. In the Buddha's Pali scriptures, Pali scriptures, we call it rupane. Now, in the common term that has been used and which has been the cause for confusion is rupaya. When it is interpreted as rupaya, meaning like a picture, then one actually believes or gets confused that there is a picture outside and then I am here seeing it, isn't it? Because rupaya means picture. The straightforward translation is picture. But actually, our noble teacher has pointed out through self-realization that rupaya is actually in Pali rupane. Rupane doesn't have the same meaning as rupaya. Rupane means something that is manifesting due to the speed of vibration. So that manifestation due to the speed of vibration is different altogether to just saying that it's a picture. Picture itself denotes that there is actually already something there. But the Buddha didn't say that there is something already there. The Buddha said that for the speed of the vibration, because there's vibration always occurring, and because of that one vibration manifesting itself in different ways, because of the sense of faculties, and this differs from animal to human being, from different creatures to human beings, depending on the sense of faculty, that also changes. But ultimately the sense of faculties manifest something because there is vibration. If there was no vibration, there would not be any kind of telepathization with similar frequency vibrations. And if there is no telepathization, there is no manifestation. So that light, as we call it, is actually not something that is existent outside, but something that the sense of faculties are manifesting here now because of the vibration. If the eyes are closed, there is no vibration. If the eyes are closed, there is no light. Because the sparking doesn't happen to that extent. Isn't it? The spark, like when the lightning occurs in the sky, that is what we call a spark. So that if it is happening constantly, you will feel even in a dark, stormy night that lightning lights up the sky almost like daylight. It is that same type of phenomenon that actually occurs within this eye faculty. And because it is happening at such infinite speed, there is a impression that is obtained that there is permanent light, because it is constantly, each time it's sparking, it's telepathizing, it's sparking, it's telepathizing. And if you can imagine, it's happening at non-stop speed, infinite speed, which is completely impossible for the human eye to discern that there is a speed here and it's only a flickering that's happening all the time. Speedy flickering. The naked eye would discern it as there being a permanent light. So that's how when the Buddha explained the 5 aggregates, rupa, rupanya form, sensation is when the vibration happens, there is a sensation, the spark that occurs. There is a sensation that occurs there because of the fast-acting vibration telepathizing with similar frequency vibrations in the eye. That sensation is then given a name to, which we call sanya, perception. And because it is happening at speed, as we just explained, that is sankara, formations. And then there is an interpretation given to that also, which we call chakku viññāne. Chakku meaning eye, viññāne means mind. Chakku viññāne means that there is a differentiation, there is a feeling that gets generated that light is permanently there. So even that is a mind construct. And the same thing happens with the eardrum. The sound is because of the eardrum vibrating, and that vibration telepathizes with equal frequency vibrations. And then the sound is manifested. If the person is deaf, the vibration doesn't occur. Or if there's any deformity or damage in the ear also, the sound doesn't get manifested to the same extent. Because the vibration and the telepathization won't happen to that extent. To the extent that it is damaged, to the extent that it is either deformed or damaged, or there is complete loss of hearing, the experience of the sound would be completely different, because the manifestation doesn't happen fully. So if you go to the colorblind, some person who's colorblind, say can't see green, the elements for the manifestation of the color green is not working. And as a result, the vibration doesn't telepathize with anything that is giving rise to the color green, which we have named the color as green. But so that's why one says that, for certain colorblind people, they can't see red, they can't see green. They see everything in a different hue or shade. And that is because to that extent, the eye is either, there is some, the eye faculty, there is an issue. But actually, what happens with each of these sensors, so the smell is also the same. The vibration that is occurring in the nose faculty gives rise to a similar frequency, telepathizes with similar frequency vibrations to generate smell. The tongue is the same. The taste is also the same. The bodily sensations is also the same. So all these are manifesting something because of the speed. If not for the speed, there is no manifestation. If you think about, a fountain in the park, where there is water being spouted out at speed, you will notice that there is an image of a flower. spout out the water in a speed in a particular way so that, the one gets the illusion that there's a flower pattern being formed, isn't it? Now, was there an actual flower pattern there, or was it just a trick in the eye? A mind illusion, isn't it? An eye illusion. And if you actually look up on YouTube, and you'll see how there can be tricks made by the speedy formation of patterns by, sending it through different speeds. And the eye perceives it differently, completely differently, because of it's an illusion, because of the speed in which it is vibrating. The illusion, ultimate picture can be quite different. Even if you take the TV channel, now back in the day, if you can remember the black and white TV and the issues that was there those days, it's not there so much now, but you would find that if the connection is lost, there is no picture that is forming. You can see the pixels, isn't it? It's the pixels that have come together actually that forms the picture. Now you're experiencing and enjoying a full film on the TV, made up of like high definition, high resolution picture. But if you remember that black and white TV, when the connection got lost and it's like coming and going, sometimes it's just black and white pixels. If it's a color TV, it's color pixels. But essentially little dots or squares or little millions and billions of dots are appearing on that screen. And then if the connection is restored, or it's coming properly, then the picture gets formed. So it is in that same way. Now the sparking that we talk about in the eye is the same thing. The light is there also. It's not again the light that is there, but a light that is manifesting in the eye sensor. And it is that is getting interpreted as there being a permanent light. So these basic sensations are then rolled up and combined and interpreted by the mind consciousness as something. And these are the things that we said at the outset are the things that you are experiencing or associating or interacting with. When we said the vehicle, the eye doesn't see a vehicle. Who has said that there is a vehicle here? Isn't it the mind that is saying that it's a vehicle? If you look at a vehicle, it is all just an image, isn't it? But at some point, this has been taught. How did it become a vehicle? The mind is interpreting it immediately as a vehicle. So then you realize even the clouds, the rainbow, even the colors, the basic colors, the basic alphabet, the basic letters, the alphabet. How do you know an A is an A and a B is a B? The baby in the cot didn't know any of that. The infant has had no recognition of any of these whatsoever. The things that you have taken for granted all this time is something that you actually learned, isn't it? Now to understand the Buddhist philosophy, there are two fundamental things. One is the Buddha said that this is no self-dhamma, and that is the crux of it. More than anything else, that has to be completely understood and realized is that this is no self-dhamma. But to come to that point, because it is such a revelation, one has to understand the makings of the mind, the process of the mind, how this whole thing comes about, how this so-called world gets manifested. Yes, manifested. That also can be controversial. But this is the truth. This is the truth that has been hidden for so long and is not even heard of. It's getting heard now gradually in Sri Lanka because of the influences of Buddothpado teachings, and other monks are gradually understanding the true meaning of the Pali scriptures, but it is not that heard of worldwide. So the importance of these teachings are, cannot be even described in words. But when the Buddha said that the world is getting created through the senses, and it's a sensor-created world, that is because it is a sensor-created world. This world that you think is there, that you are living in, that you are very much a part of, is actually something that is manifesting or that has got created through the mind mechanism and is derived from the sensations arising in the sense faculties. Nothing else. There is no experience that anyone can have other than what is being experienced or discerned through the sensor faculties. But the sensor faculties give rise to basic sensations, but these sensations are just basic sensations. But there is a natural phenomena of the mind that is in operation, and that is the nature of things. So it is that the nature of things, the truth, is what we call dharma. And that is what the Buddha actually realized. It is not something that can be discerned through the senses, through the human eye, through the human ear, through the body sensations. It has to be realized. And to realize it, it has to come from a person, come from the fully awakened one. Someone who has actually, you can't call it an individual, but for the sake of explaining it, we'll have to say that it's a fully realized one who would actually, through abhijna knowledge and through vidarshana practice, go behind the mechanics go behind this whole illusion and see things as they are, and then with that full realization and full awakening, share that with the world. So these sensations that are occurring in the five faculties is because there is a body, a physical body has been for some reason. Because of the human body, these faculties are there. And for that reason, the faculties there is a vibration that is occurring, one vibration, and that one vibration, just like the TV channels have different TV programs, the one vibration is manifesting in different ways through the different sense faculties. From the eyes it's a light, from the ears it's a sound, and so on. But manifestation should not be forgotten. Only a manifestation. But what happens when the mind mechanism actually combines these things and gives it another, and combines it to form another new vibration. And there is almost a betrayal, a hoodwinking, or a belief that gets created there, that then there is a name that is given. That new vibration is given a name, like the chair, the mother, the father, the object, the school, the class, all that. Now, if you go back in time to your Montessori days, if the teacher didn't teach the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, there wouldn't have been any learning, isn't it? Everything that is being associated now is something that has been taught, something that has been learned. But the initial teaching if you can recall, is always with the showing of an image and an association of sound, isn't it? Showing of an image A, and association of the sound A. The teacher is always using sound to impart the teaching. They don't just show the image A, because the child in the Montessori also wouldn't recognize the word A because if the child is seeing the letter A for the first time in the Montessori class, do you think that the child can recognize what A is or B is or C is? No, it is being shown, and a sound is associated with the picture, and then that is repeated over and over again, and the child is also asked to repeat it. Child is asked to repeat the alphabet. Child is shown the 7 colors and are asked to repeat the colors, draw the colors, all these things. So that repetitive use of sound with the image, and then the repetitive actions to ingrain that, embed that through perceptions, is what is actually called learning. But the learning is the same vibration occurring over and over again, which is then giving rise to that same perception. And that same perception occurring all the time will give that mental formation that is mental formation gives rise to a feeling that actually exists, that is there. The letter A is something that is actually there. The letter B is actually something that is there. Alphabet is something that is there. The colors are something that is there. So then the child is learning, isn't it? Learning is what? It is actually thinking, isn't it? So it is a thought ultimately. The color red is a thought. The color blue is a thought. The alphabet A is a thought. So everything like that. An image is shown and a sound is associated. A color, a sound can be given like a clap of hands, and then the teacher will say that's a clap, a clap, a clap. And then that word clap, clap, clap is repeated and reinforced, and then the perceiver, that is the perception, the vibration happens, occurring in the eardrum, giving rise to a sound, and that similar sound being repeated over and over again. The perception is formed, the mental formation of a repetitive vibration is formed, giving rise to the feeling that there is something called a clap. And this is what a clap sounds like. So now it is not the sound so much, but it is clap. Moment one hears somebody clapping, the word clap comes to the mind, isn't it? Now, how did the word clap come to the mind when somebody is clapping? When somebody is clapping, not only it is a sound, and say we'll use it the other way around. If I say clap, nobody's clapping now, but if I say clap, immediately for you will hear the sound of clapping, or one clap. And the word clap also will kind of resonate with you in the mind, almost like it's a sound. The sound of the word clap and the actual clapping are all resonating in the mind now, isn't it? Almost as if you're hearing the clapping and the sound. Now, how did that even happen? From that, one can actually realize that this is a perception that is being always experienced. Perception turns into a thought. The perception for lay people is also the same as the thought, because there is no differentiation. Straight away, the perception is taken as real. Perception is taken to be there. The clapping is something that is there. Anybody can clap. And clapping can occur. Clapping occurs when somebody, so that way the feeling of that is there. So in this way, everything that is if everything that is considered as an object, person, people outside in this world are actually associated only through names and labels, isn't it? But ultimately, each of those are given a name. But they are constructed by the mind in this way. Everything has been given a name, like the colors in the sky. Some are your parents or somebody has shown that to you, so it was just an image. But they said the image, that kind of image in the sky means it's a rainbow. So then you will learn the word rainbow, isn't it? But is there actually a rainbow in the sky? Or were there colors? And also, were there colors, or was that just a manifestation of light? So the importance of this Dhamma is that one actually understands the mind creation. It is the mind that is actually combining these sensations and giving it a name, and giving it and that combination of the basic sensations of light, touch, sound in different formulas is what we call various objects and people and things. Now, if you think about your friend, your best friend, perhaps, immediately the name of the friend would come to mind, right? The shape of the friend would come to mind, how her features, whether she's fat or thin or tall or short, then her the way she speaks, that sound, isn't it? All these things will come to mind. But if you actually, the friend is standing in front of you, but then, if you go with that, so immediately an image of your friend came to your mind, isn't it? Immediately the sound of your friend's voice came to the mind, or you can even hear her speaking. You can hear the sound. Now, can you actually hear the sound, or is it just a perception in the mind? It's a perception, isn't it? She's not here with you physically now. She's not speaking to you. And she's not there for you to even see her image. And yet, the full image of her complexion, the blackness or blondness of her hair, the favorite dresses that she wears, all that you can picture immediately in different colors and forms. You picture it, and yet we think that the light is actually coming from outside. But if the light was coming from outside, how did you picture your friend? If she had if she wears a favorite dress, a red dress, you might picture her in the red dress. If it is pink, you might picture her in the pink or whatever. If she has a different favorite pair of shoes, you will picture her wearing the favorite pair of shoes. You might have even teased her about it, that she's, hacking the shoes to death because she just doesn't want to wear anything else because she loves those favorite pair of old shoes. But now even the color of the shoes, the texture of the shoes, maybe the dirtiness of the shoes even, is coming to mind, isn't it? But these are images, these are colors, how did that come to the mind? How the light is outside. So how did the mind see the light? So this is what this is the great deception, really. And what about the sound? You can hear the friend talking. You can hear the friend calling out your name. You can hear the friend cracking jokes and laughing. Or recall the last time she had a good laugh with you. So the sound is now not there in your presence. She's not around you cracking jokes and laughing. But everything was very real, isn't it, in the mind? The sound was heard. isn't it? So, how did the sound get heard? How did the image be seen? And yet we think that the sound is something that is outside and the light is something that is outside. But isn't that all a perception? Now we explained that light is finally taken by the mind consciousness as a feeling that light is there. The light gets manifested in the eye faculty, the spark, and the spark is then given a perception called light. The continuous vibration of it at speed is then giving rise to a feeling. There's a consciousness that arises, a feeling that arises that light is permanently there. So this whole thing is a manifestation, isn't it? That initial sparking and the speedy vibration of that sparking has given rise to a deception, really, a construction in the mind and the mind alone that there is something called light. But then what happens? Not only is the basic perception, light, being considered to be there, the mind consciousness does another trick. The mind consciousness takes all these sensory perceptions, light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, in different forms, combines it together and gives it various names. Combines it together to form new vibrations. These new vibrations is what we call thought, mind object, stimuli. So then it is not the basic perceptions that are experienced. One actually then, there is immediately a believing, a latching on to that name that has got created and been taught to us back in our Montessori days. Everything, if you recall that way, has been taught. The basic foundation of the teaching, the perceptions have been given at that point. Names and form and sound, taste and sound. Sound plays a crucial role here. The sound is the main way that these vibrations are being learned. The perceptions have been learned by the association of sound. If not for the sound, the picture cannot be taken in as a perception. Generally, for majority of people, it has been like that. Sound is used. Of course, if one is deaf, some other sign or perception is used to gain more perceptions about the world. Again, even a blind person would probably use Braille, but again, the teaching that happens there is also a mistaken teaching due to ignorance by the teacher, by the people teaching who are themselves deceived by the senses and the perceptions, and they are teaching something that they have been taught. And their teachers and forefathers are teaching what they have been taught. But isn't everybody in ignorance? Everybody is harboring the illusion, not knowing that it is an illusion, that light is outside, sound is outside, taste and touch and everything is outside. But ultimately what is happening is only because it is because of the vibration occurring in their sense faculties. It is a manifestation only, but the manifestation is then taken to be real as eye consciousness, ear consciousness. These are then existing. The feeling of existence of light, the feeling of existence of sound, touch, taste and smell occurs. And then further deception. The mind consciousness combines these and gives us objects called the apple, the book, the chair, the sky, the rainbow, the clouds. Now when we look around, we see the clouds in the sky. We say it's a blue sky today. Or we say it's going to rain, it's cloudy. And we go out in the garden, we see the lawn mowed, we see the plants, the pots, the foliage, the fence. the grass. Now we have given all kinds of names, isn't it? Because this is the way the whole mind consciousness works. It takes these images and it combines it to form another vibration, and it is that vibration, the thought, the stimuli that is then associated. But because these are then taken to be true, a world gets manifested around us. No one knows it's a manifestation. We take it to be true because the mind consciousness projects it outside, projects it in such a way that the belief is that this is all there outside, because that is the way it has been taught. Somebody claps and says that is a sound. So the belief, the way the mind consciousness works is, the belief is that the clap is outside. The belief is that the apple is outside. The belief is that we are learning an alphabet. Then the alphabet is used to learn words. And then the words become theories and concepts and teaching, education, all kinds of things. And then those words are used to understand theories and concepts and teach and do all kinds of things. Write lyrics for a song, for a poem, for a book, to put up a signpost. Now you go around and you see a signpost, you read the signpost and you carry on. But have you ever stopped to think, how did we even manage to recognize the signpost and the words and what it means and so on? Why do we actually stop at the traffic signal when it turns red? You automatically stop when it is turning red, right? The pedestrian won't cross the road when it is green. When it is green for the vehicles, it won't cross the road because it is not green for the man to cross the road. The green man hasn't turned on. Now, how did that signal even come? Now, if you take a person who's driving, now the color red has been associated with the perception, isn't it, to stop? Not only is it now the childhood teaching of red, only the red has been given further connotations, further perceptions. So the red has been associated with another perception, saying that red in this context, in this environment, in this situation is meant to denote stop. So whatever you are doing, the moment you are approaching a color light and it turns red, you are applying the brakes because automatically that is being followed. That perception has been believed, isn't it? So when this belief of all these objects, persons, people are there because of the thing that has been taught, it is actually perceptions that are being experienced, but not actually understanding that this is all an internal mechanism, that this entire world is getting created only through perceptions. The belief is that there is an outside world, and when there is an outside world, there is immediately an I here that gets created. There is a perceiver, there is a person experiencing the world. And if there are perceptions that are repeated over and over again, with the belief that those objects are true and people and persons are true, because it's the same for persons. The mother, the father, the same thing. And then with that belief that it is true, the clinging, the attachment, the aversion happens. And now it is hard to dislodge, isn't it? But ultimately the perception has become true. It has become very real. And the pain, the sorrow is coming from not having that object, isn't it? From the loss of something, from the death of somebody close to you, from the parting of a loved one, from not getting something you want, because you believe that something is existing outside. And not only is that, and how does that become so powerful? Because the vibration that started off these so-called manifestations has an underlying power. But then we said that the light consciousness, even to be felt as a consciousness, has to have a speedy vibration. Even that has power, isn't it? Every vibration has an underlying power. So the speedy vibration has the powerful element even in just the perception of light. So you can imagine when you combine the things together, combine those sensory perceptions together and make up an object called an apple, make up a person called the mother, and the constant association of that perception has made it so powerful because it's believed to be true. There is an attachment to it. The way the vibrations occur is there is a momentum that gets built up each time it is considered to be there. This is what the Buddha called the existent field, or the noble teacher has explained this very well. This existent field, the feeling that something exists, the belief that something exists. The other side of the coin is that I am there too. The sense of being alive automatically gets created. And then if something is there, you want to keep it. You like it. You want it, or it can be the other way as well. There can be a reverse reaction that one doesn't actually like it. So whether it is an aversion or a clinging, so the things that are liked, the things that resonate, are kept and held on to. There's a clinging, there's an attachment, isn't it? The way you are attached to your grandchild, the way you are attached to your children, the way you are attached to your job, your house, that you can't do without, that you keep constantly, no matter where you go, you keep coming back to the house in the evening. Without knowing, there is an attachment, there is a perception that there is a house, there is a home, that is my home, isn't it? There are so many things like that has been taken and taken as yours, which you don't actually think about, but they are underlying, they are there, and they have become powerful over time because of repeated association, repeated interaction, and with that comes the desire, the need to keep it, the need to possess it, because of that fundamental belief that it is there. That existent feel then gives rise to the feeling, because it is through that stimuli being there only that there is a feeling that gets generated that the self is there. If the stimuli is no longer considered to be real, the sensation that the self is there also disappears. So this is why it's called two sides of the same coin. So understanding that alone is a huge aspect of this Vidarshana application, Vidarshana Bhavana, in the way the Buddha taught and how our noble teacher is explaining to us. So there's a lot of contemplation to be done in that very first step. This is not the full aspect of the Dhamma. This is only the first part of it, but it is the main thing, the main crutch is to understand that this is a mind-created world, it is a sensor-created world, and that there's been wrong belief that the outside world is true is the thing that creates this self-view. And that self-view is actually non-existent. That itself is also a mind creation. And if that self-view is broken, that is the first step in these stages, the stream enterer stage, because the self-view is the very thing that keeps beings in this samsaric cycle of birth and death over and over again. Because of that existent feel, something is existing, and that is giving rise to the alive feel. And there is a perceiver of an outside world. The self-view gets formed where there is no self-view. There was no self here at all. It is a projection, an extension of that initial fundamental ignorance and the belief that there is something outside, all due to ignorance, and can be seen This can be only discerned through the Dhamma. So we'll stop there for today, Dhamma friends. If you understand this basic stage and continue to listen to these talks, there are other practitioners who will explain further aspects and more advanced aspects as well. But together you will gain a good understanding to pave the way for Vidarshana Bhavana, Vidarshana application of this Buddhist teachings. Thank you, Dhamma friends, and thank you, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Wahansa, Thiruvan Saranai Dhamma friends.
War's cruel grasp snatches childhood dreams. Innocent hearts bear the darkest schemes. Tears fall like rain in a world gone cold. Their laughter silenced, young stories unfold. Rise up, let love break the chains. Heal the wounds, ease their pains. In their eyes, the future's cry. Buddothpado will heal the world. Schools turn to rubble, homes lost in fire. Fear grips their hearts, dreams expire. Refugee paths, a desperate plight. Childhood stolen in the dark of night. Rise up, let love break the chains. Heal the wounds. liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath. Wisdom of Asia, ever aglow. Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking night, dispelling ignorance with light, dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion, opening all eyes. Wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpado. Truth of life and truth of mind, truth no time can leave behind, truth of birth and death made clear, the path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go. I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. while looking quietly. Buddothpado ayang wahanse. Change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado ayang wahanse. Showed the way by asking see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same.
Buddothpado loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawakened Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Aryayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle boats and sermons vast. Buddothpado.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everyone, Sanai Aranamasa. Everyone, Sanai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 48. You can call this a kind of meditation. When you receive a thought, you should look at the mind without the image. It is similar to looking at the theater screen without looking at the images on it. This seeing is like nirvana. It is like seeing the truth. Realizing the truth is known as the awakening of the Dhammacakkusaya. Awakening of the Yathabhuta Jnana means you see the true nature of all things. You understand and realize how all things come together to form this illusion. Once you realize the truth, you will no longer be tricked by this illusion, by this feel. The moment you realize the pure truth, you awaken the wisdom of Aloko Udapadi, Vidya Udapadi, Chakkun Udapadi, and Prajna Udapadi. Now you know how to see the illusion. You have to put a great effort to realize the illusion outside. You need to apply the 5 spiritual faculties Sattva, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, and Prajna to realize the illusion outside. Sattva means you are willing to understand what the truth is. You know how to look at the screen and see through the images and be aware of the blank white screen. You are aware that what you see outside is only a film and that is not real. Sadhanusari is a person who sees the truth in this illusion. You have to develop an effort or video to see the truth in this illusion. You have to see the truth in every thought you receive. Satya is when you practice being mindful to see the blank white screen at the background. Later, this Satya develops to a Samadhi. Therun Sanna, everybody.
Sarana Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us and starting our session. We all pay our homage at Aryan Mahansa's feet, Therun Sarana Aryan Mahansa, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. And we warmly welcome to this English Zoom discussion from 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time until 4 p.m. And we also thank our technical team, our friends who are behind the screen, always helping us to conduct these Zoom discussions. So as usual, Shani read two pages from the book that we are following, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2 book. So still we are at the beginning. We are still talking about the thoughts and what is meant by the world created by the sense of faculties. So we are still discussing the very basic facts. So little by little, some light is shed, and now we know that the world, what is called the world, or the materialistic world, is something created at the sensor level of different species, so including the human beings. So the capacity of the sensor faculty will create something, and which is an illusion. Actually, what happens is, due to the speedy vibration, something is created at the sensor level, and the functions of the sensor faculties will together form what's called the thought, which is another form of vibration. So everything is a thought basically. So thoughts are whatever you name, it's a thought. House, trees, daughter, son, mother, car, everything is a thought. So why we say that the thought is an illusion? It's simply because due to the speed, something is created by this sense of faculties, but due to the ignorance, or avidyava in Sinhala, it's assumed that it's what is there, it's really existing, but it's actually a picture created or a reflection created in the mind. It's a collective function of the sense of faculties then and there, which creates some form of picture. So we either get attached, clinging, or we reject, or we feel averse to these thoughts which we think is really outside there. So this is the basic teaching of Buddhist philosophy. Actually, Buddhism is not a religion. It's not another religion, but it's a kind of philosophy. So irrespective of the culture, irrespective of the original religion or the geographical situation, any person can study this and see the truth. Lord Buddha used to say, come and see. I mean, he never asked us to blindly believe what he said. He said, each of you can come and see this Dhamma and then understand it to yourself. What is meant by this Dhamma Chakshusha, which was mentioned by Shani, is that opening up of your wisdom. Actually, it is not the physical eye, but it's also, I mean, can be called as a third eye, where it's the wisdom which is used to understand this Buddha teaching. So I warmly welcome all our friends who have joined Dhamma discussion today. We can start the discussion on some topic or something that was read just now from the book. Teruva Saranai, all of you. Teruva Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruva Saranai. Yeah, we can start a discussion if someone can actually bring up ideas. That's also fine. I think in the book reading, are we slowly going towards the field, or have we finished that bit? Yeah, we.
Still, I think we are just sort of halfway like of that. Still more to read on that topic.
Yeah. So either any one of you can bring up an idea.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai.
Friends, and pay our worship to our Mahansa. If our friend Joel doesn't have a question, I'd like to ask, maybe we can ask him to just interrupt and ask any question that he has during our conversation. But until such time, I was just wondering whether you can elaborate more on the mind consciousness and the feel, and the thing that we say, happiness without happiness and sadness without sadness, the distinguishing between the emotions and the feel. How when we try to discern the sensation arising from the sense faculties, we've discussed this, that the mind consciousness is the trickiest of them all. I think, Dr. Sakuntala, you dealt with it a little bit today in the morning Zoom discussion. I think quite a few people asked various questions as well, but just on that aspect about distinguishing the sadness arising from the mind consciousness as an innate feature of the mind consciousness, and the sadness as an innate feature, as opposed to the sense of heaviness that we identify separately as self-vibration. If you can just give a few more examples than the usual example that we always give about the Buddha scolding the Venerable Buddothpado and sending him out of the thing. And the typical other example we give, like, when we meet a friend after a long time, there is an initial sense of happiness. But that is just in the periphery, or almost like a surface-like happiness. It doesn't really, there is that calmness that is deep within that remains unperturbed. If you can just give a few more examples, because I think would be good to clarify that a bit more, Dr. Pokila. Thiruvan Sannai.
Yeah, that's
Hello,
a very
doctor. Hello, doctor.
Thiruvan Sannai.
I'm Joel here, doctor.
Yeah.
Connecting my question to Madam Surangika, what she asked about this mind consciousness. Yesterday you said about how to come out of the mind and live happily. I didn't understand that. So can you just give me a clarification on how to do it? Thank you.
Yeah, they both are related questions. So, okay, going, I think Surangika won't mind if I start from Joel's question.
No, of course
So,
not. Yeah.
yeah, so I think here, I don't know whether Joel can remember, I started talking about mind consciousness or the thought. It's a thought. So this, I'll elaborate in such a way, I don't know whether that will clear this, but I'll try. So just imagine this current dream. What I call the dream is just this world. So when you wake up in the morning, can you see that the whole lots of things, like I have to quickly get ready, dress up or cook something, send the kids to school, go to work. Okay, has to put the beans out, stuff like that. So there's so many things. They are just thoughts. So that is the mind consciousness. But the problem is, the mind consciousness has that, because it acts very fast. If you research about this mind consciousness is very, in the sense that anyway, the consciousness, when the word consciousness comes, you feel like as anything is existent because of the other way around. If you feel something existent, we call it consciousness, actually. So the consciousness is where we feel something happening. So in that sense, the mind consciousness is that we feel like mind is existing. That is due to the very speedy occurrence of these stimuli. Stimuli, Joel, when we refer to stimuli, it is each and every thought. Because thoughts happen very fast. We even can't differentiate that we are driving as well as listening to music. Or we are reading a book at the same time. You hear the background, a noise in the garden. So, or anything like that. You're cooking, you're at the same time, you're concentrating on a podcast, something like that. So, but according to science as well as Lord Buddha's Dharma, each and every stimuli is quite different, and they arise and they subside without our knowledge. But the thing is, this because this happens so fast, we can't even differentiate anything like that, and we feel that this mind is existing. But actually, there's no big deal about this, because it has happened anyway. But the big deal is that because we have misunderstood this whole thing, that it is actually existing. The misunderstanding or the ignorance is the main problem, that we feel that this is seriously existing, but it's actually not. If you can, that in Sri Lanka we have something like Torang, or in abroad we have like some fireworks, even with the, they make, I can't remember Sri Lanka, the word that, they, with those gadgets, they make up a happy 2026. Just imagine like that in the sky. How do they do that? They do that through the very fast occurrence of lights. Similarly, it's a simile. It's a metaphor. Similarly, that is what happens in our systems too. It's very fast occurrence of the vibrations in the eye that we feel as light. Very fast occurrence of the air. Actually, they are receptors. There's so much receptors in this body. That is why we feel alive. So those when the vibrations happen so fast, that is what we call actually sound. At the same time, when these get activated at the same time, a thought process starts. That's how a child actually starts to think. If you go back to the child life before thoughts start, you can't remember anything. Why? Because that's the time that you felt. You just felt. But then thought starts to happen. And first thought maybe mom, then second thought maybe dad, or even bayang or something like that, because we use so many different words. Or you may say in some houses they may say dada, mama, it's quite different from each household, but whatever the words, whatever the perception, the idea is to identify something. So when we feel something, we try to identify. That's our human nature. So coming back to Charles' question, what we really do is we understand what happened. That's all what we do. So we understand that before becoming trapped in this mind, because it's actually a trapping, because you can't feel anything anymore. You just keep thinking, because you get up, you see the bathroom door, it's a bathroom door, even though you're not even conscious about it. You're not even, thinking about it specifically. But if you were supposed to ask someone what happened in the morning, or what happened before the fall or something, they will definitely say, I was going to go to the bathroom door, but something was there on the floor and I just slipped on it. How did that happen? Until such time, they didn't pay much attention that they are going to the toilet and all that. But it is there underlying. So the mindful world, or the mind, or this dream, I usually call it dream because it's much easier to understand. So that the night also you might see a kind of a dream with all the perceptions. Can you see? If you see your, we'll take an example, you see your friend in your dream, you definitely know it is a perception. Perception is kind of gives you idea that it's not real. Even just by saying perception, you know that it's not real, because you saw friend in the dream, but you know it's not real. The problem in the real world is because you feel like living, because this skin is working, eyes are working, ears are working, tongue is working, and there's a thinking process as well on top of that. Now you feel like alive, and you feel like you're inside a world. That's the thing. This has to be actually understood first. Understanding only leads you to understand that actually the duality that now directly in front of me is a door now at this moment.
Dr. Kokila, there is an interruption from time to time. Don't know whether it's from my side. Others must be hearing. Is it Surangika? Do you all hear Dr. Kokila properly?
Yes, we can hear clearly, Sudharma. Dr. Kokila, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. Yeah, so then you might have to move a little bit to find a good, better place with the internet. So so when we try to understand the perception, when we try to understand this dream from morning to night, you are kind of in a dream, but we don't know that. That dream is full of stuff, you know, like you do stuff, you talk, you think, when you do stuff, what do you mean by that? So you brush your teeth, you get ready, you dress up according to the occasion and go out, come back, do shopping, cook something, eat something, sleep, talk. What else do? You don't do anything else other than that. So, but what actually happens is, these are kind of perceptions we have. For an example, if you are very old, you might actually forget. There's a disease which can happen that you keep forgetting. The perception, if you tell, could you please get up? They don't know what is get up means. They just stare at you because they don't know what is get up. Can you imagine that? If you have seen, you will not ponder. It's actually a thing which can happen. So what happens to that? There is a problem in the perception. So they can't identify the perception. So I'm telling all these things to understand the perception. So the perception of things, people, the story, the day-to-day life, the whole thing, the world is in our mind. So this mind consciousness, every word we say, every word that comes to our mind, every simple thing that we do, because we can't do something we don't know. If you say something like ching ching ching, I won't do anything because I don't know what it is. But then if someone knows actually if it's like a proper word, I just made it. But if it's actually a proper word, someone would act. Someone would talk. Someone would think about it. But if I don't have a perception about that, I won't. So our world is our world. So kind of my world is a bit of, English. At times it's Sinhala. But the language is just the way of expressing the mind consciousness. So that's the normal humanity. But the most important thing is Joel's question. How do you actually liberate from mind? It's not like a mechanism you jump out of something. It's actually understanding that this mind is not real. And the value given to this mind consciousness goes down. And one day you can feel this in single stimulus, whatever the thought, you might be able to feel it. Like you are actually not in this kind of, you will be directly in the field. And even that, so that's beyond Joel's question. Even that, you can feel if you actually know that even the feel is a mirage, because feel is also there because of the speed of this sensory organs, then you might be able to understand the feel of non-existence or the absence of duality, because we always have a duality, but the absence of duality. There's no big deal about this experience, but the main important factor of this experience is that you understand this continuity feeling we have that someone is existing is broken there, because you understand that actually if the stimulus is understood, that the power of the stimulus is not there, the feel of existence is also not there. And that is so blissful state. So that is the important message here. But the question again comes where how? That's a big question. How? Well, that's the whole Satara Satipatthana, that's the whole Pratipada, that's the whole Satyajnana, that's the whole truth. That's knowing this properly, knowing how this system works, knowing how humanity works, or even how an animal works, or how any, investigating on every aspect of living being, because every living being feels the feel of existence. Can be single cellular organism. Like we call them bacteria, but the bacteria doesn't know that it's a bacteria. But the single cell organism. But even that single cell organism have a vibration, so that there is some activity, so that also feels the feel of existence. But the beauty of the humans are the single cell or multiple cell organisms, or even animals. That we know animal world. Even animals, they don't have a expert mind system, so they can't really understand the mind as well, because the humans have a mind, yes, but they can actually understand the mind too. That's the beauty of that. So the understanding the system of mind, system of sensory, other 5 sensory organs, system of feeling existent, system of feeling alive. How does we get into the notion that we are existing, we are alive? That is how it is. And there are if you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if you ask me how am I going to liberate from mind? There are so many factors into that. So many. I don't know whether I can finish it, but there's so many. One is having a very deep keenness, or keenness, or if there's any other better word for that, like a really keen to know the truth, keenness to know the truth. I would put that as one, because only few people will feel any interest in this, because people are interested in seeing movies, people are interested in seeing a scenery, people are interested in having maybe touching your partner, or anything, any bits and pieces. So these are the like experiencing the sensory organs basically. But very few people would be keen to understand what happens here. There are so many, actually. If you research about the world, there are so many who are trying to understand it. So many neuroscientists, so many the physics, or even neuropsychiatrists, because there's so many attachments. And in spirituality, people who are interested in spirituality, they all research about this. What is this consciousness? How do we feel alive? What is the difference of being like feeling alive here and the animal feeling alive? Why there's so many different patterns? Why one person is different to other person? Why twins are different? What is happening after birth? What is happening after death? How is this power different? How can we kill someone at one point and cry with sadness in the other moment? How is our power changing so rapidly? How can we like be jealous of someone at one particular moment, and also at one point say that I really love you? So how can we do this? How can we change so rapidly? There's so many questions out there. Nobody wants the answer. They just go on and on and on. And suddenly when closer to death, they think about, oh, where am I going now? I should go somewhere. they're planning where to go, basically. So that's how it is. That's how normal our day-to-day life. That's fine. I mean, I'm not telling anything against that, but what I'm trying to say is only few people are keen to find the truth. So that would be one, I would say. And actual effort to find the truth, because you can get a small curiosity. Okay, what is happening here? Oh, next time, I can't be bothered. Just I don't know, who cares? You give up. So that you have to have an effort to actually research about this, and ability to research, because you have to have a good kind of deep, inquisitive, concentration ability to research on something. If you're so flustered, you can't research on something. And the other thing would be actually have a proper mind system, which is not affected by any psychedelics or any drugs, I would say, substances, or which is not always corrupted with other stuff. Because when you have so much, if you're fighting to survive, or doing a job the whole day and trying to earn money and survive, that is the only thing you will be concentrating on, because you don't have much time. So the time kind of, I would say, some physical and mental, some peace would be very much good for this. And ability to appreciate the different personalities, or kind of different entities, where there would be people out there who would feel better than you, kind of who would feel wider than you, that I would say, not better than you, because it's all our experiences are through our 5 sensory organs and the mind, but we have different abilities. They are different, they are very unique sometimes, and we have to appreciate that. And if someone is telling a kind of a practical thing, you can listen to and see. That's where we start to change. If there's something that you hear and you feel that it is kind of true, and you feel that, because if you have a good quality mind, without any crazy ideas, like needing to earn money, like you have to do something, or you are overwhelmed with some emotions. In that moment you can't do this, but if you actually have a small time for yourself, and then some calmness, that's enough. You just have to have some peaceful moment to understand these things, without any craving for any sensory kind of organ or a thought. So if you get all these things, you might not get all these things at one point, but you might get here and there, because you might take a leave and then go for a walk. There's no big deal about that to anyone. No one would question, why are you going for a walk? I'm going for a walk because I feel like I have to have exercise. So no one would question that. And you would, as I said yesterday, you might start feeling also kind of, the feel is not there much with us, but the feel is beneath us. Actually, it is covered with so much thoughts that we are not even bothered about the feel. So these things are all without right view. As I told yesterday, all these factors are without right view. But only one thing that Lord Buddha said was the noble friend. The noble friend who understood Lord Buddha, that's the Lord Buddha at one point. He understood that there is no self by experience. It's an experience. It's not something we only talk about. So it's an experience that there's no self here. There's no, this additional power is actually brought about by misunderstanding the so-called world, so-called dream, so-called stimuli. Basically, so-called our sensory organs. We completely misunderstand them and think there's an owner. I'm entertaining these things. So, but if we keep cutting these things, like, even if you talk about your eyes, you're talking my eyes. So where's mine? This is the research. This research goes very deep and interesting, but only few people will find it interesting because it's a kind of a boring thing for some. So there are other factors too, being truthful. Someone like Joel, he had been very truthful about him feeling, thoughts, recurrent thoughts has made him down. So he's so truthful about it. He's not hiding it. He's coming to a forum and saying openly, okay, I'm having these really bad thoughts coming back again and again. What the hell? Can I get rid of this suffering? So he's asking a question. He's being truthful to himself. He's not like, putting it under a carpet and trying to, cover up and keep smiling until the day you die and, you die with suffering. No, he's actually open to it. He's trying to find an answer. Why they are suffering? What's the big deal about this? Why it is not going away? Why can't I stay away from these bad thoughts? Why can't I have only good thoughts? So he keeps researching. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Being truthful to yourself and trying to dig deep into the thinking system and feeling system. Again, the answer is complicated actually. The answer is, he asks how to liberate from mind. Again, I've been telling only the few initial factors here, but how is through understanding this truth about this system of feeling alive. How do you feel alive? How do you feel existing? How this consciousness occurs? How this eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, touch the tongue and the nose. Touch is a vast area. You feel cold. You feel temperature. You feel the pressure. You feel the depth. You feel the kind of light touch, you feel the deep touch, you feel the the liquidity. There's so many factors in the feel, and also the pain receptors. They make you feel alive. Of course they do. Why? It's so painful. It's so painful. I got a cut and it's so painful. Yeah. So who got the pain? I got the pain. Who else can get the pain? I cut my finger and it's so painful. I'm in pain. So can you understand this? Who got the pain? I got the pain. Who got the pain? Who is I? Then you keep digging into that. Actually, who got the pain? And we keep understanding. There's a belief that there is an I who is feeling the pain, but there is a pain. So that's the body consciousness. That's the point we are telling. So because there is the sensory organs, we feel alive. We keep understanding that, and on top of this thing, this the bundle of baby, that's a feeling baby. That's a feeling baby. The baby feels everything. Baby feels the light. If you put a torch onto the baby's eyes, he blink like a disaster happened. If you shout, the baby will be like shaken very quickly because the ear doesn't know what to do. And yeah, there's so many There's things that the baby is like a bundle of a field, but this bundle of fields get together and form another new vibration that is the mind. This mind is a big deal now for us. If you're like 40 years old or 35 years of age, you have a story for about 30, you can't remember about less than 1 year, we will just drop that. Or you may not even remember 2 years, who knows, but whatever, those maybe 34 years then, if you are 35, maybe you might have some idea that world that we keep thinking that this happened to me this age, I sat for exams, I got through, okay, I got married also, I have 2 kids now, okay, now I'm on, I work there, okay, so who is I? You get confused if you actually do this research, you really will get confused. So this I is actually a belief. It's a belief. That's a belief that ruined the whole thing, but it's a belief. But you can't, just because I'm saying this or just because Lord Buddha is telling this, no one will believe that either. Joel can't believe this just because I'm telling this now, today in a forum. She kept telling that there's no self. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I should think about it. Yeah, you can think about it too. Or better than thinking about it, do a research. Touch something and see. Did you touch it? Do this research yourself. Smell something and see. What did the smell do to you? Is there a duality? Yes, there is a duality. How did that duality come? It's actually a thought. But actually there is a kind of a duality. That's why the thought has been arising. So we keep understanding, we keep investigating this, and we understand this thought process is actually a construct where we got trapped. Just because you understand this, you are not going to resign from your job and tell the kids you die because I'm not going to feed you anymore. That's not the thing. You just keep doing what you're doing. It's fine. But in deep down that none of these things are actually true. Why? It's a manifestation. What's the manifestation of your puppy dog? Well, that puppy dog has a different manifestation, but it's the same. The dog can be in your room, so it's the same room, isn't it? So you sitting on the floor, the dog is sitting on the floor, same place, kind of really near. But do you think the dog's manifestation is similar to your manifestation? No. Oh, just imagine there's a cockroach also. What about the cockroach's manifestation? What is his world? It's the same room though. And there could be a fly also. What's his manifestation? What are his perceptions? But it's the same room. So it's really interesting. Just really interesting. Scientifically, that's why I actually got dragged into R.N. Vance's sermons, because I was kind of researching about what this really means, so that I don't think everyone would be dragged to this field just because of that. So it's up to everyone to do this research. But when you keep doing the research, one day you might actually feel that in whatever the one single thought, it can be a crow, sound of a crow. And you might directly feel the vibration without actually being in the mind. And you know that it's actually the speed occurrence of the ear faculty that happen. And you might actually encounter or feel the non-vibration. kind of absence of the duality. But the sound is still there. Nothing has happened or anything. But just that you felt this discontinuation of your ever feeling me, then you might understand this. That is the beginning of your path, actually. But this may be too much for Joel. But anyway, answer is complicated. Answer should be told slowly. But if you ask me in one sentence, can you tell me in one sentence? It's all about understanding how this, mirage or how this illusion or how this dream is happening. Does this make sense, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Actually, it made sense. Like now I can understand that all these thoughts are kind of illusions, and we must not cling on to those things, and we must not get stuck onto those things, but see it from outside of ourselves.
Actually, Joel, the you know what you said, we should not cling on to something. Actually speaking, end of the day, if you actually feel this truth, you will understand that what we call we is the mirage. Because there was nothing to cling. We thought there is something to cling. That is the issue here, that we feel this, this as existing. So because the world is existing, we feel as existing. But if you don't feel the world as existing, your power here is also going to get zero. But that doesn't mean you are dying. That's the thing. This is so much blissful states. But you will be continuing your work without any burning inside your mind. But as you said, first we feel, when we hear this Dhamma, we feel that, then if we understand that, we will not cling to anything. But what actually happens is, we keep understanding that we was a misunderstanding. We say money for the clinging part, the money is a thought. Just imagine the thought. If we take thought, the money, if the money is a mirage, what are you going to cling to? So where are you now? So it's a kind of the two sides of a coin. Because if you feel some value to the money, that is you. There's no separate you. So if you feel the cross sound, that is you. There's no separate you feeling the cross sound. That is a misunderstanding. Did you get the point? It's a bit too hard maybe for you, but if you get it just for fraction of a second, you might get it. And it's just understanding this, any sensory organ sparking, if that has a value, that is you. There's a spark. Actually, life is spark. That is the life. But where here now we think, I should not like any spark. That is the wrong view, actually. There's no me here to like any spark. Actually, that value of the spark is the me. That's why the spark, we feel alive. We feel like this power to hit someone, power to kill someone, lie, do bad stuff, or do even good stuff. It doesn't mean anything good or bad. Is also, two ends of your mind. It's just the mind. But if we actually fully understand Dhamma, you understand any of these words we talk, even now, the words I talk, are actually inside this dream. If you feel this, you'll be feeling so light at this moment, Joel, because you understand, oh my, why did I suffer so much? Actually, when I listened to Aran once say very long time ago, like 5 years ago maybe, I randomly came across his, no one told me about that, just randomly came across his sermons because I was researching in the YouTube. So he was telling that you have never touched your anything. Actually, you feel like you are touching something, but actually what you think it is you think it is something, like just imagine you are touching your car. It's a thought that you get that I'm touching the car, but what happens actually, there is a touch sensation. There is a touch sensation, but because also of the speedy occurrence of the touch sensory receptors. That's all that is there. But we feel, I touch my car, I wash my car, it's so beautiful, they have so much big story. That is how it is. Did you get the point that we clinging to something, that story gets dissolved anyway?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah. That would be grateful if you can actually get a sense of this. Do you have any more questions, Joy?
I would like others to ask some questions, please. I'm trying to understand what you said.
Yeah, okay. You would ask later? Yeah, okay. So coming back to Srangika's question, again, she's asking a difficult question too, because now I have to explain her how I feel the car, or how I would feel the taste of sweet or taste of salt. So there is a dilemma here, because this liberation from mind is also something that you have to feel. And actually you feel it, and you feel that, and actually feeling the non-vibration or absence of this vibration. Actually, there's no new vibration called non-vibration. The absence of vibration is also a feel. So, Sarangika, you put me in a very great difficulty in telling these answers. You wanted me to actually give a simile or an example. Well, it's very difficult, because the particular moment we say the mind is not there, so it's directly in the feel. So directly in the feel, if you have correctly practiced this Dhamma, it will come to you that it is the speedy occurrence of the whatever the sensory organ at that particular moment. And that's where you would actually, the duality might vanish. So, what do you think, Suranka? I don't think I did any good thing to your question, did I?
It's difficult, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, I can give only tips. So the tips for you would be actually just feel it. So to feel it, as I told to Joel, you have to fully understand this Dhamma. Yes, I think that part is happening anyway. You have been listening to this Dhamma for a long time. And then you should give that system, so-called Surangika. I mean, there is a system, yes, but we call it Surangika. That system a chance. How? As I said, have, restful times to the mind as well as the body. And, have some deep thinking about this Dhamma. But if you have done deep thinking too much, maybe just give a break. Because I know a lot of our Dhamma listeners do a lot of thinking about these factors. Because thinking is not going to give you the liberation from the mind, because thinking is the thinking. Thinking is the mind. Actually, I should mention this. There's no any actual organ called mind, Joel. There's no actual specific place or any. It's not a. It's like we call some drops of water. We call it rain, like that. Rain is like fast occurrence of water in one direction. We call it rain, and water in one direction, fast flowing, we call it river. Likewise, this mind is actually fast occurrence of thoughts only. That's why we feel all the time, and everything is inside that. When we are trapped inside the mind, that is where all the time and all these misunderstandings are. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, you come back to mind anyway. It's just understanding this is so paramount that to come to this thing. And when you understand this anyway, the power is going to go down dramatically. Power of the thoughts, because you keep understanding there's no me. Then what's the big deal? Then you keep understanding this importance of this stimulus is the only power that we feel. That is why we suffer, because there is some, we feel the any thought, there is so much value we give. How much value we give, we get suffering, that's all. But that doesn't mean, so we have to be careful here, that doesn't mean that we are going to just, forget about everything, because at the end you understand that stimulus was the only thing that was there. So if the stimulus was the son, or stimulus was the daughter, you understand that stimulus was the only thing that was there, not me. But we felt as there is me because of there was that additional power. Without the additional power, it is so easy to become the person in front of you. You can feel, as an example, if Aranwanse is here, Aranwanse can easily become Joel and feel, the vibration of Joel and try to help Joel to become the non-vibration. That's how it is. That's how it works. Because there is no power at all in here, it is so easy to become the stimulus, or become the thought that you have, or become the main good thing is the word is the stimulus, because otherwise it gives you, because stimulus covers this value of the thought, covers the actual the dream, the perception, and or the perception of the, if you take the example as a chair, the value of the chair, and as well as the perception of the chair, and also the feel that you have the chair is existing. That's actually Aranwanse's most famous example, the chair. Do you feel chair is there? Then you are there. So, Surangika, I know I didn't help you. So, anything I don't know, anything I can help you with, because I can give you anything we can do is to give you so much about this truth and also some clues. So take it easy, because you know the truth now. So you have to take it easy, otherwise your thinking process will get worse. Because if there is a power in the thinking process, it's very difficult to go to the field. So recurrent thoughts, that's the Joel first time question was how to prevent recurrent thoughts. We are not even trying to prevent thoughts down here. Actually, we are trying to understand thoughts and actually pierce the thoughts. That's a good word, I would say. Pierce the thought, not physically, but through your wisdom. So when you pierce the thought with its wisdom, you will be directly in the field. Anyway, feel is not the magic, but the actually feeling the non-vibration is the importance, or the absence of duality, absence of the vibration. Then you know the difference of the the other question of you. How do you differentiate between the feel and the non-vibration, or feel and the what your wordings were like, how to understand the these mental formations with the power and without the power, isn't it?
Yeah, I think just the basic kind of sense of happiness when you see a friend seems to be, this could be, it feels as if that is easily distinguishable. And if, for example, if your favorite cat dies, or if you see somebody, something that is a typical sad event, you just feel a little sad, but that kind of thing seems to be easily discernible. But when it comes to, slightly other types of emotions like irritation, and then, things like that. I think
irritation is there because of the vibration.
Yeah, so that type of thing, sometimes you feel as if you don't know whether it's like bordering on, I think it's bordering on whether it is just an emotion in terms of dukkak nati dukkak type of thing. But then one of the things Aryan Mahasi always tells us is that you have to be totally and brutally honest with yourself. And it is that question that needs to be, really cleared. And if one is really clearing that aspect, to be truly honest, then that is where that clearance and that clarification is required, Dr. Kokila. So I also thought, I'm just saying it like I also thought now here, that irritation is, as you said, there is a vibration. However low it is, there is still low self-vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Until
so like
being
that,
an
there
arahant, there would be a vibration. And slowly the vibration will go down. And there would be a stage where you don't feel the vibration. And there would be a stage where, so I can't even remember now, the Aranwansi says, you know it better than me because I can't keep track with these words, Pali words, but you know that you initially feel it. That is the vibration. That is the most important part. You have to know the vibration, yes. But then you will feel that the non-vibration, and at the end, actually, you will become the non-vibration so that you don't actually feel it differently. But what I'm trying to say is, what the confusion here is, if you don't know the non-vibration, because there is no confusion if you actually has felt the non-vibration, and now you feel the vibration, you know that you haven't become you are not an around, that's all. What do you think?
Yes, what shall I say, the challenge is the distinguishing the mind conscious features of the mind.
Stop the distinguishing. It will happen one day. Because you are trying to do that. Definitely, if you are trying to distinguish something, you have to do it through the mind, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not as if it's it's an overt attempt either, Dr. Kokila, because that
No, there is a subconscious thing though.
Yeah, I think now it has, now that earlier the overt attempt has gone, because you have said it so many times not to do it. And even through the last few weeks, discourses of R.N. Mahansa also, particularly his talks about the perception, the very, very deep analysis of that, all that really helps to clarify deeper in order to, understand just one thing, that there is absolutely nothing, the shunyata, the nothingness that gets exemplified by everything that he says. So now it feels as if, as you, I think, quite rightly said, it's like a subconsciously trying to, there's a subconscious awareness kind of thing, isn't it? That is probably
just let it go.
Where the question arose.
Yeah, let it go. The question, drop the question and keep feeling. What's the big deal about that? If you're feeling something, it is a vibration. And I think that's being honest.
Yeah, that was the part also, that was the thing where the just dropping it was
now
being
I
honest.
know the problem now, but because at the other side, the third thing is understanding that whatever you feel is an outcome of your sensory organ, the speed. That should be there, 100%. 100%. That step, if you actually haven't done that step properly, you haven't felt the non-vibration at least once, then there is a problem anyway. We have a challenge, 100%. We have a challenge. So the challenge is, one thing is not to do anything. It's a challenge because we always want to do something. Let it go. We don't know how to let it go because we want to actually drag on to something. We don't like to let it go because then we don't feel alive. So we are scared that we might not feel alive if we let go. That's the basic thing, that why we are fighting to keep alive. That's because we don't know that it is okay. It is okay to die, because it's kind of a feel that you can feel before even dying. I think it will complicate the picture, but
yes, I think it might, perhaps because we have new listeners here.
Yeah, because we are using these metaphors. Actually, they are metaphors, because nothing is happening here. We are still alive. We are just doing all the tasks that we are supposed to do. So don't worry. But it's a metaphor that we use, like why, if we are craving for the feel of alive, because we feel that we have to maintain this. So yeah, that's just let feelings occur, but just remember, actually no, I can't say even remember, just know that it is the fast occurrence. It's the speed. You're feeling something, is the speed. That's all.
Yeah.
That will give you the non-vibration. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing, good point, Dr. Kokila. Everything, I mean, obviously, isn't it? After it goes without saying, isn't it? It's so obvious that it's almost like colloquially, it's staring. You're staring at it, and you don't see it, kind of thing, isn't it? Colloquially speaking, yeah.
Yeah. If you
Thank
feel
you,
what
Dr.
I felt
Gopinath.
just now, that's it. Yeah. All good. Anything, Dr. Sakuntala and Sutama, anything to add? I think our time is, we have only
Yeah,
2 minutes more.
it's almost 2 minutes, Dr. Kokila. Yeah, I was listening to that and it's really nice. And of course, this conversation to distinguish between feel and the mind, it's the biggest question all of us have. And I was also trying to understand it, Dr. Kokila. Just there's just 1 minute to. I mean, it's the same question that Miss Surangika asked from you. So yesterday you said when you are in the mind, you don't see the beauty of the present moment. So
That's
actually,
also a kind of a metaphor. So don't get
metaphor.
driven by that,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
if there's a person to actually see the beauty, there is a person to see. So don't get carried away by, because he's a newcomer. I can't put kind of all the stuff there. But actually, the metaphor I use for him is true for him.
Okay.
That's not applicable to you, though. You have listened to Dhamma for a long time. Thought involved.
Dr. Kokila, is this feel is something more or less similar to the original sensation of the sensory faculty, like radiant mind experience?
Radiant mind experience is that has a this
Is it
sasava.
something? Yeah.
The
No,
problem
this,
is understanding that's the Surangika's question. How did you understand the feel without the chains? That question is underlying her question, because it is all hidden in that is her question. Because this feel is not the final complete happiness. Feel also has this, this there is some more to understand. That's why you keep understanding that it's just it's just sensory organs. That's all. Speed of the sensory organs. You feel something. Yes, that's it.
But
Even if you're feeling happy, that is just a mind sensor. That's fine. That's not a big problem. But you just have to have a big understanding about that. That gives you the way to feel the sensory organ without the power. But there is a problem, because we can't actually say that, because even the feel can't be explained. How can you explain the non-feel? Isn't it?
yes, that's where you say let go and don't be scared to let go and take time and patience, all those advices.
No, even those words are wrong. If I say be patient, that is also wrong. There is a person to be patient. Actually, let go has a deep meaning than that. Because in our vocabulary, let go means, oh, I'm angry with that person, I'm letting go that. Let him be. I don't care. But still, you know that, you still have the underlying grudge, but you have let go. That's not that kind of let go. It's in one stimulus that that the complete letting go of the mind means there's no mind there. It's just the
And that goes to your other point, Dr. Kokila, where you said letting go is not an overt act, Sudharma.
No.
It is like piercing the
Yes.
thought. By piercing the thought, you know that the thought is a dud. There is nothing in it. And when you know that, the thought and the stimulus and the value attached to it, everything collapses. And that is what is meant by let go. So not the conventional way we use the word let go and the meaning attached to that. So it's quite deep.
Because I can easily let go my car, or if someone comes, yeah, take it. That's not the let go. But that is a one kind of let go also, because I heard, in 7 o'clock one, some, that mayor, what is the word? Samanmali? Is it? Swarnamali was telling, people has to have some, qualities like that. That is well before understanding this Dhamma. So you should be able to let go. Yeah, if you want the car, you take it. Yeah, that's kind of good letting go as well. But that's actually not what we mean in here. The meanings we talk here is quite deep. It's in direct one stimulus we talk about. Because the non-vibration is also felt in one stimulus initially.
Ultimately, what would happen is the power will die down. It will diminish. No thought power. When we
Definitely.
together,
Definitely,
Yeah, that is why ultimately also you come around to the same thing.
When someone is actually awakened from the dream, that's complete kind of a super happiness throughout. Whether you are even in a sad moment, you have the happiness as well as the sadness. That is a beauty. But there is another answer that I can give for Surangika. Because you are sad as well as you are happy. That is.
You have taken 5 minutes already, Dr. Kokila. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Actually, yeah. So thank you so much. We'll thank Joel first, and thank you so much for coming. We are open to you can question us every day. We can answer you every day. That's fine. We are ready for that. Our friends' questions can wait because they have been here with us for a long time. They are always here in this forum. So you are more than welcome to ask any question. Feel free. And we worship our Advanced as every day. He guides us every day. He reminds us our kind of, the path. And thank you, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Dr. Kokila. Thiruvan Saranai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruvan Sannai sir. Teruvan Sannai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 46. This is the same thing that happens in a world that we consider to be real. What you see outside are your thoughts. Think of what you see outside as images that falls onto the film screen. You don't see the screen at all, do you? Some time ago, artists drew beautiful murals, paintings on brick walls near schools, and they drew on the walls near public places in towns. You only looked at the beautiful murals, paintings, but not the wall on which it was drawn. You only look at the images on the wall and you try to figure out the story that painting was trying to teach us or convey to us. When you look at a picture on the wall, you only look at the coconut trees, the ocean, or any other image on the wall. But you did not notice the brick wall or the background on which it was drawn. The screen at the back can be considered as the pure, untainted mind, or Prabhaswara Sita. When you paint your own thoughts and images on this pure and untainted mind, you tend to contaminate and destroy the purity of your mind consciousness. Untainted means without callous, not polluted. There is a population of 800 billion in this world. Each and every one of them live in their own world, created by their own thoughts. They are all mental worlds. None of those, even though they talk to each other, exchange their views with each other, it is all an illusion. They will all die one day. They will turn to soil on the ground. Nobody can imagine is being said now. All the 800 billion people will all collapse one day. This will happen to them because they do not know the pure truth. Then what is the pure truth? Only a very few understand and realize this pure truth. You have to learn to erase the thoughts that comes to your mind at that moment. And then with that erased mind, you look at the world outside. everybody.
Therwan Sarna Shani, thank you for reading and starting the session. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. We all worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet, who is our noble friend, who is guiding us on this path to understand the truth that was disclosed by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago. We warmly welcome all our participants. May you be blessed by Triple Gem. And also, we are very grateful to our friends who are helping us with our background activity with the technical side. Therwan Saranai. So it's yet another day that we are starting our English Zoom discussion as usual. 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time, and we will be discussing for 1 hour and 15 minutes. So what Shani read was still, we are trying to explain, we are trying to understand the basic things of this true Buddha teaching. It sort of gave an outline about what happens to the mind. The little baby has the radiant mind, which we can call as unpolluted, and it's at the sensor level where the things are seen, heard, and felt, but nothing more. With time, when the thoughts are formed, that means there is as a part of the natural sequelae, natural happening, these sensor functions will come together to form a different type of a vibration, which we name as thoughts. And there is the beginning of these defilements or keles in Sinhala. And each of the living being automatically gets a thought bubble of his or her own. And this is where we are confined ourselves, and we take this thought bubble as real. So each of us have our own constructed world in the form of thoughts, which are different from each other. When we realize what is this mechanism, what happens, and how these thoughts are formed, little by little it gets disentangled from what we the confusion that we were in, and we learn, actually we try to understand the real truth and what was taught by Lord Buddha, and what he invented, and what he realized with that is actually some light was shed to a dark world where the living beings were enjoying, thinking that it is a true world. So we can see all our Dhamma friends have joined. Dr. Kokila, thank you. Therwan Saranai, can you start the discussion? We can see our friend, our new friend Joel also has joined. So maybe he has questions to ask from yesterday's discussion. We can start the discussion, Dr. Kokila. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. May Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Saranai Aryan Vahanse. Yeah, we can discuss anything. In the first bit, I was a bit busy. I couldn't catch it. Is so the book reading is actually still about the thought, is it?
Yeah, it is about the thought and then a little bit about the radiant mind and then
Oh, okay.
how
So it's
how
going to the
thoughts
field
are.
now.
Yes, yes.
Hmm. Yeah, okay. So yeah, if there's anything to discuss, I can see Vatsala also has joined us. I'm not sure whether she's able to talk. Anyone can join the discussion. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. Actually, this is the first time that I joined this program, and I want to talk something about on behalf of a friend of mine.
Are you
who
I'm just clarifying, are you living in UK? You are
Yes.
same.
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
okay. Yeah.
Yes. So this is about a friend of mine who lives in Canada. So she is unable to join this discussion live, but she listened to the YouTube video audios. So is that okay if I talk about her story on behalf of her? This is with all her permission,
Okay,
and
yeah.
and also she says that she is not confident enough to open up about her story. So she's in her late 60s and then born as a Christian, but from the very beginning she wanted to find the truth. So the story is she was the unwanted child in the family. So she was the youngest in the family. By that time, she had a elder brother and sister. So her mother tried to abort her, but it didn't work. So after birth, since her childhood, she had to pay for that. So she was beaten, she was ill-treated, and then whatever the thing she did wasn't right to her mom. So once or twice, her mom has told her that if you don't leave this place, I will kill you. And then she was beaten, and then even if her mom bangs her head on something, she got beaten. So she grew up in that kind of a environment, and then she started holding a lot of anger, especially after she got to know that her mom tried to abort her, and then even now she is holding a huge anger in her. And so after 18, she just ran away from her house, and then she started her own life. So now I encourage her to listen to this Dhamma, and then trying our best to help her. And then so she likes to get some kind of opinion how to get rid of these thoughts. She says that I know this is my thoughts, this is my ego and everything, but she feels that she got stuck in somewhere. And then the other thing is she always have a feeling that she is not doing good enough because this is the feedbacks she got from her childhood. So I'm glad that if you can give some kind
How
of
about
opinion.
now though? How about now?
Yeah, there's the thing that I spoke to her 2 days ago, and then she said for some reason I'm just on top of my anger. And then she
Yeah, but
says
does she have kids?
no, she didn't want to have kids because she didn't want to pass her anger and all the things to her kids.
Is she married?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
So I mean, when I see her, she's just like the calm sea, but there's a lot underneath. So it's very hard to understand. And then she told me this story after having a long-term friendship. I think I knew her for last 3 or 4 years, but she told me time to time she just opened up a little bit. But 2-3 days ago, she told me this part, and then I said that okay, the best thing that I can do is to talk to the Zoom discussion, and then you can listen what are the opinions that you can get.
Well, Vatsala, there's one thing I should tell.
Yeah.
When I try to communicate, the communication between you and me is different to communication between she and me.
Yeah, definitely.
So, because what I can feel is you. Now, it's very funny to say, but
I know. I know. But I asked her, why don't you?
But I'll come to that. I'm not going to make her disappoint, but I have to tell this because as soon as you open up to say something, I feel you, not her. So there is an issue in there. So if I say something now to you, I can really make it like crystal clear what I will tell to you. But this is quite different. Yes, but we can talk about it. If the Canada time matches, she doesn't have to. She can join the Sinhala Zoom discussion if she likes.
She doesn't understand because she's a Canadian lady.
She can't understand Sinhala. Okay, I got you now.
Yes.
Yeah, I got you now. So she needs to. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. So I get her now because if she's Canadian, then I have to actually get into her thinking pattern and discuss this. Yeah, but I wish she spoke to me.
One day she will come to that place actually, because I asked her, why don't you join? Then the problem is this is midnight to her. And the other thing that she says that if I try to talk to somebody about this, I will go for a very quiet period for some time, because I think she tries her best to calm her down.
I think it is the trauma. It's just a traumatic event, and I think we spoke about that yesterday as well. I took an example. She can listen to that yesterday one. I did a discussion with Joel. It was first time we met Joel yesterday through the Zoom discussion, and exact question he asked was, how can I avoid a recurrent thought? That was the question, and we discussed it, and she can listen to that particularly yesterday discussion.
Yesterday evening saying that she listened to that as well.
She did. Okay, yeah. So she might get a little bit of it, but the feel actually would be really much better if she can communicate directly with us. Anyway, coming back to that, the main aspects, there are so many aspects in this burning, because she has actually understood the burning, which is amazing, because in a way she knows that there is a burning and she has no kind of an answer to that, so she's seeking answers. So the burning itself, it doesn't matter what is the burning is for. Like it can be anything which happened in the childhood, which happened in the young age, and examples are so many. I mean, this is just one. Examples are so many. I have heard even people actually getting rid of their kids' lives, and there's no exact reasoning behind that. Even though there is a reason, like reason they give, it's very difficult to actually point out there are so traumatic backgrounds for everyone where this is stemming from. So she kind of did a very kind of an informed decision not to have kids, but even that mother, even that father, whoever, the humans, they're all humans. So the humans have so much patterns of thinkings. The thinking pattern is stemming from whatever the experiences we had. So if we go back, we don't know how. No, if I take this story to myself, if I'm going to be that child, so if I'm that child, just imagine that I'm that child at the moment. And if it is very difficult for a child to understand mother's perspective and how much trauma mother has gone through. And this, if you really dig into that mother's mother also, we are not quite sure what went on in these situations, like there are some relationships that are really torn apart because that mother couldn't understand the pressures of life and how that is transmitted to the others because of the agitation in that mother's place. So actually speaking, the mother, I'm actually speaking that her mother's time means there was no psychological help at that time. I don't know about Canada. Maybe Canada had much more supportive health system 60 years ago. I'm not sure, but I doubt it because there's so much stigma around mental health, so much stigma about getting treatment. So how much is stemming from her mental health, her experiences, her trauma is really difficult to understand. We don't know actually, because if there's specifically no one to talk in that mother's childhood, I'm not talking about ladies, this lady, I'm talking about that her mother's childhood. We never know what went through her life. We have understood through humanity, there's always an experience coming back. Experiences are being repeated. Experiences are getting as a habit. So there are so many waves also, and when the wave get affected, I would like to add here some difficult thoughts that a young woman would encounter, even when the partner is not loving. That mental stress is actually flowing to the kids because the mother is not able to navigate through the feelings that she gets. So the understanding of feeling what is happening here is kind of actually mastering that. Some are masters of it. Some can actually identify why am I doing this? What am I doing this? Because I think this whoever your friend, Vatsala's friend, is actually very good because she has understood that there is burning inside, and she knows that it is not good for her. She knows that, and she knows that it is not good for others. She knows that it is going to ruin her. So she's seeking help, which is great. But going back to her mother, I don't think she had that idea. There are so many humans out there that they don't have any idea about their humanity or even the way they feel. They don't have an idea. They just get a thought and they act on that, and they get the consequences. They get angry when the things are not going in their own way and they act on that, then again they get angry for the outcome that is coming. So if we actually dissect or dissect each and every action, there is always cause for that. There is always actually a background for that. It doesn't come just because she's angry with the small baby. That doesn't work that way. It is not that little baby's problem. That is what I'm trying to say. It is not that little baby's problem. That little baby is being is getting affected due to that mother feeling so helpless. If mother had support, I would say, from mental health perspective, which was rare at that time, I know because a lot of literature we read, we know that it wasn't this evident. Nowadays, even child will know, I face this such and such a situation, I need help. Even children is aware that these are kind of traumatic events and that should be addressed. But olden days, that help wasn't there. So that help didn't, that mother's parents, usually they are busy as well. They are busy in their own way, so that they don't understand that child's stresses or mental health issues. Because these mental health issues are very prevalent. Stress, some actually even the changes in the brain, some, there are so many issues related to the mental health. But anyway, I think because of the lack of the support, that even postnatal blues, postnatal depression was completely ignored, completely misunderstood, completely not supported at all. And it goes on and on, because when one is having a cycle of low mood or abnormal mood, there can be abnormal moods too, paranoia. There's so many other stuff that can happen. So these things is going to be a pattern, and if someone doesn't actually pick it up, that this mother is acting weird, and that weirdness is affecting this little baby, no one is going to intervene, because that mindset was not there. Imagine this happen now. As a doctor, I know, if we even feel slightly that a baby's life is in danger, we act very, very kind of instantly. It would end up baby being taken away from that mother. It doesn't matter, but it just happens because we kind of sense the danger to the baby. But I think 60 years ago, these things were not in place. So the mental health problems in mothers were actually directed or flowed through the kids, and it traumatized the kids. Now we are trying to heal a traumatized kid, but we need to understand that there is always a background. There's always a background. There's nothing without a background. If you're feeling anxious about something, there's always a background. If you're feeling angry about something, there's always a problem. But the problem is, what are you angry about? Are you angry about the uncorrected issues or unresolved issues? Maybe. But the thing is, it has gone until 18 when she decided to go away from home. And any child, not she, any child, child's life is, we actually talked about this radiant mind. Any child, any baby actually seek touch, seek light, seek the everything. They kind of seek, when they grow, we know that they seek love. So they seek love mainly through touch, mainly through because it's a basic. They don't have a big mind, they don't understand the word I love you. They understand love by touch, love by getting hunger, getting satisfied each time that the hunger is there. Each time there's good sound system, like good satisfactory sounds, not like bad words. So these are the ways and means of how a baby would feel the world. That is what the radiant mind is. Radiant mind doesn't have feeling like kind of mind at all, like it's not developed properly. So they love the feel of love. So the feel of love, it is being felt. It is felt. It is a feeling that is needed. And we have talked in this world that the more the child gets the touch of love, they kind of feel fulfilled. So their attachment to the world, the kind of the nourishment is better. So this friend has gone through kind of a different path because of mother's mental health, or abnormal mental health in that sense, but there was no help in that situation, and this child had to go through all that, and it has done a massive impact on that child's it's in directly in field level. That's why she's struggling, because she's scared to feel the love again. She's scared to actually love a child again. She's scared that someone will harm her. She's scared that someone will dump her. She's scared that she will be misunderstood. She will be judged. That's how it is. This is the repetition or the reoccurrence of all these the experiences we had. This is the natural phenomena. More you understand about this natural phenomena, that actually it's kind of you kind of understand. You feel sad, yes, and you feel so sad that the mother didn't get the help that she needed. That little child, because that little child is no more. It's every minute, every second, every fraction of a second, there's a new thought occurring. That new thought is a new feeling of you. So it is not actually 60 years ago that you lived, is actually a view we have. It's a thought we have, that it is me that who suffered. That is a view that we should understand. That's what Lord Buddha is for. He was talking to an Thero. In your life, that Thero actually killed 1,000 people, and he was going to kill his mother to get 1,000 fingers. It's a story in our Lord Buddha's time. He was advised by a teacher, if you kill 1,000 people, and give me evidence about that. I'll give you my daughter. I'll put you as my main disciple. And this very kind-hearted, very innocent child decided, okay, I'll do that. And now, initially, he struggled to even trying to provide evidence because he killed people, but there's no evidence now. So then he started actually putting the parts of the fingers, one person, one finger, into his necklace. So he collected the necklace, and he was going to have the 1,000th one by killing his mother or cutting his mother. And Lord Buddha actually avoided that. And Lord Buddha actually stopped him. He asked, person told, Angulimala told, stop. And Lord Buddha said, I have stopped. You stop. And then that person, the person who kept doing these things actually stopped because he felt something. He felt the truth behind it. You are running. But I have stopped. So I invite my Canadian friend to stop. I invite her. I actually very kindly, I beg her to stop. And then the next thing that Lord Buddha told, after some time, he calmed down and he started to feel everything. He didn't have that rage to kill people. He started to feel everyone. He started to feel the mother's, labor pain. Then when you feel the mother's labor pain, that person who kills 1,000 people, but now he is feeling it so much that he couldn't resist. How am I going to help? He ran to Lord Buddha and asked, how am I going to help that mother? Then Lord Buddha advised, you make a vow that I have never killed anyone in this life, and in that power, let this woman be healed. And then he was surprised. No, I have killed so much, you know that. But then he asked, Angulimala, have you killed anyone in this mine? At this, no, I haven't. So this mind is a brand new mind. This thought is a brand new thought. This moment is a brand new moment. But in our view of self, we connect each and every experience to our life. That's a view. That's a view we have. That's the idea we have, that it is me. It is me who underwent all this. So this pattern is there until you really understand that it is each and every time it's just a stimulus which happens. It's just a thought which arises. There is no self who suffers, but because there is a mind sensor in humans, we have emotions. And also because we have ignorance, we connect everything together and we feel we have suffered in the past. So suffering in the past is one thing. It's actually a thought. I suffered a lot in the past. It's a thought. And that, actually speaking, it is not happening at this moment. It's not happening at this moment. But this moment is a beautiful moment that we have missed. We have missed the sun. We have missed the the beauty in the moon. We have missed the beautiful noises of the birds. We have missed the the light of the stars. We have missed the The sounds of the trees. We have missed the smell of the early morning mist. We have missed everything. Why did we miss everything? Why didn't we feel all this before? No, we didn't. We live in the past. So we can't go through that. We live in the past all the time, but it's just one thought now. So you have missed all these thoughts, just beautiful moments of awareness. Just you have missed the beautiful, every aspect because of this, because of the habit we have about living in the past thoughts, living in the past vibrations, living in the past episodes. They are playing again and again, and you feel like you are actually suffering, and the baby who suffered before 60 years ago is me. That's what the self-view is. So Lord Buddha actually explained, self-view is actually a wrong view. That's a completely a wrong view. There is no self, but there is a feel, which happens due to the organs, sensory organs. Yes, you can hear, you can see, you can smell, you can taste, you can feel the touch, the temperature. You can also think. But we miss the whole beauty of that moment because of the the self-thought that we have, thinking that it is me who suffered. So there are so many aspects to that, and one aspect is we have completely missed the mother's, no one has helped that mother, because nowadays that won't happen to any mother. I don't think if there is some help out there, if that anyone with common sense noted that this something is happening after giving birth, because after giving birth, whatever type of birth that is, any mother can get different mental health issues. It's very common and it is very hidden, and the mothers suffer and the children suffer as well. And it goes on as a cycle because no one is getting help. And that's not a, now we can't resolve it, can we? No, we can't. But if you can actually understand that these things happen, you can actually help every person, or you can actually go and help other mothers. You can go and help other, pregnant females, or females who are just have given birth. There's always ways and means for you to give away your massive experience as a goodwill to everyone, to understand that this is what happens when things go wrong and no one actually notice it, and people keep ignoring these things. Why do people ignore these things? That's a good question, actually, because firstly, they don't know the answer. Firstly, they don't think it is abnormal. They think it's, oh yeah, mother is angry. Secondly, they don't understand that it is going to ruin the whole life of a child. So traumatizing experiences are there in every childhood. Not every child has like a rosy outlook in their dream, because this life is a dream as well. we can actually discuss more about Dhamma in that way. But I think another factor I would say, because there are so many factors I would miss here, I would say there are so many factors, but another factor is a child, like even a 4-year-old, manifests their mental health too. Like the trauma they undergo, the 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, whatever the olds, they also manifest this thing. And it is being missed as well. So we are actually learning these things through experience, that the child's experience has been missed as well. Because any subtle movement of the child, you can understand that child is traumatized. Child will be shaky, child will be hiding, child will be crying, child will be hesitant all the time, child will be, scared to come out. So no one has noted even that. So it is tricky when we say, if she asks, why did this happen to me? Then this comes back to Lord Buddha's Dhamma again. The me is a thought. It's actually some occurrences which happen, some experiences that happen. Yes, something went wrong, yes. But the experiences, we have a notion that it happened to me. It happened to myself. The experiences are mine. That is the thing actually Buddhism has come out with. There's no self, but there's a bunch of experiences. Are they real? They're actually not real too. But this dream is feeling so real because your skin makes you to feel the pain when someone hits you. Your tongue will feel when the food is not given properly. And your hunger pains, you will remember the hunger pains forever because you were hungry all the time. And the smell, if you were not changed, or if you were not given good clothes, if you were not washed properly, you will remember the bad smells. And these are the experiences, these are the actual experiences of the sensory organs that you had. The continuity of this flow is what we feel as me. Because we feel this dream is flowing. That is because this human mind is very fast, and because of the speed, we feel that this film is flowing because it's so fast we can't understand. Can you feel that we are standing on a rotating world? Can we even feel that? No, we can't. It happens so fast. We can't even feel that. Can we feel that we are actually standing here because of the gravity? No, we can't. Because these things are actually taken for granted. So this mind power, or the mind, not the power, the speed of the mind is something that keeps this dream as alive, like dream as happening. So there's so many things for her to understand, but there are so many things that were missed. We acknowledge that, and we acknowledge that they were experiences. We can't erase them. They were experiences, yes, but whether they are actually happening to someone is a big problem that we have to resolve. This brings your friend to the basic question: is it me who suffered 60 years ago? Is it me who suffered this until 18 years of age? Is it me who suffered after running away, who suffered to survive? Is it me who suffered with scared to be judged, scared to be, to be able to understand what will happen to her, because uncertainty kills us. Uncertainty kills us, and because there is a self always, the uncertainty kills us. So we don't like uncertainty. We want everything to be in the safe zone. That's what it is. I mean, that's what the continuity of feeling, that's what we call this, mirage or the illusion. This illusion kept us going, and the illusion is so real. You feel that it's so real that we feel that it happened to this body, this mind, to me. So there's so much, so that actually I would like her voice to come in some way, but it's okay. She can take time. She can try to understand what we were talking today, because there are so many feelings to understand. But if you actually dissect those feelings, you will understand they are all experiences that had been labeled as my experiences. Unfortunately, that is how we know. That is how we know. And if someone understands Lord Buddha's Dhamma, you will understand, yeah, there are experiences, yes, but that's just an occurrence that happened. We can learn from it. What do you learn from it? Well, you can actually be a person who teaches everyone, kids psychology. You can do anything. You can actually understand this Dhamma and help all the Canadians. Who knows? Who knows? Because I know it's not a story of just one Canadian. This plague of mental health issues are covering the whole world. A lot of young people, whether they were suppressed or not, they have so much issues of anxiety, so much issues of depression, so much stress, so much, trauma that they can't even talk about. There's people out there with abnormal health as well, like abnormal mental health, where they perceive something completely different. There are reasons for that too, It's completely, something which can happen to any human. So if you love humanity, if you kind of have so much loving kindness for the humanity, the best thing you can do is understand about this humanity, understand how a thought arises, understand how this view of myself has come, understand how you can give happiness to everyone. Happiness comes through understanding. Happiness doesn't come through by suppression of your emotions. Happiness doesn't come through by just talking about your suppressions, by thinking about your suppressions, or just by doing something about those suppressions. Actually, if you understand the rationale behind these things, why these people do things and it comes back as in cycles and cycles and cycles. How did this happen? How can we stop suffering? If you really want to know how to stop suffering, you should stop. Just need to stop. When you stop, not physically, but stop and, just calm down. Because otherwise you will miss all the beauty of the things out there, what you can see, what you can hear, what you can smell, what you can taste. Water is so tasty. You will even miss that because of the tendency for you to go back to the past. Highly, like bad experiences. So I think I would stop there. I'm not sure whether I have helped her, but I think it will help her in some ways. And I think one day she will have the courage to come and talk to us. We are actually very kind of really happy to help any human being out there who suffers. And even someone like, imagine if I say, Dr. Sakuntala, are you suffering? And she might say, no, I'm not suffering at this moment. But I would say, yeah, but you are still suffering too, Dr. Sakuntala. She might understand what I'm saying, because until you have this self-view, you have this kind of weird way of suffering that should be dealt with. And if someone gets the urge to deal with that, and the courage to deal with that, and the thought to deal with that, and if you start researching about this suffering, you will definitely fight it, and you can. Thank you very much, Vatsala.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kokita. You brought me tears, actually. It made me emotional because when I was listening to it, I tallied everything with her story. And then I need to say something. I don't know whether it's appropriate to say it here. So my sister, Sakuntala, who is in this conversation, she's the
I
one
didn't
who
know
helped.
that.
She's the one who helped my friend a lot to come to this path, because I don't have enough knowledge to explain any of the things. So actually, we do once a month some kind of a discussion for about 2 hours. That's how she got into this path, and then she's picking up things, I think, much faster than we thought. And then now what you explained will definitely help her. Thank you very much. Thirwan Satna.
Hello, doctor. I'm Joel here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was listening to your speech, and what really came to my mind is like, when I'm a young person, and I also had these traumatic experiences in my past life. So, and you said, when you think about the past, you don't focus on the beauty of the present. So, if we practice present moment, can we come out of the traumatic past?
You can. It's one way of doing that. But Lord Buddha's Dhamma is not only about practicing present moment, because present moment is also a mirage. That bit is maybe too early for you, but yeah, actually you can. It's another way of practicing. But I'm happy for you to try that. But what I'm going to tell you is that even this present moment, which is so beautiful, is kind of part of the same mirage in which has arise from the speed of this sensory organs. But actually, if someone understand that, they will be actually in that moment without any problem, without suffering. So I think, Joel, you can do that. But we have a long way to go, Joel, to understand that actually this feeling of self here, the feeling of inner kind of, the whatever the power is actually arising from the whatever the stimulus we are having at that moment. So that stimulus is usually we have taken it as true. For us, mother is true, the father is true, the brother is true, the sister is true, the school is true, the home is true, the bat is true, the ball is true. We never thought about it. We never try to understand how this how has this happened? How did this world look so real to me? And at the same time, how has this brought so much suffering?
You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado, Ariani, Buddothpado,
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light.
You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day.
Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak.
Buddothpado, Ariani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night, the fear is gone. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song.
May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride.
Buddothpado, Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done.
May your holy word